Well, here we are, everybody, once again. It is Friday, the 17th of January. For me, it is 4 p.m., but for you, it could be the very first thing in the morning, late at night, lunchtime, who knows? Let me know in the comments. It is the final day of Creator Appreciation Week, where we thank all of you for not only supporting the vidIQ channel, but having huge positive impacts on viewers' lives with your content. And we are here to help you on that journey to grow your audiences and make an even bigger impact. My name is Rob, and here at vidIQ, we are creator obsessed with your YouTube education. And this is a bit of a biggie. We have never tried this before. It is, in terms of technical aspects and people joining us, the largest live stream we have ever done. It is channel audits for 9 straight hours. You've heard that right. We will be live on this channel for the next 9 hours auditing your channels. We'll be joined by the usual hosts. You'll be seeing them peppered throughout the next 9 hours, along with some very special guests from a program that I think might interest you by the time we've audited a few channels. So let me just say hello to some of you who are joining us here. So Vicky, this is your opportunity, our awesome community manager, to flick through channel names as I mispronounce them. We are saying hello to Upbrick, as well as Snap Soccer. Also, Apna Desh is in the house. Riderman Makes is here. Was up. Tariq B. Ice K. That may be the first channel name I've pronounced incorrectly. Cryptide Crossings. Alan Key Plays, I think. And Saro Dog Training. And last but certainly not least, we are saying hello to Fun Effects. All of you joining us, and hopefully you filled out the form already, which will invite you to a channel audit. But of course, I could not do this without some very special co-hosts and guests. So joining us first is the master of thumbnails. He is here most Wednesdays, critiquing your thumbnails specifically, but is here to join us for co-hosting this part, but also hosting other parts of a live stream. John, bring yourself on camera. I don't know what you're showing there. I can see a whiteboard. Let's have not the whiteboard on. No, there. Whoa! What happened there?
How's it going, guys?
Yes, hello, John. Welcome. I'm trying to remember. You're here for the first hour, and then what? You're taking a break and then joining for later hours. Is that right?
Yeah, I've got this one, and then I've got 2 back-to-back hours at noon, or no, at 3 here. Cool. It's noon there, or noon in Pacific time. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun day.
So John will be here now and also later on, but throughout all of this live streaming as well, we're going to have some very special guests who some of you, a small fraction of you may already be familiar with if you are part of the amazing vidIQ coaching program. But we are bringing them on to this channel audit live stream so that we can, I guess, dissect the knowledge that they have. We are often just funny people talking to camera, but these people actually have real knowledge and insights about how to guide a channel from initial channel auditing to like tips and tricks, like a proper game plan. And so the first guest host from the vidIQ coaching program, we are introducing you today. Please, everybody, give a warm welcome and a hello in the chat to Tina. Hello, Tina. Welcome.
Hello.
To the live stream for the first time. How are you?
I'm good. It is 8 a.m. where I'm at, and it's fantastic.
Everybody, let us know what time it is in your part of the world. So, Tina, if you were to just give us the quick elevator pitch, the value proposition of you as a creator and your YouTube journey, like how have you joined us here, and how did you become a coach here at vidIQ?
Well, I started quickly. I just started with YouTubers, help grow their channel as a YouTube manager from start to multiple million subscribers, did my own YouTube channel. And now I'm at vidIQ and it's awesome.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a bit of a new experience. I know usually you have like months, sometimes years to cultivate a relationship and develop creators. Now you probably have about 5 to 10 minutes each channel. So we'll see how that works. So
Okay,
if you are new here, everybody, just to give you a brief rundown, there are 2 forms in the description. A gaming form and a non-gaming form. If you fill it out, then you are eligible to be picked for a channel audit live stream. And we're going to do this completely randomly, and we're going to try and mix things up throughout this 9 hours. So like if you fill it out now and you're here for another 8 hours, let me just tell you that the chances of you being picked are remote, because what we're going to do is we're going to mix things up every hour. You'll see what I mean when we get there at the top of the first hour of this live stream. But I think you're probably all begging right now, Rob, can you stop talking and actually audit some channels? So I think we should do that. John, Tina, if you are both ready, shall I introduce our first channel?
Yeah.
All right. So may I introduce to you the first person in this 9-hour marathon live stream who filled out the form to get themselves reviewed. Calls themselves Tattoos in Review, your place for tattoo culture. They have 1,500 subscribers, 200 videos. And one of the things that we ask creators to fill out now on the form are a couple of questions to try and get a better understanding of the creator. So this creator's goal on YouTube is to promote tattoo history and interviews. Their biggest obstacles on YouTube, as far as they're concerned, are hooks, thumbnails, and titles, so the packaging. And if we were to look at their channel, what are the things that we should focus on? And they think hooks and thumbnails. So with that being said, if I just scroll down and show you a canvas of their thumbnails, and I'll start with you, John, first, since we are looking at thumbnails to begin with. Like, is there anything that's jumping out at you where we think, that looks cool, but there's also room for improvement?
As far as like the simplicity of the thumbnails it's really good. Like they're easy to understand. They're not too busy at all. The fonts are fine. It would be nice to see a little more consistency on like overall on what they're doing, because each one is just like so different than the other. It's like they're probably experimenting to see what works best.
Yeah.
I do like always white on black is a classic because it works so well for contrast. But like that one that's in the top right, Living History with Dana Brunson, that one is like real tough to see when you get a little further zoomed out. And one, it's because of thin text, but two, it's just like the type of contrast they got going on with the outline and everything. It's a little difficult.
Too many colors really there, isn't there? In that bit of text. Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing you want to keep in mind when you're thinking of what colors to pick for your thumbnail is try to keep it to a base 2 colors. At least that's what I do. If you have like text, maybe just one color, but yeah, I try to keep it as simple as possible so it's easy to understand.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's kind of what I notice immediately. The 60 plus years tattooing at the top. It seems like, 30 plus years. These are offering value immediately in the thumbnail. Like, whoa, they've been doing it for that long. And so to sell it a little extra
credibility there, isn't there? But you're selling credibility of the person you're interviewing.
Yeah, I like the Tiger King of tattoos. That's a really interesting hook.
You nodded there, Tina. Why does the Tiger King one maybe jump out a little bit more than any of the other ones?
Just because, especially, I love connecting the known to the unknown. So Tiger King is just well known, and then of tattoos, you're already giving so much levity to it that it makes you go, oh, okay, so that makes sense. The craziest tattoo artist you've never heard of, it has click worthiness to it.
That one jumps out to me as well because of the familiar term Tiger King is included there, and I was thinking if there was an opportunity for some real like one video every like 5 or 10 where you maybe actually focus on cool tattoos in movies like or television series, which could like tie in a huge audience. Because what I'm noticing is with the channel, they've got 1,500 subscribers, but they've got a really core audience of like 500 viewers to maybe 1,500 viewers. And they occasionally have these little peaks, 5,500, 3,500. If I sort by most popular, their most popular video has 7,500 views, which is fine. But for a channel with 1,500 subscribers, you typically expect maybe more of a viral video, something that has maybe tens of thousands of views. But it's cool that they have this really core audience, but maybe not reaching out to a much broader audience just yet. There was one more thing I noticed about these thumbnails. And the question I would ask both of you is, tattoos, what color do tattoos tend to be? Like the predominant color?
Like skin-wise, they turn into like a dark green, like a greenish tint after they age for a while.
Dark green or black?
Well, yeah, it's black that they use, but I mean, if you look at the Tiger King A tattoos, is that black ink? That's what I was saying. They kind of turn into a greenish almost.
The fading.
Yeah, they fade.
But I guess what I'm trying to get to here is that they're then using a dark background as well. So when I start to look at the thumbnails a little bit more, what I assume would be the hero of the thumbnails would be the tattoo art. And I don't get that strong a feeling of that in some of these. I think this is probably one of the exceptions where I can get a much clearer view of the tattoos. But is there maybe too much text, or there's too many elements? I'm just spitballing here. What do we think?
That because I noticed that, and you have a great point, because the tattoo trends, for example, and that was a really good graph of like, okay, this is a trend and the fire one. But also I would have loved to see visually tattoo trends, right? Because that would have been an opportunity to show what that might look like.
Yeah.
Especially if it's something crazy or different where, oh yeah, I have seen that around. And yeah, and it just wanting to know the shocking truth about tattoo fads, you need to know, right?
Yeah. When I did best tattoos, like obviously this first thumbnail just jumps out at me so much because of that incredible contrast of the ink on the skin, because they're bringing the image so much closer to the, I guess the front of a thumbnail. I looked at this one and I thought, is that AI generated? I mean, it's cool. I thought, but anyway, it's cool.
That would hurt.
Yeah, it certainly would, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh God, look at that one as well. There's some inventive tattoos here. But I guess that's caught my eye. This one's caught my eye. Going back to the thumbnails here, given that tattoos are so visual, I feel as if there's an opportunity to catch our eye, and because it's usually focusing on the text or like a chest shot with tons of tattoos, I kind of maybe there's a lost opportunity there.
There's I'm gonna send you a little link here in the private so you can bring it up. But what they aim for is like tattoo culture, right? If we want to sit on trends, there's always that like trend reveal where they wipe away and then you see the tattoo reveal in shorts, if that's ever something that they want to go for, which I think could bring attention. But this one, I'll send it to you right now, really caught my eye. And I think that if they do have a background, it's the thumbnail that really caught my eye.
Why is it not brought the thumbnail?
I don't know. I saw that. It's like your tool's not logged in.
All right, I'll have to log in the background to get that working. All right, talk amongst yourselves while I do that.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I said she. Hold on, because it's this thumbnail image. So I sent you the image link just so you can bring it up. But yeah, so the background is like simple. There's some negative space. There's like one little item. But the focus is obviously the tattoos and then the simple text, which is something that he is doing in his thumbnails. He could simplify the text a little more. This one is like, oh, an immediate winner because it's like, oh, she's elderly and she has tattoos. But what I like about it is the composition. Whereas you have the person on the left that's a little bit up closer that is showcasing the tattoos, and then you have the text on the right. So what I would recommend is just to follow that, because he's already doing it. But the background being totally cut off in his, it doesn't draw my eye as much as something like this does.
Yeah. Okay, I'm still logging into my account in the background. Hopefully that should work in a second. All right. So if I come back here and refresh now, I should be able to see the things that I need to see. Yes, right. One last thing. They did want us to look at the hooks. Tina, I'm going to give you the choice of which video we should watch, maybe the first 10 to 15 seconds of. No pressure.
Oh, let's go with Tiger King.
All right. This is one of the shorter ones. It's 11 minutes. They do have like 45-minute ones. I think they've got a mix of podcasts and maybe video essays on this topic. So let's click and find out.
This tattoo artist story reads like a chapter out of a reality TV show. A TV show that may sound familiar, but it predates Joe Exotic, the Tiger King, on Netflix. Imagine a man standing with peroxide blonde hair, gold chains, and Zuba pants. He's covered in tattoos with a jacked physique from spending a lot of time in the gym.
I'll pause it there. That's the first 20 seconds. What did we think of that intro hook?
I almost feel like the hook started to be really strong when he introduced the actual person.
Yeah.
I would have put that first.
Right.
Yeah. The word imagine is your first word. Imagine a man. Yeah. Yep.
Right. I get you. Yeah. Interesting.
And then connect it to Tiger King.
Yeah. You kick right into storytelling with that one.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that generally it had the foundations of a good hook, right? It felt well researched, well scripted. Yes. The editing was solid. He clearly has presenting skills, but it's just that key component of switching around the actual hook to the beginning would have really helped there. Yeah. Yeah,
I like the way that he'll flash himself and then he'll go into the actual visuals of what he's talking about. Yeah. So that was perfectly edited.
Yeah. This is all nice here. It's like very engaging with the camera, and it's not just all talking head. I think he's going to bring some more images in as well. There we go, and more clips as well. So heavily researched. So I guess in terms of packaging as a whole, would we say that they're doing a lot of things competently, but they're just missing maybe that magic and that spark to really send the content to the next level?
I just want to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
Because you mentioned tattoos are very visual, which is so true. And when I'm looking at some of the photos, it seems like they're a little bit on the lower quality side when it comes to the people's faces, and it's perhaps the lighting and the camera. Maybe they're taking photos from somewhere, but I feel like there is an opportunity to just make sure whatever it is super high quality, high definition, just to catch that attention as well.
That's a fair point, isn't it? Maybe that's a compromise they have to make, in that they're maybe sourcing these images from Google. So, this one might actually be like a 300 by 300 pixel image. So if it's zoomed in anymore, you just won't see any of the detail in the tattoo. So that is an interesting one. Whereas I see this one, I think there is opportunity to zoom in. I can see the qualities there, but because we have the text and we have the artist there as well, I feel as if it's losing an opportunity to really focus in on those high quality tattoos that we can see. That is our very first channel audit of this marathon session, Tattoos in Review. Thank you for joining us. We'll be auditing a lot more. And I'm now going to introduce you to our next channel. And we're going from tattooing to traveling to Disney. I love the channel name here, Pack Your Ears. I think it's a great start for a channel. And this is a creator at the very beginning of their YouTube journey, because they literally have one video on their channel, and I think it's a channel trailer. We'll maybe listen to that in a moment. The questions are as follows. They want to build a community and share tips and tricks about Disney. they're scared. They have this fear of starting, which is so funny to hear. But they're launching on Wednesday with 5 videos. So I'm wondering if they're launching all 5 videos at the same time. Maybe we'll talk about that. And thumbnails, and if my accent is an issue. So I know we don't have a lot to go off here yet, other than the channel banner and the first video. But like, even if we were to comment on the thumbnail here, what do we think of it? I think it looks fantastic for a first effort.
Oh, yeah. I'm wondering if they are showing themselves at all, because if they are, there's an opportunity to put them on the thumbnail, but I'm not exactly sure. And it looks like they're based in Florida just because of the four part.
Is that what you would encourage, Tina, for this type of channel, where you feel as if the hero of the channel, the presenter, needs to add, I guess, that uniqueness to a topic that's been covered by many other creators?
Yes, because nobody can copy you.
Yeah.
So that's, definitely put yourself, if that's part of it. But I imagine it is.
We'll watch the video in a second and find out. John, what do you think about the thumbnail in terms of how it's sliced and diced? I know it is probably just a channel trailer thumbnail at this point, but again, as first efforts go, what do you think?
I mean, it's done tastefully, that's for sure. Like you said, it's really tough because it's a channel trailer, and I'm not exactly sure what their next videos are going to be. But what I would do is, like, they picked a good font, and it somewhat sticks out of what's going on behind it. I agree. But what I would do is I would focus on one landmark specifically for future videos. Make it a super impressive shot, maybe at an angle, and then I would use a similar font as you're using there, like something real interesting about what you're talking about. When you have split up into 4 separate things, it almost takes away from the impact of what a thumbnail can make.
What I would maybe... Go on, Tina. Go on. Are you going to counter?
I'm only countering. I understand what you're saying if it's future thumbnails, but I really like this one just because I do watch some Disney content like this, and this shows that, hey, I'm in Florida specifically, versus if you were at Disneyland and California Adventure and LA versus Disney Sea and Disneyland in Japan. So it's already visually distinguishing them versus some other creators that might be creating similar content, even just with the channel trailer. So I do like that aspect of it, just for this thumbnail.
And they're all iconic scenes from Disneyland. You can tell, especially from the palace and the Epcot Center. I think those are things that clearly define, as you said, the Florida vibes. Now, I'm going to play the video in a second, but I did just want to get back to this thought of being scared and also a fear of their accent. And I'm sure that's one of the things that many creators feel very self-conscious about. So I'm going to play, again, 20, 30 seconds of this, and then we can feedback.
Welcome to Pack Your Ears, where we share our favorite tips and tricks to make your next Disney vacation a magical experience. We're here to help you park hop from rope drop to amazing after-hours events. We'll show you the best way to drink around the world, or where to share a Dole Whip with our favorite bird. Let us keep you up to date on the latest Disney news and park happenings as we show you more ways to make your next Disney vacation a trip the whole family will love.
Pause it there. What are our thoughts?
What are they talking about? Am I not hearing an accent?
I don't hear an accent.
I agree. I thought they had like a bright, really bubbly, very...
They sound professional.
Yeah, it sounded brilliant, didn't it? Yeah, like...
It sounds happy, which is great.
The voice, I think, is the last thing this creator needs to worry about. It like fit the mood of the video brilliantly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as a matter of fact, as soon as I heard the voice, I smiled. It's just it was a good voice. Whoever this is, you shouldn't be concerned about that.
But it maybe did answer one of your questions, though, Tina, in that we didn't see anybody in particular in the video, like not a presenter in front of camera. Now, we don't know if this is going to be a conscious choice that they want to stay behind the camera. But like, let's talk about that decision and what you may encourage the creator to do. Again, not really knowing what their intentions are.
I mean, I would highly encourage it, especially on a channel trailer, even if they mostly don't show themselves on future videos. With something like this, I want to know the person behind the voice, right? Because part of this is having a connection to the person. I want to feel like you're my friend. I want to feel like I'm at Disney with you. Not necessarily a professional visual of tips and tricks. Yes, it's about the tips and tricks, but I want tips and tricks with a friend that we're going to have fun together, because it's also partially entertainment.
Also, another real cool thing was that all of this was on location stuff. So whenever you watch this channel, you know that they're going to be exploring the parks, which I think is really cool as well. Last thing to talk about then, I think, for this channel, they said they're going to publish 5 videos. Let me just check what exactly they said. So we're going live on Wednesday, launching next Wednesday with 5 videos. Let's assume that they're publishing all of those 5 videos on Wednesday. What do we think about that strategy?
I think it's a good start for sure. I know that we had talked about this advice. I think it came from Matt Pat to kick things off with 5 videos. When you do that, don't expect them to just like start building and building and building it. You're building a foundation for people to go back through and watch. So it's not like a ticket to immediate success. It's a ticket to like, wow, you have a very solid foundation, and this channel is taken super seriously. I don't, the expectation, some people were like, I did the 5 video thing and none of them got views. Yeah. So just make sure as soon as you do, just move on to the next thing and keep it up. That is the secret to YouTube.
But why would you publish 5 videos straight away and not like stagger them over a week or 2? I'm curious on the 5 all at once strategy.
Just so people can run through it and potentially even binge watch, because then even if they don't subscribe, now YouTube knows that this person really likes your video. So when you post your video, they're more likely to be served your video, and then later on they're more likely to subscribe or just watch your video, which is what you want.
That's the precise point. Is that if you launch with 1 video and it was awesome, they've got nothing else to watch until you publish your next one. But if you have 2 or 3, then that's a really good start and a positive signal to YouTube. If the first videos you're watching, you're getting views from that same viewer on all of those videos, there's stickability there. It's not often we audit channels with a single video, but the fact that you have 1 video, that I've just realized, this only just occurred to me, this was done 8 months ago. So I'm wondering if they got gun shy, or like they published that trailer and then they didn't think the result of that trailer was any good, or they've just...
Don't be shy. This is so good.
Life got in the way. Yeah. Like from all that we can see, which is the channel banner. And I love the, like, don't forget to pack your ears. That there's such a cute Disney,
she
joy
said
to
I got
that.
scared. Pack your ears.
Well, we're encouraging you from like the trailer you made and the content that you have. Like, let's jump in. This is awesome. It's brilliant.
Oh yeah, I think it's wonderful. I love your voice. I want to see you. I want more.
Shall we have a guess on what we think the first 5 videos of the channel might be? My guess is they're going to do a walk around tour of all of the parks. So one of Magic Kingdom, Epcot. It's not called MGM Studios anymore now. What's it called? It's been a long time since I've been. But whatever the film and movie one is. Someone's going to tell us in the chat. And then Animal Kingdom. So I guess they're going to do those 4. And then what might be the other one? Like the cheapest restaurants, or the rides to go on first thing in the morning so you don't hit queues. I'm like spitballing ideas of what people would like to watch from a Disney Channel now.
Hollywood
what do we think? Hollywood Studios, yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I I'm thinking latest merch, the seasonalities. And I know that's not evergreen, but people love seasonalities. How to get the fastest line possible, right? What strategy to use, and then anything to do with the Genie Pass, because that's a little bit of a mess. Any tips and tricks with that? I think all of those.
So that is a pain point, is it? The Genie Pass. I've never heard of that, but like there's a problem with it. So like the best
way to navigate through it.
Yeah. All right then. So pack your ears. 2025. This is your time. Let's get started on Wednesday. See if we can remember, John, to just check in on this channel when you're doing the live stream on Wednesday. See if they've felt the fear and jumped and published those videos.
Yeah, seriously, pack your ears. Come on Wednesday. Let's talk about thumbnails.
Let's now go into everybody's favorite part of the live stream, where we go from some pre-selected channels that we picked here to something a little more random. I know that sounded so ominous, but this is the most regular thing on the live streams, which is what happens is that we take the forms that you've been filling out now. We have 291 submissions already. Wow, that has jumped up from when we first went live. I put that number into the form. We pick a number, which is 118, and we type that number in here. That gives me the channel URL, which I take and I paste into the channel here. And so we get a quick overview, which is a biblical boldness, modern stories, eternal truths. I'm going to just leave it there and check their questions. What is the goal of your YouTube channel? Retention, retention, retention. We need to know whether branding is working and the hook for each video is projecting. What are their biggest obstacles? Growth and retention. There's a lot of Bible-based animated stories, but what sets us apart is retelling modern stories with eternal truths. So I guess that's a unique positioning of a, as I said, competitive market. And then they want us to focus on uploaded content and whether the hook translates into the message we're delivering. Not sure how long realistically it takes to gain loyal followers. So I guess what we can do is maybe bypass the thumbnails and the titles for now. And John, if you just want to pick one of these videos, we'll click on it and watch the first 30 seconds. Which one takes your fancy here?
I guess the first one. I'm just curious why it's picking up more than the others.
This one that's the deliverance that changed my life one. The latest one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'll mute it.
What if the voice you've ignored was the only one that could save you?
I was not expecting that music.
Rocking the organ.
Oh, right. I'll pause it there because that's where it suddenly got tense and intriguing. All right. What are our first impressions?
What? Oh man, that is not what I expected at all. The thumbnails gave me the impression that this is going to be a little more like a lazy-ish AI type video.
Right.
And when it came in, I'm like, wow. Like the hook was pretty good for this type of channel. What if the voice you ignored is the only one that can save you? I think something like that. And yeah, so I don't know. It's a really, really interesting twist on something that everybody's trying to do, but they do it with quality.
What did you think about the pacing? Because we're now almost 30 seconds into the video. It's 3 minutes long. Do you think, because it felt like it was trying to create a certain scene and mood and then all of a sudden like flip it on its head. Do you think the viewer would have allowed that time for that to happen? Because I think what kind of throws me is the very first thing we see is, well, this is definitely AI. And that for some people, like AI has a trigger warning itself sometimes.
It's,
well, I think the trigger warning for later on.
Yeah.
Right. But well, yeah. But it's interesting because this whole section made me feel like, oh, is this, especially since his eyebrow was raised and then the music made it feel like it's a romantic situation and the way, yeah, this is all his facial expression. And then it went to kids, which I wasn't sure the correlation. And then, so it did feel like a long time, but it also felt like, I don't know where this is going yet. And I'm not sure, there's a lack of clarity there. And I'm not sure a lot of people will stick for 30 seconds before it gets to that point. I'm not sure exactly where it's going after this, but.
Let me throw this at you. What do you think about telling really human stories through AI? Because I'm not sure personally if I can get over that barrier.
You have to have such a strong story.
Because I don't feel connected to these people because I know it's AI. And maybe that's just my like a fundamental judgment on AI content. But I think especially when they're looking to try and tell a story about human beings and families and relationships using AI, I don't know if that's going to really connect with an audience. Or...
Rob, let me ask you this:
yeah,
if they had done it with stock images or just images of people that were relating to the situation, real people, images, would you have connected to that more?
You're right. I probably even less, because it would have felt janky and like the images wouldn't quite fit together. Whereas at least this does seem to have a consistency in the quality of the AI and the footage. It's a fair point, John.
Well, my point was the opposite. So I've seen like true crime stories and stuff where they use images, not like stock images, but images that weren't related to the story, but they did tell the story.
Yeah,
and I've been into it.
Okay,
but like you said, the fundamental like judgment of AI, I would not watch this. I would not watch something like this. But I assumed that there's an audience for it.
That's the question, isn't it?
Right.
If there's an audience for this particular avenue of AI.
Well, John, can I ask you for the
risky.
images? Yeah, this is getting. But John, so for the images one, are you actually watching it or are you listening to it more?
It's more listening. Yeah. Like it is not engaging visually, but if they're giving information, then of course it's engaging visually because they are providing information visually. But yeah, you're right. So it is more like listening. Like Mr. Ballin, for instance, he's that horror story, paranormal type storyteller. And a lot of this stuff is images. Sometimes it's not even images from the actual story, but I'm not watching it. You're right. That is a good point.
Yeah.
So in this case where the video was very much relying on setting a theme and a mood, because there wasn't much narration, at least at the very beginning. It was music and mood setting. It means that the visuals are more important. And again, is that tension between the technology and the emotion that's trying to be conveyed to the person watching it? I feel as if I'm getting tied down now here in the nuance of AI content.
It would work if there was, as long as you could do the exact same thing that a shot, whatever B-roll shot would, then it can convey the same emotions regardless of whether it's AI or not. It's just that it's harder to do that with AI right now. Maybe it's just not there yet, but it can be.
No. Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say, think about why the people are clicking. If they're coming for a story, start telling it immediately. Because like you said, all you're focusing on right now is visuals. And are people coming to watch AI animations, or are they coming to listen to a story? That's the one. You probably just want to get right into it, especially for people like me that probably won't watch but do like to listen to a story.
I'm going to try one more, which is the unknown caller. I'm just going to again listen to it for, watch it for 15, 20 seconds.
In a world that had given her every reason to run,
Wow.
Miley never thought she'd hear from someone who truly cared. But tonight, that call would change everything.
The screaming didn't quite fit the the voice there, but it was quite funny. And then for the AI voice, did they search for give me a Barry White voice, but go down another 2 octaves? That's the lowest register I've ever heard.
They cut out all the highs on that EQ.
What do we think?
You can't even hear it on a phone.
Any thoughts?
I like how it started out, actually. Just the very beginning of in a world, and then this woman and then I'm thinking, let's get into the woman's story. And then I'm just not sure how this fits immediately. But it did feel maybe the hook could be a little bit shorter in getting into something.
So yeah, I think we've spotted that twice now, where maybe the hook could be half the length it currently is. It's feeling as if it takes maybe 20-30 seconds to get into it. Perhaps aiming for 10 to 20 seconds on the hook might be a smarter.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I think he's paused.
Okay.
What happened there?
Oh, he's back. Well,
did I just drop out for a second? And I do apologize.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was happening. What I was gonna say finally is we've gone really deep into the hook there, and I did just want to acknowledge the channel's from 10 videos has 67 subscribers, but each video now is getting hundreds of views. So that's showing discovery and progress, and so there is green shoots there. So I do want to emphasize that as well for the biblical boldness.
Hey, at the bottom right, sorry, I just want to see the bottom right,
please.
There's a story about Job. Can you hover over that and see if that's AI too? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, but it looks like a different style of AI. I'll mute it, but
Interesting.
That's cool.
That's not as off-putting to me.
Yeah, it's like where you're embracing the AI style here. You're not trying to make it realistic. You're trying to make it stylistic. Interesting.
Right. Illustration. I really like that.
I love that.
Good spot there, John. Nice
when you take a look at this type of channel, they focus a lot on like individual people, like Job. They focus a lot on people in the Bible, so that might be something that works too. I just kind of did a quick search and found that all these Bible characters.
It feels more like you can almost like suspend your disbelief if it's if a story is told almost like a comic book. I'm getting the comic book style in there, so that and so you can relate, not relate more to it, but you can accept the style more, I think, as opposed to ultra realism, which just kind of still feels a bit awkward and janky with AI at the moment.
Yeah,
agreed.
All right. Biblical boldness. Thank you there. We're going to try and risk a gaming channel now, Tina. Okay. This can always be a bit fraught when we don't have Dan around, but we'll give it a shot. I just want to check I've got the right one. Yeah. So gaming channels, we have 216 of them, and we will bring to the table channel 92. All right. 92. And they are Green Machine 55. And a quick introduction to them is they're approaching 100 subscribers. Those are the thumbnails. And their questions are, they want to grow and continue to have fun and be entertaining. Audio and editing quality. So it looks as if they want us to look at their videos specifically. Now, just as I look at the channel, they describe themselves as a gaming channel, but do these thumbnails to you look like they're AI generated as opposed to clips from the game itself? That's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah. I had this happen before. Yeah, it is very weird when, like, why wouldn't you take it from the game?
There, so there's some broken text there which tells me that it's AI, because I guess you do want the thumbnail, especially with games, to associate with the content itself. But anyway, I will click on, let's go with their most popular video first. No, well, hang on. Right, we've also got to look at the video lengths. So some of these are an hour long, some of these are very short. So the question I would then ask is, are you just recording something and uploading it straight to YouTube? Like you're streaming on Twitch and then throwing it onto YouTube? Or are you putting some editing effort into these? So why don't we, I think we'll still choose one of the longer videos. We'll do the latest one. Right, I'm going to pause it there, Tina. I just want your opinion on branded intros such as that.
I'm not a fan just because you haven't given enough value yet to. It's basically a call to action marketing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, here's me, but if I'm a new viewer, I don't even know if I want to watch this video yet. So I want people to get right into it. Typically, it does better.
You have passed the vidIQ channel audit live stream test. None of us like branded intros. We'll continue.
Hello, everybody. It's Green Machine 55 here, and welcome back. And today, we are starting our first video of the year.
So, what else do we think probably needs addressing?
What are you recording on?
Yeah, let me just play a bit more of that.
What microphone sounds like that?
Off trying out House Flipper 2. As you can tell, I've already...
It genuinely sounds like you have a regular microphone, but you've added a filter to it to make it sound muffled and almost as if like you're speaking to a telephone through a pillow. That's what it sounded like to me.
It sounds like he has a sweater over his mouth.
Yeah.
To record. Yeah.
I'm just gonna let me just check one other video just to see if the audio is the same. Yeah.
Consider it done.
Yeah, it sounds like it's done on purpose.
So what we often talk about here is that the most important thing about a video is the audio. You can get away with shoddy visuals, but things that really turn off a viewer immediately is bad audio. And in my opinion, that's an example of audio where I literally couldn't hear the words that were being spoken by the creator. So investing, either fixing the microphone you have or investing in a new microphone is, I would say, a priority for this. I wonder if anybody comments on that. Let me just look at the comments. Yeah. So if you hear it, if you can see in the comments that there's complaints about the audio, that's the absolute priority to fix.
But it seems like he's aware because he wrote that down in the Google form.
Is that right? Yeah. So I think we're just echoing what the viewers have said. In that the audio is definitely the first thing that needs fixing here.
Yeah. Dude, what I would do if I didn't have a microphone or whatever, if you're probably using CapCut, I saw the little logo at the top. Turn your mic on, like the recording app on your phone, and you can drag that audio into CapCut along with your footage, and that will be so much. Just put it like right here, and it'll be so much clearer than whatever. It sounds like you're talking through like a toilet paper roll or something. It's very odd. I listened to your older audio, and it's also it's like you're far away from a mic at that point, but it's not that muffled. So I don't know what you changed, but yeah, just use your phone. It's good enough for sure.
So audio is a priority for this channel. Absolutely. Any more observations just as we look at the canvas of thumbnails and such? I have no words. We've got 9 more hours of that, probably.
Oh my goodness.
Thanks, whoever that was. Yeah.
Oh.
He's not wrong, but I don't know if that was method acting channel auditing there from Savage.
I like it.
Well, I guess what I was going to say before we were all rudely interrupted and lost our train of thought, there is a typical question here of what game are you playing? And I can't really tell from the thumbnails if you are playing the same game over and over again, or if it's a new game because of these AI thumbnails. So what I would maybe focus on here in a moment is a consistency in thumbnails that better represents the actual game you're playing, as opposed to AI generated thumbnails, and then getting a new microphone, or as John suggested, using the technology that you have, just a better effect. That is Green Machine 55. All right, we're coming towards the top of the first hour here with the channel audit live streaming. And so, Tina, just tell me, how has your experience been so far of auditing channels on the fly with like no preparation, first impressions? How's it going?
It's going great. I love this.
Yeah, it is fun, isn't it? It's kind of like you're auditing by the seat of your pants, but if you have a bit of support, it can be really fun. But you do something as your day job, which is a little bit more involved, nuanced, professional, and I guess helpful for creators. You are part of the vidIQ coaching team here, and that's what we really want to encourage you to think about for your journey on 2025, and that is with a dedicated coach. Essentially, what a coach can do for you here at vidIQ is like give you a structured game plan where your coach will dig into your channel and create a customized plan for your channel. So imagine the channel audit you're getting now for like 10 minutes, or your coach is going to be able to really focus on it over a long period of time and kind of build up this channel audit over months, if not years. And they're also able to offer expert feedback and guidance. So let's say you're making your latest video, or the creator who had that real fear about their voice, but they couldn't ask anybody, and maybe that's why it put them off for 8 months. You know, Tina can be there and say, like, you have an amazing voice. It is perfect for those Disney channels. But also, I think coaches bring like an accountability and encouragement. So I know a lot of creators say they're going to do things and they never actually commit to them. And a coach can help you push you on that journey, along with like when you get 10 of 10s, and that happens to all of us, they can offer that emotional support. So Tina, that is essentially what you do like every single weekday. Like, just give me like a day in the life of you as a coach and the impact that you have on the creators that you serve.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Some of the people I work with, they've been with me since I've started here.
Yeah.
And seeing their channel grow and take everything in, implement it is fantastic. With every single creator, we customize a strategy plan for them, right? So no one strategy plan is exactly the same. I love that nuance that we get to have. And then the conversations we get to have, we do pivots because sometimes, hey, some things work, some things don't work. We get to experiment and then pivot, look at the analytics, right? So it's just a lot of personalization that sometimes you're not able to get, especially with courses and things like that. So I have a lot of fun digging into people's channel.
And just to describe the coaching program in a little more detail, it's not like you just have a conversation with you like once a month. I don't want to say you're available 24/7, but the idea is that if a creator has an issue or a problem or a question, they send the coach a message and then they respond to it. And that kind of has the more of a consistent line of communication that it's on almost like on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly. It's an ongoing process. We're here Monday through Friday during business days, business hours. We always get back to you within 24 hours, right? So you have that access to us. If something's going wrong, you have a tech issue, you can always shoot us a message and then you'll hear back from us. So that's always good, just to have that safety net.
And what you're seeing on screen now is just a collection of the testimonials of people who've sent messages to their coaches about the success that they're having. But it's not just through text messaging. Like I think the main line of communication is through video messaging, right? Like you're all
both video and text, and even screenshots of analytics and all that jazz.
So this is what it is: one-on-one coaching. And throughout this entire live stream and in the video description right now, we have an incredible offer, which is getting 37% off your first 3 months of coaching. For example, if you're in the US, that will be $74 off per month of the first 3 months of coaching. And I haven't even mentioned that includes all of our boost tools as well. So the outlier tool, thumbnail generation, keyword research, and all of that stuff is kind of tied into the coaching as well. That is available for you through this coaching program. So monthly plans, new customers, and as I understand it, Tina, when somebody first signs up, that they're matched to a coach with expertise for their particular niche. Is that right?
Right. You also, so it matches you to specific coaches that you can choose from. So you also get a choice as well. So it's a combination of both, which is great.
And there's a final question just regarding like coaching, and I'm hoping this kind of resonates with a lot of people watching right now. Like, what is the most common obstacle or fear that creators come into when they start the coaching program? And like, how do you help support them with that biggest pain point?
Typically, it depends on where you're coming in at, but if you're a newer channel, typically is I have all these tools and I don't know. I need to know every single thing about every single tool set, and really
being overwhelmed.
Yeah, being overwhelmed completely. And so I just have them focus on the main things that matter the most, and that's press record, get started, and post. So.
Tina could be your coach, or it could be Jeff, or it could be Rohan, or it could be one of the dozens of coaches we have here at vidIQ. The link is in the description. Take advantage of it now if you want to. In the meantime, Tina, it is coming up to the top of the hour. Do you have time for one more channel audit?
Oh, sure.
Right. Okay, then we'll do one more channel audit before we do a bit of a rotation on the staff. John, you're all right for just one more audit as well, yeah?
Yep, sounds good.
Cool. Was that your yes, I agree camera angle there? That was interesting.
No.
All right. Okay, fine. Right. I need to get back to the right screen. So we click that. We go to this form, and we now have 373 submissions. We're going to deal with that in a moment, just so you know. Right. I am going to pick out channel number 158, and we'll see who we're bringing up to the table. We have a channel that goes by the name of
Maya Crafty World.
Maya's Crafty World. All right, this is something new for us, and their answers are as follows. They want to inspire creativity and provide step-by-step tutorials in the art and craft niche, help viewers develop their skills. Their biggest obstacle is enhancing audience retention. So another audience retention question, by making tutorials more engaging and easy to follow. And what should we focus on? Improving video pacing and presentation, especially in the tutorial sections. Right. Let's just pick one. Tina, which video should we pick here?
The Pikachu one.
The Pikachu one, how to make a Pikachu from clay. Only 1 minute 30. So I would already consider this a very short tutorial. Let's see what the pacing's like. Bring that music down a little bit. Now, what's interesting to me is this is a 1 minute 30 video, and it's in a square video format, or is it just wider than square, which means that it's not a short. I'm wondering if that's intentional by the creator to make sure that it's not seen as a short. Anyway, I will pause it there. What do we think?
I've seen this with, so first, I like the visual of it. I do think the framing is interesting. So I wonder if that is intentional or not. But
what sort of framing, like the aspect ratio, or just like the
aspect?
Very zoom? Okay, but it's square.
Yeah. And it almost looks as if it's supposed to be a short, or what would be an Instagram reel or something like that. But if it's a tutorial, I see a missed opportunity of doing a voiceover of, hey, this is what I do and do it this way. Just because that makes it, even though visually it's great that it's so close up so you could see everything, but that voiceover would add that extra element.
Yeah, it's very, the visuals are very clear. So I think with a maybe a scripted or somewhat scripted narration, you can maybe just talk about how you need to be really fine with the details of the feet, and like maybe how much plaster you might need to purchase, like what in the different colors, which might help as well. What do you think, John? Any thoughts, generally speaking, there about the
if this were my channel, I would use my phone, probably the widest lens that it has, and I would pull the angle up just a little bit more to give more context of what I'm doing with my hands. I wouldn't put the intro. I saw that Christmas thing at the beginning. That would make me click away immediately.
Fair point.
So I would start immediately, like with the visual of, with the voiceover, just like Tina said. And yeah, that's what I would do. And then in the thumbnails, it would be the same visual except with text. So on the right side, you have a totally pink base, and then you have the Pikachu on the right side, and on the left you have text that says, in its white text, how to make Pikachu from clay or something like that. This right here doesn't give me the idea that this is a top-down tutorial, and that's the coolest thing about it. If you go to the shorts, amazing looking area where you see all of these different tutorials that they did on their shorts, but on the videos, it doesn't give the same preview. So Rob, if you roll over to their shorts tab, it's just like, wow, this is impressive. But the videos themselves, not the same way. This is what I would love the thumbnails to look like.
Yeah.
Also, I just noticed there that they did what I was going to suggest in a long form video in this Pikachu one. Instead of this intro, you show the end result. Like, this is where you're going to end up in like 60 seconds. But as you say, John, in a short, the key ring here, this is what I'm going to make. And then it goes back to the beginning. That is
it's interesting that they do it in the short, but they don't do it in the long form.
Yeah. And these were, and also I was confused. How is this not a short? This is I tell you
because
what, you can tell from the transition there that there's a transition there that makes it a landscape video. Anyway.
No.
It's because they probably shot it that way, but you can always shoot it the other way and then crop it for a short, so you could use both. Yeah.
And then another thing I've noticed is that in the shorts, in the titles, they're not using hashtags, but in the long form videos, they are using hashtags. Any thoughts on hashtags? This is another test, a vidIQ live stream test for you. What's your opinion on hashtags?
Well, it doesn't need to be in the title.
You passed. Hashtags, and especially these which look as if they're actually joined together.
Oh, they're connected.
Yeah, it's like one giant hashtag.
That would. So I'm curious, actually, what happens if I click on that?
Oh, they are separated.
They separate. Wow, YouTube.
Oh, does it?
Good job.
Oh,
the
yeah.
algorithm knows.
Yeah, it actually does.
Wow.
Actually fixed that. Anyway, so yeah, I think we've kind of covered the editorial questions there, and I think just going forward, do you think they should lean into long form or shorts? That's another question, actually, Tina. If a creator is kind of messing around with both formats, is there any general coaching recommendations there? Like, do you lean into one particularly to grow an audience there, or do you let the creator
depends on your goal,
experiment?
Though.
Right.
Experiment in the beginning because they are different, right? Because I can see that she knows what the shorts is like, and she's basically, okay, I'm going to do the same thing for the long form, but it is actually different. And so the long form, you have the opportunity for this one, for example, you have the opportunity to go more in detail, and it doesn't have to be as snappy, right? Of like, hey, this is what I'm doing, da 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 da, right? With long forms, like, hey, you could take this tool set, like that tool set, that knife. You could talk about, hey, I got this from this affiliate opportunity. I got this here, and then you slice it this way. And there's techniques to slicing, for example. You could really go into the details of it and grow a deeper relationship with your fan base. So I see a huge opportunity there. But
sorry, I was cut you off there.
No, go ahead.
That is Maya's Crafty World. And that brings us, I guess, just a little past our first hour of live streaming here in this marathon. Tina, it has been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. I would usually ask the guests, where can we find you? But we know where we can find you. That's through the coaching program if they sign up. Thanks for your time and have a great weekend.
Thank you, Rob. And John and everybody.
You're welcome. Thanks.
John, it's been a pleasure as well. You are more than welcome to stay on if you want, but if you need to get a little bit of rest before you are the host, then you certainly can do. But thanks for your time as well.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. John, I think is clocking off there as well. Yes, it looks like it. So I'm by myself, but not for very long, because what we're going to do now is invite on another coaching guest who's joining us, and they are Rohan. Rohan, welcome to the vidIQ live streams. How are you?
I am doing just lovely, my friend Rob. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. I've now got into the vibe of a live stream. We're kicking into this marathon. This is now hour 2. And if you could just maybe introduce yourself to the audience, like how did you become a coach here at vidIQ? Like, what are your interests? Introduce us to who you are.
For sure. So yeah, my name is Rohan. Nothing to do with Lord of the Rings. I hear a lot about it, but I've been on YouTube / in the YouTube space for over 10 years now. How I ended up at vidIQ is like a lot of jobs through LinkedIn. But prior to that, I was building at a tech YouTube channel, then a finance YouTube channel.
Nice.
And found my way here. And yeah, thought it was super cool that I get to work with other like-minded creators and help them grow their channels, which is all good fun.
All right.
A little bit about my background as well is that
Sure,
I'm
go ahead.
like, personally interested in like filmmaking, storytelling, photography, that sort of stuff.
Cool. All right. So Rohan's going to be here for the next hour, auditing channels, and something I should have done before we got to the top of the hour, but I'm going to do it now. This is where we really shake things up, because every hour I'm just going to do this. You see these 400 responses? They're gone. I've just deleted them because I'm mean. Or it's because what I want to ensure is that people who are on the stream have filled out the form, because some of these people filled out the form a little while ago. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for people to fill in. So we've already got some responses. So let's just audit one of these channels immediately. And then we'll pick some more channels as well after that. So here's how it works. This is a crash course for you, Rohan, in how we audit channels. I take this link. We introduce ourselves to the Quizzer Warden, and we find out a little bit about themselves. And so, what is the goal of your YouTube channel? And they're just being frank about this. I think they want to earn.
I like the honesty.
Money. Yeah. And apparently, they have no obstacles on YouTube. Like, this is it. They don't feel as if there's anything
nothing stopping you
to stop them. And they want to know. The question here is, and focus on the channel, I want to know if it's going the right way. So, like, in terms of a general observation, we can see that they have 500 subscribers, they have 11 videos, and it's clear that they have some sort of quiz type of content. But what I'm already seeing from our tools and the view counts, they're getting more views and subscribers, so they're reaching new audiences. Now, quiz channels are an unusual kind of niche, similar to music. It's very much in an area that we don't often cover. But what are your like initial impressions on just what we can see here?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, first off, I gotta say, Mr. Warden Quizzer, that 11 videos in and 500 subscribers is pretty solid.
Yeah, fantastic start. I agree.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you're getting videos at like, you know, that 16x outlier, 4.3 thousand views. You know, latest video, 2,000 views, 34 views per hour. So it's definitely headed in the right direction. And you know, you've got some of your first couple uploads doing pretty darn well there as well. So it seems like you definitely are in the swing of it, and maybe you don't have any obstacles. Maybe you were right about that.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like things are going pretty well.
I think what has worked for them is that they've taken this one concept of find the odd one out on screen, but they're plugging it into a popular films, characters, intellectual property. So we've got like a Marvel one here, we've got Nintendo, we've got the Squid Game. The one time they deviated from that, and you can tell by the thumbnail, like it guessed the fruit.
Yeah.
They really didn't, the audience just did not react well at all to that one. And is this something that can be quite common for creators in that they feel as if they have an idea and they experiment with something and they get like a real pushback from the audience? Like, how do we deal with that really for creators who are just starting out?
Well, listen, at the end of the day, to have a video every so often or, you know, every couple of videos just flop, it's really not that big of a deal. One thing I always encourage my creators to do is, well, first off, you can't really break your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah,
and
I agree with that.
I always encourage experimentation. Even if it doesn't seem like it's going to work, you never really know until you try it, right? But there are safe ways to experiment with the channel. For example, in this case, when you have a format that is clearly working for you,
yeah,
and it seems like you're uploading quite frequently, right? Like
almost daily,
almost daily or every other day. So quite a few uploads. So you have a lot of room for experimentation. At a pace like this, I would say that you're safe to do like maybe 1 every 5 videos is something out of the ordinary for you.
Yeah.
Test, find out whatever ideas you might have. You never know if it's going to stick and potentially bring in a broader audience, but you should absolutely be following up on the videos that are working well for you and iterating there as well. And you're 100% doing that. So, yeah, don't be afraid that that video didn't work. Just make sure that your next 5 videos aren't experiments that you don't have any kind of confidence in, right? Because you don't want to, I guess, like not have success with that current audience.
I don't think we can really fault the thumbnails here at all. I would say it's a teaser to playing one of the games, presumably. Like it's very clear in the text, and then like, hey, let's have a quick go. I'm in.
Yeah, and I really love how it like, you know, it's like this functional image that has been in all of our minds since childhood. So you see something like that, and it's just like natural human curiosity. Something looks different here, right? And there's your curiosity gap. What's going on? So yeah, I really love that. It seems like a really winning format, but yeah, definitely don't be afraid to try out other things either.
Now, from a purely monetization aspect, can you tell that all of the videos are just over 8 minutes long? So they can squeeze in those mid-roll ads. So the strategy seems clear there. I'm going to click on one of these because I'm just intrigued on like how the setup and the execution is of one of these games. I'm going to do the Avengers one.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
To the Quizzer Warden, it's time to check your eyes and observation skills in this 30 new puzzles quiz with 3 difficulty levels. Find the Odd Avengers edition. So let's start with some easy puzzles first.
Okay.
But before like the video and hit the subscribe button.
What do you think about the engagement call to action there?
I get rid of it immediately.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
too early,
I was
isn't it?
so in the flow. Immediately, I was like, I'm ready to play this game. And then mentally, I was like, disengaged a little bit there. I'm sure it's still making it through it, most of the viewers, but how many of them are hitting that? I don't know. If you're going to do it in the middle of the video. Don't do it right towards the beginning, I would say.
As you can get a chance to be in our videos.
Oh, I
Can you
found
find
it.
the different one?
It's there. So I'm curious how long they're giving the viewer the time. So that's what, maybe about 5 to 10 seconds to spot that. All right, I'm going to jump towards the end because they said there's some very hard ones. So let's go there.
Can you find the different
I
one?
can still see it.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think it was that hard to me. But anyway, this is clearly has a lot of automation in it. It can be, I assume the reason they can publish so frequently is because there's a template that they can very much transition from one quiz to the next.
Most definitely. Yeah, a couple thoughts I had. What do you actually have a question for you, Rob?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
would you say as a potential experiment for this channel to cut the intro out entirely and just start right into the game?
I think that's definitely worth trying, actually. So the game starts. So you're saying we probably just start at 19 seconds. It literally starts there.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I agree. Let's give it a shot. As you say, not only can you experiment with different video formats, but you can experiment with different structures to the existing formats to see if it does improve audience retention. I guess the one thing they'll have to fix is that now that's going to take it under 8 minutes. So maybe they have to add the call to action at the end, even though maybe nobody's clicking on it. It gets them back over that 8 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. And I guess honestly, one thing, another like formatting experiment I would try where it's like the same type of video, but you know, something to test out is like, what if you just made it double the length just to see what would happen, right? You know, you're getting just over 8 minutes, and I don't know, this seems like a content that I could potentially like throw on my TV and like play the game and kind of passively engage with, and I would want to see what the audience metrics are too, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, are we looking at like younger people playing this? Or are we looking at way older people
fair
playing
point.
this? Could be either or, in my opinion, probably as like the majority of the audience.
And just to clarify, as part of a coaching program, that would be something you probably, if you were auditing this channel, you'd say, hey, can I take a look at this audience retention and the
Yeah,
demographics
100%.
to see what the audience is? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that is a quiz at Warden, and like you're on the right track, I guess. Also, maybe use a community tab and have more spot the difference. You could also tease spot the difference games in there as well to build up an audience. But it seems as if you're on the right track with the content.
One
Can't
last
fault it,
thing
really.
I would add in there, Rob,
Yeah.
for Quizzer Warden is, and you were kind of on to it there with the community tab, is maybe start thinking about like, this is very broad level audience, right? Which is never a bad thing.
Yeah.
But one thing that's missing out of this, in my opinion, is that level of like community that comes with some YouTube channels that aren't like as, you know, there's no personality behind this. There's no one to subscribe to per se. So the only reason to subscribe is if you really love playing these games, right?
And that is reflected as well in like 2,000 views, cool, but 7 likes, 2 comments. People are just there to play the game, and there's no community around it at the moment. Yeah.
Yep. And one question in the chat is, would this channel have to be set as made for kids? I noticed from Sci-Fi.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't think you have to. Honestly, I don't even know if I would.
No,
I don't think so.
I mean, Squid Game is obviously something that is not appropriate for kids, and I think for an adult, this is just something to pass the time, really, isn't it? Maybe they're on the commute to work, and it's something that they can play one of these while they're on the subway or something. Quiz awarding there with a quiz. I think that might be the first quiz channel we've audited this week, actually. All right. I'm not sure if you've seen this yet, Rohan, but what we do is when we have, wow, like 200 people have filled out that form. That is incredible that you all managed to fill out that form so quickly. So what we do is we put that number in here, 224, and we pick a channel randomly out, which is channel 43, and we get their channel URL and bring it up. And it's DRWDnet. That's how I'm going to introduce your channel. And the questions you have answered are that you want to grow an audience and to monetize, click-through rate and view duration, and you just wanted a general audit as you've only started in November. All right, so a fairly new creator, 2 months in. Oh, wow, they've published, is that right? They've published 90 videos in those 2 months. Let me just check. Yeah,
that's pretty impressive. I mean, some of these are shorter videos, but yeah.
All
okay,
right, so
I'm getting, it seems like it's a pen enthusiast channel. It took me a little bit to figure that out, but
pen and inks.
Very cool.
I guess the question I ask you is, why did it take you a little while to figure that out?
Yeah, sure. So if we can scroll up a little bit to the banner.
Yep. Oh, that gives it away a little bit more. Yeah.
It does. It does. It definitely indicates it. What doesn't indicate, and I don't think it's a bad thing, by the way. I love that image of himself. He looks like a jolly old dude. Not old, sorry, but jolly dude. But the banner image, I think it's great that we have supporting imagery of the pens and whatnot. Personally, one of the things that we always talk about in the coaching program is, can you have like a very clear value proposition? And I think in this instance for this channel, you 1000% can. So why not? Right. So at the end of the day, what are you giving to your audience, or what are they getting out of being part of your channel? Right. Some sort of information, tips and trick, expert information on pens and inks, so that you can enjoy the hobby. Right. And the best way to answer that question is just simply like, if you were to think about your viewer, how would you tell them, like, how would you complete this sentence? You know, hey, viewer, subscribe to my channel because I will give you X so that you can do Y or get Y. Right. So
I have a really terrible value proposition, but it might be, hey, pens still exist and they're cool.
Pens are cool.
Let's talk about them.
You could just write pens are cool. I would be okay with it.
Pens are still cool. Let's talk about them. Yeah.
I like pens.
Now I think the other thing is that the thumbnails, I would say at the moment, do a poor job of, and April Lynn talked about this on Wednesday, of a glance test, whereby if I was to look at one of these thumbnails, like especially this one for 2 seconds, I wouldn't know what this video is about. I think it might be about a phone case from
phone case. Could be about like some sort of beard product, because the guy's got a sick beard. So for a second, I thought we were talking about beards over here.
Yeah. It could be about male grooming. Yeah.
Yeah. So I definitely think to consider scale when it comes to thumbnails, right? I think you're spot on here, Rob, with the thumbnails being heavily reliant on graphic backgrounds, a little bit too much in the text. And something I would be thinking about is these thumbnails show up real small on YouTube, right? Especially if you're looking on a phone. So get real up close with your pen. Let me see if I have a pen on my desk. So right now, if this was my little video square here, right, and you're holding these pens, but it right now you're seeing a big screen, but when I was in the corner, right, you probably
want me to put you back down to that size.
Yeah, sure. I think that would be better, because this is about the size of a thumbnail, right? So what I always teach is like photographic principles, right? So learn, of course, like composition, rule of third, things like that, but also proximity, right? So can you just take a picture without all this graphics and it's a better thumbnail? I think 1000% yes, and it'll make you better at making thumbnails. So for example, pen holding here doesn't work. Pen holding up here and it's like actually in focus, not with my blurry lens.
Camera works, yep.
Yeah. Then that would be a lot better, because the pen is massive and your face is the same size, right? So that's just like a simple principle. That one where it says the blacked out Lamey Studio, that one's a little bit closer to what we're talking about.
I agree. That one's in the right direction. Yeah. And also I think this one is, it's funny how like these are cool, but the associated text is still just a little, just not thought out that well in some of these. Like this one is a little too small and hard to read, and this one just kind of dominates the thumbnail a bit too much. And then I'm not sure what this imagery down here is supposed to represent. That it's on fire or something. But I think they are the most popular ones. These are more popular videos as well. Yeah, and I think also just the ink cartridge sometimes, or like the ink dispenser or whatever you want to call it. I think maybe having these zoomed in as well is an opportunity.
So Yeah, I 100% agree. One couple thing I would love to, and I'm sure we'll get to that, is just check out what his videos actually look like. But one thing I will say before we get there is that, in my opinion, and I haven't seen a lot of pen channels personally, just not something I view, but
Agreed,
which by the way is a great thing. But one principle I always encourage is learn from other niches, right? So even if the pen thing isn't huge on YouTube, or maybe it is, I'm not sure. One niche we know is massive on YouTube is everyday carry and like knives and things like that, right? And I kind of consider that a parallel. So go to some of the best everyday carry channels. What are their thumbnails?
So
like?
Is that how I would search everyday carry?
EDC is common too.
All right, let's try that. Yeah.
So it's like, these are the same kind of people, and their audience thinks the same, I've got to imagine, as pen collectors, right? People who appreciate objects that have utility. So learn from them, I would say.
Cool. I will give you the choice of which video we should click on and watch for 30 seconds or so.
Can we see what his most popular video is?
Yep, can do.
Oh, wow, a month ago. Not bad. Top 5 pens. I love that format, first off. I think that's great. We should probably see some pens in the thumbnail, but I do like that. Yeah, we can check that out.
All right, then, let's do it. All right. I don't know if you were here earlier, but let's hear your thoughts on that branded intro.
Get rid of it.
Rohan has passed the vidIQ channel audit livestream test of getting rid of branded intros.
Hey, welcome to the channel. Do you ever look back at the pins you purchased over the past year and unknowingly pick favorites? I recently looked through all the pins that I've added to my collection in 2024, and I've selected the top 5 favorites to show for you today. Let's take a look.
Right, I'll pause it there. Yeah, go ahead.
I thought that was a nice intro. I encourage you to cut just a little bit more out of the video. That classic line, oh, it's so fun to say, hey, welcome back to the channel. But I do love what you said right after that, right? Do you ever look back, or like, do you ever, those sort of intros can be quite effective hooks, right? Because it puts the viewer, like it gets them thinking about themselves, right? And usually the viewer, if you've picked them correctly, can relate to what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I think it can be an effective hook.
I would have liked to see maybe at least one B-roll shot of a pen, because now we're 25 seconds in and we haven't seen any pens yet. There is evidence here that you do have like a top-down shot, and you're dedicating some time to showing the products. And also, I don't know if you agree with me here, Rohan, but there was a background music and it sounded just a little too loud against his audio. Like his audio was fine, but the music.
So many pins out there that it can be challenging at times to find what pin.
I feel as if the musical notes are interfering too much with him.
Yeah,
there's a battle going on.
There's a couple things that can be done here, I think, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on these ideas as well.
Yeah.
So somebody earlier on, and you pinned their comment, mentioned that you should do an ASMR pen channel. Now,
ooh, interesting.
I don't think you need to make an ASMR pen channel per se, but there's no reason you can't take some of the beautiful principles of ASMR and apply them to your channel, right? So instead of a graphic intro, or even a verbal intro, or even a music intro, what if you do that where you talk about the B-roll of the pens and you just show up really close up of you writing something with each one of those pens, right? Like kind of quickly cut together, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it cuts to you talking, or your voice starts to come in with like a J cut, and then we see you talking. I think I would love to see that as a pen enthusiast myself.
Nice. Yeah. Cool. Right. So any final thoughts here for DRWD Net before we move on?
Yeah. Couple final thoughts that pop off for me. I don't know what DWRDnet is, or DRWnet is. Consider just making it your name, or consider making it very clearly pen related in terms of your channel name. I think that would just help make it more clear what your channel is all about. Another thing, really high quality camera. I noticed in that video, you've got some like great quality. people who appreciate objects like pens, in my opinion, appreciate anything that is of quality, right?
Yeah.
So like generally somebody's going to be an audiophile too, or at least appreciate high quality audio. So if you've got the funds, I think get like a nice microphone too, like something that will like get that like low bassiness in your voice. I think people will also help set the vibes for your videos.
You do raise an interesting broader point here in like viewer expectation. And I guess if you to build an audience avatar for this channel, then they expect a certain level of quality in the same way that tech channels do or a photography channel does. So seeing these thumbnails kind of, I guess, creates a disconnect between the audience, perhaps, because they look at, they have this Canva feel to me. Like, I'm sure that this starburst background is one of those Canva templates. And, you know, whether the creator just outsources one thumbnail as a test, or like, you know, instead of making a video today, because it's making a video every single day, today I'm actually going to spend time like trying to make a better thumbnail.
I have an idea.
Yeah, go for it.
We talk about like photographic thumbnails, and honestly, I think for this creator, avoid Canva, in my opinion. Avoid the templates, especially because I think you have an opportunity to do so much more standing out. If you spend a little bit of time, give yourself a week to just truly like master the art of like very basic, clean designs, like find an inspiration out there, like one of those EDC channels or whatever it might be. But my idea was showcase the pen's writing as part of the thumbnail. You know, like maybe the text on the thumbnail doesn't need to be graphically written. Maybe it can be written on a piece of paper and you get like a real close-up picture of it. That could be something to play around with, especially if you've got solid handwriting.
That is, I think we're going to go with DwordNet now. That is DwordNet. And one thing I should do before I forget is we are starting to build up some questions here. So when we have questions, we just try and tackle them. These are like super chats, so people who've either become a member or sending a super chat. So I just want to say hello to Laurie, who's become a YouTube member here at vidIQ. And everybody gets a custom sound effect. Usually it's for the week, but at the moment they're getting daily sound effects. So Laurie, that is your sound effect for today. Philo Rogue says, thank you all so much. I hit partnership yesterday. Cool. So congratulations on entering the YouTube partner program. We have a question here from Nexus 6. If the first videos were bad, then does that make it harder to get viewers even after your videos have improved? So I think you alluded to this earlier, Rohan, about like you can never break your channel. And maybe there's a fear here that this creator has already broken their channel before they've even got going. How do we alleviate that fear and assumption?
Yeah. So, okay. So I think this is a better scenario to be in than if your videos were good, but in the wrong direction or for the wrong audience.
Yeah, absolutely.
So even if your videos were poor quality or they weren't fully resonating with the audience, but they were generally a similar audience, or even if there were a different audience, but they did poorly, that means that they didn't like latch onto that audience, so to speak. So you're actually in a pretty good situation here, because I think honestly, like this just naturally makes sense. People are going to get better at making videos. Video quality is going to improve. I don't think YouTube's going to punish you for that, right? Yeah. It's one thing that if you got 1 million views doing, you know, prank videos, and then your next video is like ASMR or something like that, right? It's going to be, YouTube's going to try and promote your content to the wrong audience, and then they're not going to click, and that's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. But just a lack of quality and they're improving, that's never really a bad scenario to be in.
Nexus 6, I don't know if you've heard of this creator before, but type in Mr. Beast on YouTube and then sort videos by oldest, and you will find around about 200 terrible gaming videos that are on there. And now he's the largest creator on the planet. I think that's proof that you can make bad videos and still succeed on YouTube. Green Machine 55, we audited their channel earlier on, so maybe that's a $1 thank you from them. Koifish Gaming, one of our awesome moderators, has gifted a membership. Whoever's got that membership, enjoy it. Send as many custom emojis as you possibly can. Just Try Hard has been trying hard to get a channel audit for almost a year now. I think today may be your best opportunity to get it, since we have at least another 7.5 hours of this live stream to go. We got a question here from Toronto Walker. Do I turn on or off embedding in my videos? This is a very specific niche question we've never had on the channel.
You know, Toronto Walker, I'm assuming you're doing walking tours by the name. And I work with like at least 3 other walking tour channels currently. All of them have asked me the same question.
Ah, right. So it's a specific question and it's niche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you or do you not turn off embedding on the videos? Here's the thing. In my opinion, embedding almost never is like a good thing. Unless you like seeing the increased views, because you will get increased views from time to time on a video that's been embedded. Never will those viewers come back and watch more of your videos, right? Or it's very rare. In specific scenarios, if it's getting embedded into like a specific blog for a niche of passionate readers or something like that, that could be interesting. But at the end of the day, I always go with the rule that people stick to their platforms. It's pretty hard to get people to move from reading a web article or a Google search to become, consistent returning YouTube viewers. So if you want the views every so often, it's not going to kill your channel per se. But I don't think it's like really that helpful either. In my perspective, I would turn it off, but you can go either way.
Yeah, I guess the general thought here is that if you allow embedding, then something's happening to your content out of YouTube, so it's beyond your control, and so that can always be a little scary for the creator. And as you say, because it's being watched off platform, you don't know if this person's logged into YouTube. So if you don't know if you're gaining any like watch history or algorithmic benefits for discovery. But yeah, interesting question. We've never had it before. So and it seemed like you, Rohan, were the perfect person to answer it because you have walking channels as some of your clients, which is awesome. New member here also, Prince Prodigal. You are the bomb today. Thank you for becoming a new member. Question here from the Slotmaster 360. Do vertical live streams negatively impact the channel? So again, another one of these questions about whether a specific format can impact the channel as a whole. Love your general response to this concern.
Yeah, this is a new question, so to speak, because it's a new thing on YouTube, still relatively fresh. Do vertical live streams negatively impact your channel? I wouldn't say so. No. Some people always talk about like shorts is a big conversation, right? Can shorts negatively impact your channel? And if you do them wrong, yeah, 100%. Of course it can. If your main goal is long form and you're blowing up on shorts and you're not where you want to be, yeah, of course it can impact things for you. Live stream's a little different, in my opinion, because those people are with you for longer. They're getting exposed potentially to your personality. They're not sticking around for 20 seconds at a time. Or if they are, they're not going to subscribe, right? Like if somebody's on your live stream for 20 seconds, they're not going to hit subscribe. So I don't think it's a negative impact, at least my understanding of it. Curious to hear your thoughts, Rob.
It's a curious new format because you said that people are on for longer, but again, because it's a vertical live stream, it's in the shorts player format, so people can just as easily swipe away. So even though it is a live stream, you'll probably have what happened when we tested it is we got tons of views, but those views were hanging around for like 10, 20%, 30% of the time they usually would do for a landscape live stream, again, just because YouTube makes it so easy for the viewer to make a choice and move off from it. I always feel as if in terms of negatively impacting the channel, it tends to fall in buckets. Like if you are making tons of vertical live streams that are not performing well, then the chances are they may not be served up to future viewers for vertical live streams. But I don't think it's necessarily going to impact whether or not your long form content is consumed or your shorts. And that can be frustrating for shorts creators who want to try and transition viewers from one format to another. But it also feels like a bit of protection from that as well. But then my default answer is always, well, why don't you test it and find out? Because the channel's not made of glass. It's not just going to completely destroy everything just because you decided to experiment with a vertical live
And I think it comes down to something you said, Rob, which is that how frequently are you planning on doing this? And two, like, what is your primary mode of content, right? So if you are a primarily shorts channel and you're saying, would vertical live streaming hurt me? I don't think so, because I think it creates another route for people to engage with you in the vertical feed. If you were doing a vertical live stream every so often to play around with it and just like enrich your content on your channel, again, I don't think it's going to hurt. If you did only vertical live streaming for like a month straight when you're trying to do long form, like as your main goal, maybe your time is better spent.
One more question here from Try. Would you ever reach out to communities you want to target and share your videos, or just let the algorithm do its thing?
So would you ever reach out to the communities you want to target or share your video?
I'm guessing like post on a Reddit forum,
Reddit,
like Facebook
that sort of
groups.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's a valid strategy, to be honest. I've definitely seen channels do this with success. A little bit of like growth hacking, so to speak. My rule is that whether it's targeting communities that exist like Reddit, things of that nature, or whether it's simply just, posting it on your Instagram or mailing, texting it to your friends to go watch it, I avoid sending the link to my YouTube video to anybody for at least the first week. I like to let things happen on the algorithm as they're going to happen, because at the end of the day, no matter who you target, they can still exhibit negative viewer signals. So even if it's like the perfect viewer, they can come in, watch it for 15, 20 seconds. And, on the first day of your watch time is getting affected like that, that can definitely give some mixed signals to YouTube, right?
Yeah.
100%, if you want to try it after a week or 2 weeks, maybe, go for it. I don't think it could hurt, especially if it's a niche community.
We have 2 super chats, both from Rec Nivario, which are both £1 English. And also, just very quickly point out, WordNet was able to just let us know that they appreciate the audit. You grabbed my first ever video where I was in myself, and now they have a better audio and video. So that's great to hear.
Oh, nice.
Definitely some useful points. So we appreciate you feeding back there on the audits. Now then, Rohan, are you a gamer at all?
You know what? I used to be, and I do work with some gamers currently. Not a big gamer myself right now, but I'm familiar with the space.
Well, you've passed the test for at least maybe doing a gaming audit, because we divide our forms into 2. We have non-gaming and gaming, and I want to try and do at least 1 gaming channel an hour. So we're going to go into the gaming list, and they have 150 entrants in here right now. So we will pick out channel number 52 from the list, and that is going to be, I can find the link. Jno, and they say that they want to grow an audience and monetize. Again, click-through rate and view duration. Hang on, that's the WordNet. Right. So goal is to be entertaining, thumbnails and getting better retention. And I want us to look at the thumbnails and the intros. So let's just do like our first 20 seconds impression of this gaming channel to try and figure out what they're about.
Sweet. I can't see it currently.
Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you, vidIQ Overlord. I did all of that in the background. Right, so here is the channel. I apologize. Jno, subscribe or else they will love us. That's cool. Here's the channel itself. How many subscribers have I got? 400. And I think it's about NBA 2K. That's what I keep seeing as the game.
So first question I always ask anytime I'm working with a gaming creator, or if I'm just checking out a gaming channel, is this a variety gamer, or is this somebody who plays a specific game, right? It does seem like a specific game in this case.
Yep. And what it looks like here is they're trying to maybe exploit the game. Like, I broke NBA with this glitch. I made a 16 60. I'm not sure what I meant a 60-year-old, but maybe not. That looks like some sort of gaming attribute. I made the best character build. I became unstoppable after my training arc.
Question for you, Rob. How
Yeah.
long has he been at it with these videos?
Just over a year, it looks like.
Okay. So first off, I just want to lend out some compliments here. I think you're doing it looks like
they've
there's
pivoted. The pivoted from Fortnite to basketball, but they've been playing basketball for 7 months, so that clearly is their niche at this point.
Yeah, not bad at all. I just want to give credit where credit is due, first off, which is that in these thumbnails, first off, I'm seeing some great visual storytelling.
Yep.
It could be cleaned up a little bit in some of them, right? Like I look at made the best Victor build. Little busy on that thumbnail, right? But if you look at some of like I became unstoppable after my training arc, something like that, like that's the kind of scale I would want to see.
Sure.
I see like a transformation style thumbnail, right? So definitely some good visual storytelling. If you scroll down a little bit, I like the ones where the guy's like holding a sign, like the help me one. I think that's like definitely catching my attention at least. So credit where credit's due. I think that is definitely like in the right direction. I see the effort. And then I also love the gaming channels where they take games that a lot of people play, but they do something unique with it, right? Because a lot of times, like the Let's Play, it can be overdone, right? Not it can be, it is. And it's quite difficult to find an audience in that realm, right? You can play really new games before anybody else does. That's not going to be easy either, but that's one way to get views. Or there's this way, which is how can I make an interesting story in the world of this game that people appreciate? And I think they're headed in the right direction with this, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, I think there are some ideas which immediately click more than others. Like I can get this one immediately from the title. I let AI control me for 24 hours, presumably in this game. I think again, the thumbnail could have some better execution in some capacity, or like I broke the game with this glitch. I think there are some titles that just immediately click with even a layman, but then there are some which are a little impenetrable, like I made the best character build, kind of. I guess I understand that title, but
I actually think that could be potentially a stronger title than some of the other ones for the right audience, right? So like me speaking, I don't even have a clue who that is. Sorry. For Spurs fans, but for the people who play the game or people who are fans of basketball, that might be really effective.
Could yeah.
One thing I will say is like the I let AI control is like a format that is a winning format across like any genre, so it's great. But what I think is missing here is like, to me, it's like you see NBA 2K like way up in the top left of that thumbnail. Is you really got to look for it. Like I didn't even see it the first time around. So I think you got to do a better job of indicating what game it is for those titles where you don't have it in the title itself. Even like the, I became Ghetto Santa. Like first off, I don't even know if that has anything to do with 2K. I'm assuming it does. But as a viewer, what does that even mean? Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's some inside joke thing and I don't get it. But even the I became unstoppable after my training arc, it's interesting for sure. And I like the story in the thumbnail, but I still am not really sure what that means. Like I have to feel motivated to understand what that means. Right. So when you're setting up your curiosity gaps and like putting something forth and saying like, here's something that I'm going to make you curious about, you got to click on my video to close the loop. Just make sure there's enough context there. And this is where I say like the 5th grader rule, like the reading level, or like can a kid like really understand what the video is about in a glance. And so maybe we can watch the intro and figure out what I became unstoppable after my training arc means. And then maybe we can discuss potentially better titles there.
Sure. Oh, previous video. Let me.
All right, bro. You know what? Mark my words. I'm going to be the competence player of all time. The next video, bro, I promise you I'm going to be moving, bro. I will now show you the power of a training arc!
Whoa. I think that's intentional and blow out of the microphone.
For sure,
but there we go.
Got to be careful with that.
I'm not sure what I learned from that intro, other than I need to get my ears tested. But yeah, what do we think that it certainly had? I think it probably spoke to the audience that they're trying to target.
Yeah, I think it's entertaining. So I think I'm always thinking from the perspective, just like I am currently,
That's loud.
Of a new viewer coming in who knows nothing about you, right? And so in this video, you're kind of like just throwing somebody in the deep end of the pool, because you're like, this was my previous video, like this is what's happening. And it would be a lot more entertaining to somebody who already is watching your content. But at the same time, I think the overall energy you're bringing and the entertainment level could potentially grasp that new viewer. I would just say, like, okay, so a training arc, that's what the trope you're leaning into here, right?
Right.
It's like, that can be seen in like anything from like, action movies to animes or whatever. So I definitely see that as like something interesting, but maybe it's like maybe you lean into it being like the most epic NBA 2K training arc or something like that, where it's not just like my training arc. Like, why should I be interested in this particular training arc?
Yeah. Gotcha. All right. One more thing I wanted to mention as well. I was just looking at this thumbnail. I thought, what would be more interesting is if the AI had some sort of more crazy, silly idea. Because shoot just means, well, AI is going to tell me to shoot.
Oh, yeah.
What's interesting? What if AI just told me to just foul everybody all of the time and just kind of
like,
make a mockery of it?
Yeah, like punch him in the face or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Not that many words, but
that would create more of a curiosity and intrigue, I think, in the thumbnail if it was something unexpected. Right. Sure. So we have 312 responses. We're going to try and do a quick one here, Rohan. We're going to try and do a 5-minute channel audit of this one. We have, as we're coming up to the top of the hour, 20289. And oh, look at them. They've been very cheeky here. They've included a sub link. So when I go here, it's going to ask me to sub. I'm not doing that today, cheeky. Zorro can draw. Okay. And they want to let more artists know that I exist in this world too. I just don't get YouTube algorithm. Like 500 views, even if percentages are good, maybe audience retention. And they want us to look at shorts. All right. So we're going to bypass these, go straight to shorts. Yeah, so this is the first shorts channel we're looking at here. What do we tend to focus on coaching-wise when we're looking at shorts channels?
Yeah, so there's going to be a couple things, right? At the end of the day, success on a shorts channel, if we're looking at just metrics alone, is going to be down to probably your scroll versus swiped, and like the actual retention of the video in comparison to how long that video duration is. And then one more thing I would add is something that I think Colin and Samir coined, the over-the-shoulder test, which is that can your video, like if somebody was sitting on the train next to you and they were playing this video, like could you look at it and be entertained and not have any context, that sort of thing, or no audio in your ears? So those are the kind of the three things I deem as like this could be potentially successful on shorts. And I know drawing is something that can work quite well in shorts, so let's get into it.
So with 78 videos, approaching 2,000 subscribers, they have had some shorts that have been far more successful than others. They're getting spiky views. So sometimes they'll get 600, but sometimes they'll get 25,000, which is impressive. I wonder if there's a pattern on the ones that perform well. And it seems to be just this literally drawing something on a piece of paper, as opposed to, as I go down a list with less views, little different. Is there one that you would like me to pick here? Anyone? Or should we just pick a standard one? Yeah, all right. I'm just going to pick a standard one, like how to draw an evil smile. Feels like it's a tutorial. Let's listen to it. So I don't know if this is copyright claim music, so I'm going to reduce the music. I don't think there is any narration from what I can tell. It is basically a time-lapse, sped-up demonstration. Oh, and that was it. That was, I think, literally it. Like, 14 seconds in length.
Yeah. Listen, if somebody's committed to seeing this is my first thought, and maybe we should look at more videos, but if somebody is committed already, they haven't swiped, right? to watching you complete this drawing. Listen, I don't know about you, Rob, but if I get caught into one of those drawing videos, 90 seconds will go by and I'll be like, what did I just do? But I sat there and watched the 90-second video, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be afraid of like leaning into something a little bit more detailed and longer. And I would study some of those big drawing channels and like, what are they really doing technique wise to catch your attention right at the beginning, right? Like, for example, for me, how to draw an evil smile is not something per se I would be leaning into unless like I am a very specifically an anime drawing artist, for example, right?
So it looks from what I can tell, every shot, it maybe has some text to give us a context, but they're using, because you can see down here, it's a different thumbnail to the creator. It means they're taking music from YouTube, which is perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. But it just means that everyone lacks, I guess, a commentary from the creator.
I think this is interesting. What I'm getting at is some of these are very targeted at like anybody, right? Like some of these very simple, like how to draw things, anybody would watch because they're like, oh, okay, how to draw it. But like when you get into like perspective is the hardest thing to draw, I think you're narrowing your audience to people who have tried drawing already or who are like actively trying to be an artist themselves. So I would ask yourself that question is like, are you looking to grow an audience of other people who are trying to do this themselves, or are you just looking to entertain and get the biggest audience possible, right? And if you're clear on that, if you're trying to target the people who want to draw, then you're headed in the right direction. And I think you can lean into even long form tutorials and things like that. If you're trying to just entertain, then maybe simplify.
That was Zorro Can Draw. Okay, so as we move to the top of another hour, what I'm going to warn you of now, and I'll actually use a sound effect this time to remind myself that we're going to do this. I am resetting the forms once again. So we're deleting all of the forms. We're going back down to 0. So fill out the forms now to ensure that you may get picked for the next hour that we're running into. But just before we start auditing channels again, I do want to remind all of you that Rohan is part of the vidIQ coaching program here, which is what we're sharing with you today. And I told you earlier about how when you become a client for one of our coaches, you get a structured game plan, you get a channel audit like this, but a lot more tailored, a lot more time spent on the channel. And it's an ongoing process. And you can reach out to your coach anytime during the week with questions, and they'll be able to help you with like expert feedback and guidance. And also, your coach will be both your mentor, your support pillar, but also maybe the bad cop at times, is kind of holding you account. Like we all say we're going to do stuff as creators, but it doesn't always happen that way. And I think you, Rohan, as one of those coaches, can maybe just allude a little bit more about the experience of taking on a coach and what it means to grow with one.
Yeah, for sure. So I think like, first off, this is just my opinion. I'm not trying to like hard sell anybody on this, right? But I think working with a coach is honestly like a game-changing thing, because YouTube is something that I'm sure many of you guys in the audience know and understand that like that's not something you can just go and talk to your brother, your sister, your mom and dad about, or whoever is like in your life, right? So having somebody who has been through it, gets it, and is able to not only give you guidance, give you feedback that you can trust, right? But honestly, give you that like creative collaborator energy, right? And I find that it's like I get excited to work with my creators on their videos, and sometimes we're just like laughing, talking back and forth about the things they're working on, and it's like I look forward to it, they look forward to it, so it's a fun time. One thing I will say is like every coach is different, right? So and right now, part of the coaching program is if you sign up, you get put through a coach matching process.
That is so cool now, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. So like you can say like, this is the kind of coach that I want to work with, or I'm somebody who wants like a drill sergeant, and be very direct and brutally honest with me. Or I'm somebody who softly guide me through this. And there's a coach for every sort of thing like that. Me personally, I like to have fun, but at the same time, I've been told I can be kind of a drill sergeant too, and I'll tell it to you straight. So if you're looking for that, then you can look out for me when you sign up.
So is there literally one of the radio options is drill sergeant? And that's the type of coach I want.
I believe so. Yeah.
And the final question that I'm trying to ask all coaches is what is the most common pain point or challenge that you find creators have when they first join the coaching program?
I think it's the most common thing that I see people struggle with more than anything, like surface level, is maybe thumbnails, right? And really nailing thumbnails, because that's like such a difficult thing to grasp and get right, especially for people who don't have the experience of graphic design or photography or whatever that might be. But like a little bit beyond that, and what I truly think most creators need to focus on is, one, having a clear direction and an understanding of so a lot of people struggle with niche per se. I think about it from the perspective of audience versus niche. And then understanding which video ideas are going to get them there, and then just get down to the reps, right? And at the end of the day, it takes practice, it takes video after video. You're not going to nail it on the first try.
Is this one of your creators checking in here?
Oh yeah, Eric, what's going on?
There we go.
He's probably wondering why I'm not responding to him right now.
But dear. So just as a reminder,
check out Eric.
This is a one-on-one coaching program, and because it's a Creator Appreciation Week and we're doing this marathon 9-hour live stream, we want to give you the best offer we can potentially offer you, which is 37% off. For example, in the US, that would be $74 off per month for the first 3 months of your coaching. Think of it like a season pass, like a 3-month season pass to really good value coaching. I haven't even mentioned it. It includes all of our boost tools. So that's the outlier tools, thumbnail generator, title generation, all of those tools that are integrated into the coaching program as well. It is for monthly plans on coaching and new customers as well. And do let us know in the chat if you have through this live stream and talking to the vidIQ coaches here, if you've decided to take 2025 by the YouTube horns and sign up to the coaching program. Rohan, it has been fantastic to have you on for the hour. It's up to you if you want to hang around for a little bit longer, but there is a big, reshuffle, as I'm just going to press a button here and shock Dan. Hey, Dan, welcome. Join us.
Can't shock me.
How are you doing, Dan? Welcome.
I'm great. How is everybody? How are you? Rohan, how's it going?
Good. I am probably going to dip out just so my creators aren't waiting for their coach to respond too long. But it has been so much fun. And to the YouTube audience out there, hope you enjoyed. And if you decide to try coaching, I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. All right. So Dan, what I now do is I basically hand the reins over to you. And then do you think you've got everything you need? Are we all good?
Yeah, maybe.
Need any links or anything? Any questions? We kind of got to do this live now to make sure we can't really converse outside of a stream. All good?
No, I think we're all good. You just hit everybody with a massive promo for coaching, so you got that done for me, which is great. We'll introduce our next guest coaches, and we're going to get on to looking at some more channels.
I do want to say a quick hello to us coaches, and then I'll duck out. So who have we got on next? I'm going to do a drum roll. Let's give him a big entrance.
First up, it's Diane.
Hey, Diane. How are you doing? Welcome.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thanks for being here.
Man, you guys got the fancy lighting. It's got
your
my
lighting looks great.
I can make mine worse. Hang on. There we go. Now I'm just an ominous person.
I could turn mine off if it makes you feel
better. I feel much better now.
Down.
Thank you. It's all about me now.
It is really all about you now. Anyway, all right, Dan. So that is coach number 1, but do we have another one as well joining us? Shall I do another drum roll? All right.
My lights won't come back on. I'll work on that. Next
You're welcome.
up is
all right. Drum roll number 2.
Antonio.
Antonio.
I was all prepared for the first drum roll and super excited, and then I saw Diane pop up.
Ladies first.
That's true.
We didn't plan it very well.
Well, I just wanted to say hello to both of you, Antonio and Dan. Dan, I'm going to walk my dog and have some food. I may be back later. I'll just drop in. I don't know if it'll be in this next hour, but yeah, I think everything's set up all good for you to go. So peace and love. Let's keep auditing those channels.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob. This light will not come back on.
I'm glad I managed to break it for you. Oh, well.
All right. Well, welcome to our two new coaches who are on the stream with us. So I want to give both of you an opportunity to tell everyone a little bit about yourselves, your journey as a coach here at vidIQ. We did just promote the program quite a bit, the discount, everything's linked down below. So we'll get some introductions out of the way, and then we'll get back to looking at some channels. So Diane, let's start with you.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it short. I have an account on YouTube from 2006, and I loved it from the moment it came out. I was a realtor at the time, and so I started making neighborhood videos with a flip phone and iMovie. Okay, these were cinematic. And loved it, played around with it for a little bit, but got too busy to really keep doing it. So I didn't do much on YouTube other than consume it voraciously until about 2018. And then I got serious about being a creator, and I've been obsessed ever since. That's it in a nutshell. And so I can't believe people pay me money to talk about YouTube, because I literally would probably do this for free. Don't tell anybody.
I can relate. I mean, it's a dream getting to, you know, help wherever we can. And yes, we're very fortunate that this is our job. It's awesome. Antonio, welcome to you as well. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. So much like Diane, I started my YouTube journey in about 2018, and as a psychologist and hoping to promote a book that I was working on, and I fell in love with the process. I started getting coaching myself when I had right around 1,000 subscribers. And over the next 2.5 to 3 years, through learning everything I could about YouTube and working with mentors and coaches, I was able to grow my channel from 1,000 to like 1.2 million in a few years. So wow. I'm super excited about being a coach. And when that opportunity, I was like, man, do I want to be a coach? But I've always been a coach somehow. Right. But I'm just like, it's such a great opportunity to kind of give back and help people do amazing things. And YouTube can change your life. It changed my life. And so I'd love to be part of it for you.
Well, we're really glad to have both of you here. Now, again, I'm sure a lot of you know because you've been here for a bit in the stream. This is very new for our coaches. They are looking at channels constantly in the background, but now live. So your channel's popping up randomly here. I'm going to get my screen shared. I couldn't set this up before because what I was afraid would happen would my screen would override Rob's in the background, and that would have been very confusing. So let me just get my screen share set up, and we will get going. So we have our two forms linked down below. I just have to get into the back end of these forms real quick. And we have over 200 people who have put their channels on the non-gaming form. And we have a whole separate form for gaming channels because we just get that many. There's 110 gaming channels. And we're just going to start randomly selecting. Now, I don't know if Rob was using the claw earlier. I'm going to be lazy and use what I like to call the boring picker. The boring picker is great. I have a, oh, no, the boring picker is gone. I don't know where it went. I have an extension that's supposed to be there and it won't show up. Okay, stand by. I might have to use the claw. My boring picker seems to be maybe broken. The way it's supposed to work is that it pops up in the corner. It knows how many people have put their number on the form, and then I click get a random number and it picks 168. And all I have to do is go into here and type in 168. If we've seen any of these channels already, what I'll end up doing is probably clearing the forms. So I'll let you know if you have to resubmit. We'll put their channel in here. And it's hello, I am Clutch. They have 119 subscribers, 30 videos. And I think what I'd like to do is start off with first impressions. We'll go around the table here. So Diane, first impressions, you see this channel pop up on your feed, you decide to investigate. What kind of vibes are you getting?
Okay, I don't know what this channel is at a glance. It looks like it might be some kind of travel channel because of the banner. It's about this guy, and I see him in thumbnails in different places. So maybe it's a travel channel. I always look at the banner immediately for that first impression, and I like to see the value proposition right there. Maybe he's a daredevil, not sure. All I care about as a viewer is what's in it for me. Radio station WIIFM, what's in it for me? And I want to know at a glance, okay? And if I can't see that right away, I may just leave because, I've got so much to watch on YouTube, right? But actually, I like travel channels, so I'd probably give this one another consideration. So then I go to that about line with the 82 characters underneath his name. Hello, I'm Clutch. And I look to see what that says. And I like to see a value proposition there for me, the viewer. Hello, I'm Clutch is nice. It's polite. But I really want to know what's in it for me. So, something like traveling the US and finding the most absurd things for people who like, stuff so that they can live a better life. Who it's for, what it is, and why I should care. I'm pretty cynical as a viewer. That's my first impression.
So, Antonio, picking it up from there, what was your first impression of Hello, I Am Clutch?
Well, I got to tell you, I completely agree with Diane. And I was looking at the channel at first and thinking, okay, what is this channel about? And then as you scrolled up and I was looking at the thumbnails, I was still thinking, what is this channel about? And then I kind of tried to peek while you guys were talking at the first line of the about section, and I still couldn't tell. And I don't mean that in too much of a critical way, but it's so easy for us as creators to think that it's obvious, but to the viewers, it might not be. And the unfortunate thing is that on YouTube and other platforms like it, people don't give you that much time. So if I were to come across one of your videos that maybe went viral, and then I was interested in like, well, who is this person? And I click on your channel. If I can't tell in 5 seconds what this channel is about, and if it's for me or not, then I might likely click away. And so one of the things that we like to do as coaches at first is to get really clear on what your channel is about and who it's for, and all the questions that Diane asked, like what's in it for me? What am I going to get out of watching this channel? And so we like to have a nice, we call it a tagline, a value proposition, a slogan, but we want to know right away what this channel is about, what's it for, and is it for me or not?
So that is the channel on the surface. Now, the reason this stuff is so important is because we did a video about this ages ago, actually. One of the places we found that people subscribe from the most, the subscribe button that gets worn out the most, is actually this one right here. Because when someone is about to commit to your channel and subscribe to it, they are going to come here and try and figure out, well, what does this channel do on a regular basis? Maybe you won them over with one of your new videos, but they will come here and they will investigate. So I like this photo. This is cool. But yes, something else in the banner that indicates a little bit more of what we're going to get. And I think for me, I agree with everything you've both laid out here. I think we should probably edit this about section. So the first characters kind of like, at least if you're not going to put text over here in the banner, they explain kind of what's going on. And then, by the way, I'm Clutch. And then you kind of go into a little more about, literally about you. And then the videos themselves, this is where I was kind of like, because I feel like these titles are very wordy. And a lot of people's first introduction to your channel is going to be one of the videos that pops up on their feed. And so we're like, there's a lot to take in any given title. So Omaha's Henry Doorly Zoo, tour with Skyfari, Desert Dome, Jungle Habitat, and there's even more there. It says aquarium, train, and more. We got to and more about the point where the title kind of got cut off, I'm afraid. So I really think this sounds like you're kind of going over the entire zoo. So I would kind of say like touring the entire Omaha Zoo, because the name of the zoo is a little less important to me if I'm not from the area. But maybe I'll visit one day, and knowing that Omaha has a zoo is helpful. Knowing exactly what the zoo is called, that can kind of be saved for the info in the video. And that was my first big like critique I wanted to lay on the table, is that I think maybe this is a play at like keywords, And I believe that YouTube is good enough at this point to pick up keywords out of the words coming out of your mouth in the video. You don't necessarily have to put every single thing in the title. And this creator does feel like that's like they've kind of over-indexed on their titles, especially.
Yeah, 100%. This is a keyword stuffed title. And this is something I think a lot of creators aren't aware of, Dan, that you're pointing out. It's really the most important thing in your video are the words that come out of your mouth, the transcript, everything. The AI ingests everything, and it determines what your video is about based on what is said and probably some past information about you and your channel. And that's what matters the most. The tags don't matter. The description probably does matter to some extent, the first 2 to 3 lines, so that a human being can get a gist of what it's about if they want to, not commit to watching it. But the title should be, I would be way more gossipy, tabloidy in this title. You need to make titles for humans, not for robots. And so I would be like, you won't believe what's in this zoo, or this one thing that's in your zoo will blow your mind, as long as there is one thing in there that's unique or different. It has to be authentic. You can't just go clickbaity title without delivering on that in the hook and the rest of the video. But I did like his thumbnail. I do want to say some nice things about, his channel, because I did kind of rip it apart. I did like his photo, and I did like his profile picture, and I like his thumbnail because him pointing at whatever he's pointing at, the sky, whatever, is great. I would take off the logo. I think it busies up the thumbnail. It's unnecessary. The fewer words on a thumbnail, the better, because people, that picture is 80% right there of the click. It's stop the scroll with that picture, arrest the eye. And then the title is like the closer. The title has to intrigue them, like, it opens that curiosity loop, right? Where the picture is like, what is he pointing at? Honestly, if he put a red circle around something in the corner that he was pointing at that made sense for the video, that would really, I was like, whoa, what's going on? And then you're not going to believe this one thing in the zoo that, whatever. So those are the kinds of things that really work on this platform.
It's go ahead.
I was going to say, I completely agree. We want to make thumbnails that are telling the story of the video with as few words, if any, on the thumbnail. But we want to create this curiosity gap, and we want someone to feel like they get a little bit aroused by this thumbnail and title. And the only way that they're going to get rid of that is by clicking on the video and finding out like what's really happening here. So when we're able to, really ask a question or imply a question or leave something out of the title that you're not going to be able to find out unless you watch the video, then it becomes much more of a clickable title, because you want to find out the answer to the question that's kind of posed in there. And the video is supposed to answer that question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Other thing I was going to say is the profile picture. If we could go back to that for 1 second.
Yeah.
And I know what I love about the profile picture is that there's a genuine laugh and smile, and you can tell that that's happening. But, YouTube is all about, and other platforms like it, is all about connecting with your audience. And people have they develop this pseudo relationship with you. It's different from TV or movies or any of those things. And so the more we can connect with that audience, the more we know that audience and they feel like they know us, the more they're going to watch you and become loyal and watch all of the content that you put out. So I like to see a profile photo that I can see the whites of your eyes, and we're making this connection. I love the. Am I pointing on this, or is it just on my screen? I thought
it'll only on your screen.
Okay. I love those the thumbnails where you can see him with a surprised look or a smile look. And I'd like to see something like that, not a surprised look, but something where I can see him really, his face, so I can connect with that. And every time I see that profile picture on a video, I know it's him, and I'm like, oh, I love this guy. I want to click on his video.
That's yeah, I think that's a really good call out too. I like that this creator's so expressive. I do feel like they've done a really good job overall with the thumbnails, because when you're in these like locations with really large landmarks you're pointing at, you do a really good job of like capturing like the sheer like size of something. I want to watch just the hook of a video real quick and kind of see how we feel as like imagining we're a new viewer. We've clicked on the video based on the title or thumbnail, whatever it is. Do we get kind of what we expect, and how are we feeling? It's a 54-minute video, so this is going to be a commitment from the viewer when they click on this video. Let's see. I'm going to unmute it real quick and make sure the volume is appropriate.
And back into the lion's den. I mean that literally this time. It's like the only time I can actually say that, because we're going over the lion's den. It's a great joke, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Hello, I Am Clutch. Hello, I am Clutch, and I am at a zoo. And I'm very excited because it's the first zoo that I've ever been to for Hello, I Am Clutch. I've been to zoos. I love zoos. First zoo for the channel, but it's a good one. I've never been to this one, but I've heard that the Omaha Zoo in Nebraska, which is where I am, is one of the best in the country. I'm not exactly sure why people say it's exactly the best.
So we're 43 seconds into the intro. Loving the personality. What did we pick up on here in the first, but basically the intro?
Well, the first thing I loved what he said when he opened the video, enter the lion's den or something like that, which could feel like it's very interesting. It's like, what's a lion's den? But what I was seeing on the screen didn't really match to me what he was saying. And I don't know who's the person in this video. So I think if he would have reversed the camera and had him in saying those things into the camera himself, I think it might have made a more of an impact, because immediately you could feel his personality. It doesn't take long to feel like that he's fun and has a good sense of humor and all of these things that we want to connect with. A lot of people watch YouTube because it makes them happy, because it makes them laugh and feel connected to a creator or to a video. And so I think I would have reversed the camera and said something. And if we're going to say into the lion's den, then I would have, probably wanted to show something that might, I'm sure he went and looked at lions or saw lions in there, maybe a flash of, or a cut scene of the lions that he's seen, or kind of a preview of what is up to come or what's coming up in the video. But that's the first thing I got is it felt a little disconnected. But as soon as we saw his face and he started talking, I could feel this guy has a great personality, and I want to know more.
How about you, Diane?
Yeah, I had a slightly different reaction. So one thing that I think he did well for this hook was he confirmed the click in terms of the thumbnail was very similar to the actual first frames of the video. And he started with a drama moment, which for travel channels is a fantastic way to start out with and he was talking about the joke of, being in the lion's den. I agree with Antonio that if he'd have shown some lions in there, that would have been even better. Maybe they were hiding. I don't know. That would have been great. I'm not sure if I agree with the turning the camera on himself right at that moment. Maybe, maybe not. But I did like that he opened with the drama. It confirmed the click. And then he went into his little monologue of I'm Clutch and all the things. And I loved his personality. He's obviously quirky. He brings a lot of uniqueness and personality to the camera, which is fantastic. But it was also very much all about him. I'm Clutch and I'm at the zoo and I heard it was this and I heard it was that. And it's like, I'm the cynical viewer here. I want to know about this zoo. And I would have preferred, I like the drama moment opening, but if he had had a hook that was a little more viewer centric, like, did you know this zoo is blah, 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 something that's like, oh, that kind of opened more of a curiosity loop for me as all the things we're going to see here versus sort of a blank take of first impression. I don't know. I mean, this is almost an hour long video. I don't know him. It's going to be hard to convince me, the new viewer, to stay on board unless there's some curiosity loop, what's in it for me type thing. And the introducing of the self, that's interesting that Antonio said that he didn't really know who this guy was. And I don't know either, but I'm the kind of viewer that doesn't need a biography up front. I just want to get to the content, right? And I know a lot of creators will leave their introduction more toward, the first third, the middle, or even the end sometimes, because they just want to, bam, 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 get you what you clicked for. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. But I do love his personality. He can definitely go far with that.
So I just want to add to that. And so everything that Diane just said about her feedback about how the video opened, I completely agree with her on all of those things. And it just reminds me of the power of coaching and working with more than just yourself to make a decision on, is this a good idea for a video? How should I open this video? And there are many times that, working with a creator one-on-one, they might point something out to me and I'm like, hey, I totally agree. You have a great point there. And I think you're right. Let's approach it this way. But that's the power of, having, two minds are better than one. So I just wanted to point that out, but I completely agree with what she said, that the video opened with, kind of continuing on the thumbnail that was teased. And so I agree with that too.
The only thing I would add to all of them is I think, and you both kind of touched on it, I think some B-roll would have been great. I mean, you spent an hour in the video alone, so you probably spent a lot of time at the zoo. Even if when you said you're going to pass over the lions, it would have been cool to see you cut ahead to that part where even if you blur out the lions just to tease it. I've seen you do that all the time too. It's like, oh, there's definitely lions in the video, but you'll have to keep watching. I think a little more B-roll, even in this part here where you're kind of introducing yourself, you're on camera when you say who you are, and then you cut to just, I heard this was like a really great zoo for these reasons. Start interlacing clips from your trip, just even if we see them a little bit later, it's a long video. But yeah, it did feel like the intro was a little bit long. And as a new viewer, I am kind of like, I want to see the zoo. And that was kind of the longer it went, the more I was kind of like, oh, zoo though, come on. So I think you can do those intros. You can afford a little more time if you start to kind of show off stuff like this, where you're going to different locations. But yeah, I do think we've kind of, I know we've lingered on this one quite a bit, but there's just a lot here. I love a channel that has a strong focus, and I love a channel that's willing to go out. You probably haven't seen me outside of this room, and that's because I'm very scared of leaving it. But there are creators who are less scared of leaving their house, and that's fantastic. So I love that this person's willing to go out into the world and, bring people along with them. It's very brave to go into public and, hold a camera and talk about things. So all that's awesome. And I think they have a bright future ahead of them, but there is, I think, a lot here that we've kind of like dug into, and hopefully I Am Clutch is, going to take some of it to heart. All right, so we will move on to the next channel. I'm going to swap to a gaming channel now. We have 141 gaming channels so far. We'll go to 128. And their goal is to get monetized. Their biggest obstacle right now is they claim gaining traction. And then they want to know how they can get people to click on their videos and watch them through. So they basically like us to go over pretty much all of it. So they go by Drifter. They've only have a few videos. So 6 videos, 274 subscribers. I'm curious if something, okay, a couple 500 views here on these couple of shorts. Very new creator here. So we should dig into this. I think my first impression is the thumbnails. It's really hard to see what's going on. That jumped out to me immediately. I can tell that you are playing. If I look close enough, I can see that you're doing some kind of fishing game. The title confirms this in Roblox, but the fish is like the same color as the sky, which is the same color as the water. It's kind of almost just the flattest image possible. And that is going to be something that I think drives people away, or they just kind of scroll past it because there's just not much to see. If you just go to the home tab real quick on YouTube itself, every thumbnail you see has some level of depth, and each one is fighting for real estate here on the page and trying to jump out. And meanwhile, I feel like a thumbnail like this that just looks like just the color gray is going to be one people skip over pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree with those. That's true. One of the things I like to think about when looking at thumbnails, particularly for gaming channels that I might not be familiar with, is if a person that doesn't know that game, would they be able to tell roughly what this game is about, and if it's something that might be interesting to them? Because I might not know a game that I might fall in love with, but I think with the thumbnails in gaming channels, a lot of times it's kind of assumed that people are going to know what this game is immediately, and so I think that instant catch mag, I don't know what that is. I know it's something to do with Roblox, but if I don't play that game, am I going to know, hey, I should check this out, it looks like it's interesting? Or the title isn't bad, how to instant catch any fish in Roblox. Still working.
So yeah, I think that there could be an argument for a video just titled like, what is Roblox Fish, if that's the name of the game, because Roblox is a platform full of games. So what is Roblox Fish, or why you should play Roblox Fish? Or I played, this is a longer form play, but I played 100 hours of, or 100 days in Roblox Fish, whatever you want to do. But yeah, something that me as a viewer, there's a ton of people who play Roblox, but there's also probably just as many games as there are players at this point. So like, it's okay to try and reach people who haven't played your specific game. But I love that advice of like, there needs to be a little bit more here that gets me thinking like, oh, I haven't seen that one before. I want to check this out.
So one thing that I like that this channel does do is they do have a value prop right up in their about line there. It's tutorials, for Roblox, that gives me something to grasp onto. I agree with what you guys have said, and kind of building on what Antonio was saying. I do think that the titles are pretty good because they do kind of say what they're about. And Dan, what you said about the thumbnails, they definitely need to stand out more. But on the channel branding level, at first glance, again, I don't really know what this channel is about, except for that beautiful one line that he put there. And if this is all about teaching people how to do things in Roblox, he would make much better use of that channel art by showing people doing cool stuff in Roblox, right? In fact, and I know he picked this wonky Spider-Man character as his, persona, and this could be a kid and maybe he has to hide his persona, which I totally understand. But kind of like what we talked about earlier, I think it's better to put your human face on your profile these days, because there's so many AI channels, there's so many generic corporate channels. If you put your face and you put yourself in the game, it just gives me more of something to glow onto as you as a human being teaching me these tips and tricks on how to do better with Roblox. So definitely would want to see that. And then as far as the name, Drift3R, I mean, that's probably his game name. That seems to be the tradition in the space. You just use your weird game name. But a channel name that's more like, hacks, like Roblox hacks or something like that, would be far more recognizable at a glance. Because if this guy comments around YouTube on other creators' games, or he's in parts of communities or whatever, and they see, top Roblox hacks or whatever, it's a more boring, unsexy name, but it says what it is. And when you're a new channel and nobody knows who the heck you are, it's much harder to build a brand around some exotic name or even your real name versus, Roblox hacks, or, that's probably already taken, but you know what I mean? So that'd be another thought.
There's only 3 videos, and I think for how new they are at YouTube, this is actually excellent progress. I would be very happy with getting this many subscribers with
it's amazing.
6 videos is wild. So yeah, congrats there for sure. I love that you're using custom thumbnails. I love that you are sticking to the tutorial angle of your channel. And this video right here, your best long form video right now, is the best ways to make money and get XP inside like a specific game. That's a very powerful title thumbnail combination when it comes to just games and tutorials, because usually when a game has an in-game economy, a lot of people are instantly like, how do I make money in this game? And it's not, it's not even that they're looking for hacks necessarily. Sometimes you can go really surface level and just explain all the ways, even if they feel a little mundane to you, because you're speaking to new players. That's why tutorial channels exist. They help new players. So you don't necessarily even have to go after the best fish. You can really play around with the target audience for every single video. So I just think this is great progress. We can definitely move on because there's not a whole lot to sink our teeth into here. But I love the direction this channel is going, and I do think that if there are opportunities for you to take on maybe as a large project, you wouldn't do this every week, but a larger challenge of trying to 100% the game. I'm fixated on the number 100 because this is a very popular thing to do. 100 days, 100%, something to that effect. Those are always very, very good videos to kind of like, really debut as like a gaming creator in a specific game. So, congratulations to your success already. Welcome to YouTube. And we will move on to, I want to go to more channels, but I know we have a couple of messages here set aside. So actually, let's shift gears here once again. And we have a couple of questions. So, Supercharged asks, my videos keep getting hit by made for kids, but the niche I'm in is special because it's about toys for adults. Is there a way to fight back because appealing doesn't work? This is interesting. Usually it's like the opposite, where it's like a review channel and they're like, oh, I'm trying to like make it clear to YouTube that made for kids is what we're doing here, and I'm not on the kids app. You're kind of fighting the opposite problem here. That's interesting. Have either of you ever kind of seen something like this?
Are these adult toys, as in sex toys?
I hope they mean like maybe adult Lego sets. I'm gonna say adult Lego sets.
Okay. Just because that could be an issue on YouTube. Just saying. Yeah, I think this is a challenge for sure. And if it's let's say it's Legos for kids, boy, and if appealing doesn't work, I mean, all you can do is reach out to YouTube. I mean, this is their ecosystem. This is their vast space. It's easy to get caught up in these AI, they have AI running on everything on the platform. And if you get caught up in the AI thinks you're for kids, actually getting a human being on the back end in the chat to kind of appeal the situation is a challenge. And I don't have any secret magic pills on this one. I don't know, Antonio, what do you think?
Well, things I would want to look at is, things in the title, things on the thumbnail, even the text that's on the thumbnail, to see if there's something obvious that's making the YouTube AI think this is for kids or made for kids, or is it something that you're saying in a particular way in the videos that gives it it makes it feel like this is for sure for kids, and so it flags it. And then the next thing that you need to do is have some human eyes on it. And if that doesn't happen, then you keep getting stuck in that loop of getting more and more of the same. So I would look carefully at, again, I don't know if it's adult toys, like as in Legos or, like advanced Legos, or if it's the other kind of adult toys, but making sure that in this case, we want the AI to recognize something before human people have to look at it and then make a decision. Because if you don't get to that point, then you're just in that loop and it gets really frustrating.
So I did take the risk of looking at the channel in the background. If it were the other kind of adult toys, I think YouTube would have a lot to answer for. So thankfully, it is not that. Here's what we're looking at. Now, I wouldn't normally pull up the channel based on a question, but I was just too intrigued. This video almost has 1 million views from a month ago. They're doing some pretty incredible work. I'm not here to audit the whole channel or anything, but I think this helps with context. Personally, to me, just on the surface, if I didn't know any better, I would say you are making videos that were targeted towards a younger child audience, because you can be an adult and like Beyblades, but the thing is, kids like Beyblades. And if you are doing nothing in your video that would turn away a child viewer, and YouTube's AI is saying this is clearly made for kids, it's really hard to fight that. Someone kind of half jokingly earlier suggested, what if you curse in your videos, just to try to like, yeah, you can absolutely do that. But now you are on the kids app, I would say, based on the number of subscribers and views. I think your videos are showing up on YouTube Kids. I think sometimes it's accepting that you don't necessarily get to pick your audience. There is part of this that's a little bit out of your control. And I don't know, to me, if I didn't know any better and I didn't have the context of this person coming to us and asking this question, I would think, oh, it's a kid's channel. I don't know how else to look at it.
Yeah, because that profile picture with the anime character, and then just when you hovered over, I saw some cartoon characters. I mean, it does look like it's made for kids, even if that's not the intent. They're going to watch it. And I think that's maybe the position YouTube's coming from. Are kids going to watch this? We're putting it in the made for kids bucket because it's something they would watch.
I know people who have made entire YouTube careers and, had their videos on the kids app. It's not, I wouldn't say this is like a bad thing, but I understand if it's not aligning with your goals. It's just, I think this is one that we certainly don't have like a great answer to, other than like pivoting your content in some meaningful way. So I wish you luck, but this is still really, I would be still very proud of this channel. I don't know. I'm conflicted myself.
Great.
Especially with 36 videos and he has almost 8,000 subscribers. That's
really good thumbnails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine that there are things that maybe there is profanity in the videos, or things that you might be able to clean up in a way that satisfies YouTube. I know there was a channel back a few years back, maybe 5 years back. It's called Super Mario Logan, and they were incredibly successful, but they made stories based on Nintendo characters, but the videos were being watched by kids because of the plushies that they used, but it was clearly an adult oriented type of not like 18 plus, but it was more for 13 plus, and they got their channel. I think it was taken down and demonetized, all of these things, and they had to figure out a workaround for that, so that Nintendo had a problem with them, I think, as well. But they were super successful, but their content was, a lot of kids were watching it, but it wasn't really intended for kids, and that was where the problem that YouTube had with their channel.
Right. Making video as not for kids could reduce views due to limiting audience. I mean, in the case of Supercharged, I think it would have, because they kind of ended up in a niche they didn't necessarily want to be in. But yeah, if YouTube was like, okay, and unplugged the made for kids views that you're benefiting from, then I don't know would they come back to us and say, hey, what happened? I got YouTube to stop recommending my videos that really were for kids, and now I have like a fraction of the views I used to get. So there is a bit of a double-edged sword there. Real quick, we have a new member, St. Mark. Thank you for becoming a member of the vidIQ channel. Appreciate you. Enjoy your emotes. Jet Setter Bound says, you probably don't know, but how many people / how much time would it be if I uploaded a form about 10 minutes ago? So I'm guessing you mean if you put your name on the forms for this live stream 10 minutes ago, how long until you get audited? It's completely random. You could be the next channel. We may not get to you. It's completely random. I may also reset the forms at some point, so you then have to fill it out again. That's my best guess at what your question is there. I do appreciate the super chat, and hopefully I understand the question. Blake is saying Coach Diane and Coach Antonio are awesome.
Thanks, Blake.
Thanks, Blake.
And then one more question here before we get back to channels from Zeton. Does being perfect ruin your channel more than growing it? Interesting.
There's no such thing as being perfect, and it's always about progress over perfection. It's the short answer.
I totally agree.
I will take this question as, is it better to just kind of upload versus be a perfectionist about your content, and say that, yes, you should probably focus on getting videos out rather than obsessing over every single detail of a video you're working on? Because as someone who, once upon a time edited videos professionally, I could work on a project for eternity if the client was cool with that. There's always, if I rewatch a video I'm editing, I'll always find something to tweak, and I can watch it again, and it'll just be forever. It's way better to, get a video out there that you're proud of, but not spend too much time on it, so you can focus on the next video, because that's really what's going to help you get your reps in on YouTube.
Yeah, and that's really important. The reps is you could spend hours and hours and hours trying to perfect your second video or your first video, and then at the expense of making more videos. But what you don't know the skill level that you have on your first and second video is going to be completely different than when you're on your 50th video. So, you get progressively better. Even if you do 1% better each video, you're going to end up in a great spot in 100 videos or 50 videos.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and look at another channel. We'll switch back to doing some channel reviews. Let me get my screen set up the right way. I'll make this weird, didn't I? All right. There we go. And we'll go back to our non-gaming form. We will use our random number picker to go to 257. And it is going to be a Go Buns Beats, I think. They said with the goal of their channel to reach artists who want to work with my beat genre. So this sounds like it might be a music channel. Biggest YouTube obstacle, titles and tags. We'll talk about that. And then what part of the channel do you want us to focus on? Titles, thumbnails, tags. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what we're working with here. A Go Buns. So they even have the music icon. My cat is sneezing again. This has become a regular theme now. They are completely a music channel, which is very interesting. And I'd say for a music channel who's submitting to us, we're getting some pretty positive signals here. You're getting a lot of views on your videos, which I assume are music videos. Yeah, what are we seeing? I don't know if either of you have experienced music channels. I'd say for us, music channels are the toughest because it really is a completely different side of YouTube, and we do our best.
Yeah, I've worked with a few music channels, and it's been fascinating because you're right. They are a bit of their own animal. It's a very specialized niche on YouTube, and they have their own set of gurus who recommend doing all these things on all these different platforms. And so sometimes you want to change something about the title, but you really can't because they have to say music video or, and then I know a lot of them buy views, and that can definitely be a challenge when they're coming in for coaching because organic growth is far better than buying views. But the way their industry works, that seems to be kind of the going thing that they do. And so then we get to, there's always the music, right? You've got to put out the music video and then the lyrics video. But then there's also well, how much do you do there's a release and there's all these things they do for a release, but then how much do we do behind the scenes? The artist struggle, which I think is really interesting, the backstory to kind of bring new people into their world. And then, of course, the ones that I see break out are the ones that tend to really just strike a chord, like hit the zeitgeist of the moment about a thing, and then that can really blow them out. And so the trick becomes, okay, how can you do that with your music? Which I, as a coach, I'm one of many in their lives, right? And they're artists. They have to write from their passion. They can't you can't necessarily tell an artist to jump on this trend because, if you sing a song about this news trend or this celebrity, that's where you're going to get the views on YouTube because they're an artist and they have to speak from their heart. So there's this tug of being true to themselves versus jumping on trends, I'll say. I'm so afraid of saying something like, I'm sorry I brought up sex stories. Okay. I'm never going to be on the show again. Watch.
So when I'm looking at this channel, it reminds me, I'm going to date myself now, but of a pop duo from the 80s that were incredibly successful. They won Grammys, and they were called Milli Vanilli. And they were two very attractive guys that were these singers, but actually they weren't the singers. They were lip syncing to music, really good music that was made by other people, but they were the ones that they chose to represent that music because they had a great look and it really worked until they got busted that they weren't really singing the songs, and so they just disappeared like that. And the first thing that I look at when I see this channel and I look at the about section, it says a producer from Kenya. Check out my beats on BeatStars, and then I want to know who that is. And I see AB, and I see Ago Bun Beats, and then I see a person with the red hoodie on and glasses. But if that's the artist, if that's what that I want to see that. I want to see that so I know this is the person that is making these songs, or this is the person that's making these beats, or singing or rapping or whatever it is. I think that would be kind of helpful, just because people want to connect with other people. And you probably are doing a good job of that in the thumbnails, but I want to probably see that in your profile pic and on your banner as well. Dan, I don't think we can hear you.
Sorry. That was me muting my mic for my cat. I was going to say that, like, we're looking at shorts now, and what I'm noticing is this is likely you, like, making the music. And Diane mentioned, like, hey, what if we got to see some behind the scenes? I think this is kind of what I would almost expect from, like, the long form side of your channel at times. One artist that jumped out in my mind was, like, Connor Price, for as an example, just because, musician on YouTube and TikTok and elsewhere, but he's making shorts and he turns his songs into, like, sketches, like comedy sketches, and then eventually it goes from sketch to the music, and it kind of promotes the music in that way. I'm not saying you should copy that format or anything, but I think this is kind of how you gain prominence on a video first platform like this as a musician. Is you take what you're doing and have fun with it. Jump on trends if you want to, show off the process of making your music. So when I look at your shorts, I feel like you are probably on the right track there. But the video side, maybe for the YouTube Music app, you have to only do this, right? Just put up only music videos. I don't know how it works with YouTube Music. You do have the icon. But if there's another channel that could help promote this channel, but that's more personality based, maybe that's the plan. But I think ultimately what I'm getting at is I want to know more about you and your journey as a creator. And the music kind of comes, second to that on a platform like YouTube itself. And my other piece of advice is to make sure you are diversifying and make sure you're on Spotify and any other music app that you can possibly, that makes sense for you, because it really is about meeting the audience where they are when it comes to this stuff. So those would be my tips. I know they mentioned tags a few times. I'm just going to say, I think in terms of views and stuff, you're doing well. Tags are kind of like, at least I believe they're kind of a thing of the past. They can certainly be good for, like, early metadata, but it's not what YouTube is ranking on like they used to. If you're fretting about tags, I would sooner leave the tag box blank than stress about it if that works better for you. And I don't think that will be much of an impact at all. The biggest creators on this platform, you can even look if you have our tools installed and you'll see that they don't put tags. So I wouldn't fret about tags, since you brought it up a couple times in the forum post.
Yeah, I think if you're instrumental only, then sure, tags are maybe a valuable piece to help people or help the AI, the algorithm, find you the right audience. But in general, they just don't matter. They don't matter.
Yeah. YouTube themselves was like, they're great for, like, misspellings. So it kind of shows you, and that's people from YouTube saying that in videos and documentations. It kind of shows you, like, how they're feeling about them.
But I will say that, and I completely agree, tags don't work like they used to, but it's a great way to find out, if you have vidIQ tools, to find out how much a particular topic is being searched on. And so based on the authority of your channel, or the size of your channel, and the history of your channel, and how much search is going on, you can get a good indication of, I should make a video about this particular topic. This looks good. I have an opportunity to perhaps rank on this search term. So using it as a research tool absolutely is and I think the tools that we have in vidIQ app are incredible. And I use them all the time. But when I go in to make a video, I'm not so concerned about putting those tags, writing those tags into that tag box.
Yeah. And I know some folks here are saying like, well, wait, your software encourages me. Yes. Tags, when vidIQ came out, tags were incredibly relevant. We still have those tools available. And I like that they're there because I want my tag box to have something in it, but I don't want, I do not spend much time thinking about it. And our tools make it really fast for me to go boom, 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 got my tags, moving on to the more important stuff. Got to think about my title, got to make sure I have my thumbnail the way I want it. I don't want to spend much time on it, and YouTube has allowed for that over time. YouTube has evolved. Tags used to be important and now they're less important. So that is something you'll hear us say it now, but you're like, but I have your software and it has tags in it. Yes, because it's still important to have something that fills them out. Until YouTube removes the box, we're not removing that tool.
Yeah.
So, all right. We'll go to the next channel. Switch back to gaming. And we'll use the random picker to pick number 115. And they want to make people laugh. They're going to transition into the horror genre soon, and they would like us to look at their titles. All right. Take a look. G&E algorithm. 2 idiots scream and somehow win. That's their value proposition. I think that's fun. It's
well, at least I know there's some kind of human reaction happening in there, so at least it set that expectation.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I can see the pivot already happening a little bit. They went from playing these kind of wacky, this is like a chess game. I see Lego Lord of the Rings. Now they have released their first, what I assume is a horror video based on the thumbnail. I know that horror videos are inherently dark, and the thumbnails, of course, are going to also be dark. But my first tip for you, if you're going to be personalities like promoting these games, or not promoting the games, but getting your content out there, let's get some kind of reaction, a facial reaction or something. Horror videos, in my mind, they really depend on people in the video. I think people watch horror videos because they want to see the facial reactions of the person getting the pants scared off of them. And if you're not willing to show that, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I am saying it kind of creates a bit of a barrier because you're competing with folks who do keep their face cam in the corner.
And oftentimes I think they want to experience that fear with you.
Yeah.
If they're not familiar with the game, and if they are familiar with the game, they know when a scare is about to happen. So they're waiting for your reaction. They're looking for your reaction. But either way, it's about the feeling of hanging out with you while playing a game. That's what makes it such a big thing on YouTube.
Since they wanted us to focus on titles, I will say I didn't know this was Five Nights at Freddy's until I clicked on the video. And I'm not saying you necessarily have to put that in the title, but it doesn't feel like it's in the thumbnail at all because the thumbnail is so dark. It's not reminiscent of what I know as Five Nights at Freddy's. I know what those characters look like, even though I don't play the game because it's such a popular game. Mm-hmm. I think it's not just even about the title. I don't even think this is a bad title, but the thumbnail has to be reminiscent of the big, very popular IP that is Five Nights at Freddy's. And here we have what looks like kind of a silvery mist around 2 white dots. And it's just too dark. It doesn't have enough definition at all.
I can't even see what's happening there. It looks like there's a shadowy figure on the right, and that's it.
It's probably not helpful through StreamYard as well.
Right. Well, there's that too.
So yeah, this is the game known as Five Nights at Freddy's. We have the menu screen. You can already this looks like I can see Freddy's head here. Even the very dark intro of the game has done a pretty good job of highlighting the character. So yeah, I was trying to see if they had more thumbnails that they tried. They did not. That would be just off the top of my head, just the first things that jump out at me. I didn't know this was Five Nights at Freddy's, and I don't see your face cams. I don't even want to really look at the other videos, considering they are kind of moving away from these more colorful, non-horror games. Oh, here we go. You did some of it. This is what I was expecting.
Perfect. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I think these thumbnails are infinitely more expressive than this one.
For sure. You know exactly what you're looking at. It doesn't even have to be that FNAF doesn't even have to be in the title. You just know. I mean, if you know the game, you just know.
Yeah. Trying to see if there's any other things we want to dig into here before we move on. I will say, just as someone who watches a lot of gaming channels, your gaming choices are a bit dated. Like Punch Club is, gosh, probably over 10 years old at this point. And I don't even remember how popular it got when it first came out. I remember this game, but is it nostalgic enough for people to watch? And then Five Nights at Freddy's, I mean, a lot of people when they start horror channels, they hit up that specific game, but there are so many horror games out there and there's new ones all the time. I would be on Steam, I would categorize the horror genre on Steam and I would see which games are starting to trend and I'd play those. And if you feel like the title isn't going to do it because it's like, well, no one's ever heard of this, then don't worry about the title of the game. Call it like the literal scariest horror game on Steam right now, or playing the worst horror games on Steam, or whatever. Like look at what other folks are doing and start to take inspiration. Like that last one just popped in my head because I've seen a lot of people make that video right now, playing the worst blank games on Steam. And usually the thumbnail is not like this. It is the Steam reviews, you know, showing that all the little thumbs down because people don't like the game, right? So there's a lot of different ideas that I think you could dig into, and I would be trying to get more on trends because I just feel like playing what I assume is the first Five Nights at Freddy's game in the year 2025. It's you're fighting a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah.
It just seems like the gaming niche is so huge and so competitive.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, sure, the Spiffing Brit is a faceless gaming channel, but he's, been doing it for a while. Super clever guy.
Yep.
It just seems like if you're going to do this, put yourself on the screen and have the craziest reactions ever. Because, I see the green-headed guy and I see this Lord of the Rings thumbnail. So I'm guessing, maybe they're reacting with cartoon heads or whatever. And that could be clever and cute if well executed. But honestly, with all the AI channels out there, it just seems like you're going to get that connection when you're on the camera freaking the heck out at whatever's going on. And that's going to be an easier way to stand out.
So we have reached the top of the hour. We're nowhere near done, by the way. Today is a very jam-packed day full of channel reviews, but we have two coaches here from the vidIQ coaching program. We have a special running right now where you get 37% off your first 3 months of coaching. So if you were thinking about taking your YouTube channel from maybe a hobby to a business, for example, now's a fantastic time to, meet a YouTube coach and see, hey, like, let's see what we can do. The links are down below. I just wanted to take a second with Diane and Antonio here to just maybe I'm just gonna put you on the spot a little bit. Can you perhaps tell us a story, each of you, about maybe one of your coaching clients, like and where they started, and maybe just what the success looked like for them? And as you do that, I will pull up some of our testimonials here as well. Diane, would you like to start?
I would. And I have stories of creators that went from 0 to 15,000 in a matter of months, or weeks, actually. I mean, I've had some real rocket ships. It doesn't happen all the time, but my favorite story is a creator that I'm still working with, a travel channel. That's all I'll say. And when he came to me, he was doing videos against some green screen no, it wasn't even a green screen. It was like a sheet that had a Hawaiian picture on the background. And he had roped in a partner who really didn't want to be doing this YouTube thing and literally looked like a kidnapping video.
Oh.
I mean, it just was so bad quality. It was just like, whoa. But this guy has such a great mindset and he's such a hard worker and he really wanted to make this whole thing work. So we did everything from setting him up in a decent, real corner of his living room with good lighting and, you know, the right chair and the right picture and the right plant and all the things to make him look like a legit YouTuber. And then we went on to work on his thumbnails and his titles, his hooks, his scripts, the outros to get them watching to the next video, because binge watching is the holy grail of growth on YouTube. And this guy is, he's come so far from those days, and he keeps chugging it out there. And his work ethic is unbelievable. This channel is part of his retirement plan, and he keeps moving forward. And so even though he's still working to that 1,000 mark, I am so proud of him. I mean, I could just go on and on about this guy. I was just so excited to see his progress, and I know he's going to make it, because mindset is everything, and he's got the right mindset and discipline. The people who succeed on this platform are the ones who really, that I've seen so far, they almost have an athlete's mindset. They know they want to run that 100-mile marathon and maybe even win it. They know they can't just roll out of bed and run it tomorrow. No. They got to get a coach. They got to go to the gym. They got to eat the right foods. They got to have a training plan. They got to do the reps. They got to do the practice runs, and they got to keep improving their skill set until they're ready to, you know, get into that race. And this guy has all of that. And yeah, super pleased.
Antonio, what about you? Any
Yeah, I have a one of my favorite stories to tell is I was working with two guys, middle-aged guys that had a gaming channel. And at first, when I started working with them, they were faceless, right? It was them kind of going back and forth and playing various games based on what was coming out and what was popular at the time. And when we started working together, we really defined what kind of games they were going to play and who they were making games for. Who they were making videos for. Like, probably a 15-year-old or an 18-year-old wasn't going to find their type of humor, particularly. They probably weren't going to follow them like they would someone that was much younger. But we kind of really defined what their channel was going to be about, who they were trying to reach, and they started, you know, making better and better videos, and they eventually agreed to put themselves on camera. And they worked super hard on really planning videos out from the beginning, and titles and thumbnails. And they had about 280 subscribers, and they were making great content. They were making great videos. I enjoyed their videos, and I used to think to myself, am I just enjoying this video because I like these guys, or is it because it's really good? But until they got to, many times they got frustrated, and they're like, this is just not working, and frustrated. And I would just tell them, I promise you, you guys have great content. Just keep doing what you're doing. And one video is going to take off, and it's going to change everything. And so I had this conversation with them. And then a couple days later, they did a video that was a reaction type video. And overnight, that video did, and typically they would get videos that the most views, they get about 1,000, maybe 1,100, but that video did 80,000 views overnight.
Wow.
And they went from 200 and something to like 10,000 or 5,000 or 6,000 just in that same day.
Right.
So they woke up and they saw a completely different channel, and then they made a similar video. And within 3 weeks, they went from 280, maybe 300 subscribers, all the way to, I think, 40,000. And it was just an incredible journey, but they did everything, you know, one step at a time. They got better and better, and really worked on improving this and improving till their videos were great. And the reason that one video could blow up and cause them to have so many subscribers is because they had a library of videos that they had been doing for weeks and weeks and weeks. And so when people saw them for the first time, they go back and look at the other videos that they made, and they start binge watching their channel. And it would not have happened if they got lucky on the first video that they made, if it blew up. But it really does work. If you keep working at it, keep improving, have that mindset, like Diane said, it will pay off. So yeah.
I love that between the two of you, I mean, stories of like just honesty from Diane, Antonio, like incredible support for the creators that you're coaching. So just before we move back on to channel reviews and audits here, that's just a taste of what you get with a coach here at vidIQ, and that's why we've invited them on today to do a big marathon of just looking at channels for free, so you can kind of get a sense of what our coaching program is. We're not going to sugarcoat things, but yeah, you are at the end of the day responsible for the growth on your channel, and I think the support of a coach can be very, very helpful. So this is kind of what it looks like. This big slide here. You get a structured game plan. You're going to get expert feedback and guidance, and then, like I said, accountability. This is going to be still at the end of the day on you. You get to take credit for your growth on YouTube, but it still greatly helps to have people in your corner cheering you on. And yeah, so that's what our coaching program is all about. I'm just kind of resetting here as we get into the next hour of reviewing channels. And as I do that, I wanted to ask our team here, does anyone need like a quick break? Or I don't have the schedule in front of me, so I don't know if anyone had only planned for 1 hour. I'm just opportunity now to reset.
I kind of did, and I have some commitments with creators that I'm working with that I promised them after 2 o'clock I'd get back with them on some stuff. So I have to bounce, but it's been amazing and fun. And next time we have one of these, I definitely want to be part of it and try the coaching program out. It's a great value. I promise you won't be disappointed. We have coach matching, so you can find a coach that understands your niche, that has experience in your niche, and it really works out great. There's so many great reviews because the program works. And I promise you, it was a program exactly like this with a coach with the same strategies that took me from 1,000 to 1 million in 3 years, because I did everything I could do to learn and take feedback. And I had no idea how to make videos when I started at all. I still kind of don't, but that's my technical, my technology limitations. But yeah, it really works. And so check it out. It's a great opportunity.
Thank you, Antonio. Really appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
We'll see you around the coaching program.
Thanks, guys.
So, Diane, are you good for another hour?
I am good. I don't even need a break yet.
I'm disappointed that you say that, because I kind of do need a break.
Oh, man.
Do you mind answering some questions while I take a very short break?
Yeah, sure. How do I do it?
So Victoria is in the background and can help us here. Victoria, I have seen you chatting and stuff. Would you mind pulling up questions for Diane for just a couple minutes?
Oh, man.
I guess to signal, please put up a question on the screen that you're good to do that. There we go. And I'll be right back.
Oh my God, this question is so apropos for me. Whoa, can't believe they've left me alone with you. All right, what is the best way to handle hagglers, haters who comment on your channel? Okay. If you're new to getting hate comments on your channel, first of all, you need to look at this as a badge of honor, okay? That first hate comment that comes in, I know you can be like, oh my God, this hurt, because you put so much into, putting your heart and soul online into a video, and then somebody calls you an old bag. Yeah, that was my first hate comment, you old bag. But you have to understand that you said something that made them want to disagree, which means you're talking about something that matters. Okay, so kind of reframe it up in that as well. And then also, these people that leave hate comments on your channel, what kind of person is so, I don't know, has such a problem in themselves that they need to go to another creator's channel or creator's channel and leave hate comments? It's really them projecting their own angst onto you. And you really just need to take it like water off a duck's back. Just let it go. You have the power. If you get a lot of hate, a lot of hate can be interesting because it means you're talking about something controversial that not everybody agrees on. And some hate comments can be kind of constructive, so they may have good points, and others are just sheer drive-by shootings that you can delete them, you can hide the person from your channel, and be done with it, and do not feel guilty about it at all, because if someone's just leaving a drive-by comment that didn't even require any thought, it's useless. It's useless. Just flick it away. Thoughtful criticism, sure, maybe leave that, but the rest of it, it's a sign of success. Congratulations.
I don't know if you covered it, but my favorite thing to do is block commonly used words that you don't feel like your regular audience would use all the time. And just fill out your word filters. They're very, very powerful. It's a little bit upsetting that sometimes the auto moderating tools don't block certain words by default, but you do have that ability on your channel. Real quick, let's bring in another guest reviewer for the next hour. Travis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, welcome.
So it turns out we actually have a video about this exact thing.
Oh.
Put it in the comments here. Make sure you go watch it. We literally covered what you should do with hater comments. So there's a link there in the chat. You can go watch that. Great.
Welcome, Travis. Thank you for being here. We'll answer a few more questions, and then we will get back to reviewing channels. I keep teasing it. We're definitely going to review some channels, but we also want to provide value in all sorts of ways today. So we have some questions too. How do I collab with a creator? I can't see physically. So you're in two different locations. What does that collab look
I
like?
thought you meant they were invisible.
I thought you meant VR, like these are VR creators.
It could be all of the above, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that done a lot, actually. There's just a lot of, honestly, on YouTube, type in how to collab with other creators, and there's all kinds of videos with all kinds of ideas. I mean, you can do it in sort of a duet, like a 2-part, like you take one part, he takes the other part, you take one part, he takes the other part. You can do it like this, where you're just all on a screen talking about an issue. What else, Travis? You must see this all the time.
I collabed with creators in my first year on YouTube with like millions of subscribers. It's not as hard as you think. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But I assume this person is saying what we're saying, like someone they've maybe never met before or whatever. Ultimately, if you're trying to collab with someone of your own size and in your own niche, usually just introduce yourself. Say, hey, I have this idea. Always have an idea. Don't just go, I'd like to collab with you. Okay, sure. Yeah. What? And you have nothing to say. That's not going to work. But yeah, I mean, it's start with creators in your size. And then if you want to go with like a larger creator, you can actually show, hey, I've actually collabed with people before. Here's an example of work I've done with another creator. And you'd be surprised at how being able to loop back on things you've done previously help get you bigger and bigger guests. It's a strategy I've been using for a couple decades now, and it works really good. So super easy, a lot easier than you might think.
And last thing I'll say about it is that at vidIQ, we're like a fully remote team, and so we're collabing right now with distance not being a factor. We use a tool called StreamYard to host these live streams, and it makes it really easy. Anyone can click a link and like join you in the same studio, whether you're live or just recording in the background, or both at the same time. So we're not sponsored by them or anything, but it is a tool we leverage a lot as a fully remote team who does content together. So there's been times where like Rob and I will do a video together and we literally use this. We're just not live. We just use it as a recording tool. So there's all kinds of tools out there. It's very normal now for YouTubers to do things together and not be in the same room. So yeah, just best of luck if collabing is something you're going to be taking on this year.
Dan's been on the podcast multiple times, and I'm not sure that he's real.
Right. Yeah. No, I talked about it earlier. I don't leave this room. So
there's a very real possibility he's VR AI or something. There's a very real we acknowledge this, and we just kind of deal with it at this point.
As an AI chat model, I'm not supposed to say whether or not it's true. So
that's part of it.
Yeah. Dewey Rides says, for small channels that have limited reach, do you think A/B testing can damage our reach? So I'm guessing they mean thumbnails. Should we focus on really good
thumbnail?
What's TN?
Thumbnail
instead?
Maybe.
So one really good thumbnail versus testing multiple thumbnails is what I'm getting from this.
It depends. I would say if you're getting 1,000 impressions per video when you release a video, then it's safe to use the A/B testing. I highly recommend using it because sometimes you'll be surprised at what wins. But if you're not sure, or if you're not getting that number of impressions, then I would just go for the really good thumbnail, but get opinions on it.
My favorite use case is if you are looking to pivot, like maybe you have kind of a branding that you use regularly on your thumbnails, but you're like, I really want to try this new style. it can be a really good way to test if that new style is going to play out for you. If you notice as the thumbnails are going out, you're getting more views than you normally do. Maybe it's working. So yeah, there's all kinds of use cases for it, but I wouldn't use it only because it's there, because you're feeling some kind of weird underlying peer pressure. Like, well, I have this tool now. Am I wasting an opportunity by not using it? Not if you don't have an idea. So that's my take on it. How often do you meet with a coach each month? Asks Caroline at Cowboy Cooking.
Well, you don't meet with the coach. Our service is asynchronous. So I send a message to you welcoming you to the program. You send a message back. We can do it either via text or video. So it's very much on your time, and we respond within 24 hours. That's kind of our minimum standard. We usually respond sooner than that. So yeah, you can have quite a bit of back and forth with the coach, but it's on your time.
I said Caroline. I meant Carolina. Sorry.
Jan, point of reference. Oh, sorry. Just for point of reference, normal like coaching programs, because I actually invented the first one here at vidIQ, is usually a once a month thing. It's usually one time a month, and you pay. If you go out and look online for like a good YouTube coach, it's minimal $250 for an hour. And then that's it. You don't get any additional like follow-ups or anything. You might get a recording of the call or whatever. That's minimum, and it goes up from there. I was charging more than that because, of course, I'm worth more than that. But the reality is like minimum, if you want someone who knows what they're talking about, it's minimum $250 an hour and usually up from there, and then that's it. This program is ongoing. It's a lot less than that, and you get to talk to someone literally every day of the work week. So there you go.
Jan asks, what's the line between copycat versus trying what works in terms of video idea, title, thumbnail, etc.? So copying an idea versus just taking inspiration. My quick take on this is that the line to me can blur at times, but where it gets really dicey is when you are literally taking someone's thumbnail and essentially doing one step below plastering your face over their face, right? Like, when you're trying to copy literally every element because you think, oh, that recipe worked really well for them and I don't want to mess up the recipe, so I'm going to try and make sure I follow the same exact book. That's where you're probably going wrong. I would say if you see an idea that you like, almost the less you know about that idea, the better in terms of making your own version of it, because now you haven't over invested in like, okay, they had this idea, I'm going to watch every minute of this video and I'm going to write all these notes. No, like if you're vibing with the idea, do your version of it. But I still think it's important to know that it wasn't that their thumbnail had the pixels in the exact right place to get the exact views that they got. There's too many factors to account for, so it's better to not stress about any of them and just make your version of it the best you can. So this is kind of a nuanced question, but hopefully that's my thought process. If I'm really trying to put my own spin on an idea, the more I do that, the less it's going to look like somebody else's already made video.
Yeah, this is a tricky one because, there's AI gurus out there that'll just tell you to, go get the transcript from that video and just do it yourself, and like, okay, that's not cool. Right. That's not cool. I 100% agree. You need to put your own spin on it. You need to put your own flavor to it, your opinion to it. You got to do something. You can't just copy it.
Right. And it's not, here's the problem with copying ideas in general. You are always going to be a step behind. You are literally letting somebody else pave the road in front of you, and you refuse to, make any, exits on that highway yourself. You are literally just going to do exactly what they did, and you will always be dependent on somebody else to get your content to where you want it to be. And in my opinion, it just cannot be as good as the source material, because you're not being authentic. You're not being true to you. Like, take things you like, take ideas from multiple sources, and eventually you'll Frankenstein all these ideas into your own creative, unique video. But it's impossible to do anything at the first time, given how many videos are uploaded every second to YouTube. I wouldn't stress about that side of the equation either. Just be true to yourself. If you see a challenge that's interesting from a game, for example, you can absolutely do that challenge too. Perhaps it's trending. Perhaps you should do that challenge, but don't just use someone's exact thumbnail, or do it tongue in cheek. There's a couple YouTubers I follow where one of them wanted to cross, I think it was Zelda Breath of the Wild in a straight line. And then one of their friends made a video saying, I'm going to cross Breath of the Wild in a straighter line, you know, so there's all kinds of like, it's all over the place. And I think you just kind of, when you know you're taking it too far, I would assume, you know, I think you kind of know when you're maybe crossing that line. Nathaniel says, hey, is there a way to know if I get shadow banned? This is a super chat, by the way. Thank you, Nathaniel. Does YouTube send an email or do they do it quietly? I think we all have probably maybe some thoughts on this. I don't know if YouTube is ever going to like give us straight up answers here, but I don't believe that people necessarily get shadow banned. I think when you mess up on YouTube, those platform does a pretty good job of telling you why you have a community guideline strike, or why your video was taken down, or why it's not monetizable. I think a lot of people lean on the word shadow banned when they don't fully understand why a video they made isn't taking off.
Right.
And it's nice to have a boogeyman to blame for that. And I'm not saying it never happens, but I don't work at YouTube, so I can't even point to a specific example of it happening. I think YouTube has a system for notifying you when you've messed up. And if you haven't gotten that notification, chances are you might have just missed the mark with your video.
So there's a lot of aspects of this. You're 100% right in saying some people use the word shadow ban when they don't understand what's going on. First of all, if shadow banning was this large thing, they would definitely not tell you that they're shadow banning you. That's the whole purpose of a shadow ban, is to not tell you that they're not showing you. So, by the way, congratulations, this is from YouTube. We want to let you know we're not going to show you video to nobody. We're going to shadow ban you. I mean, you're never getting that email. But what you said is right. A lot of times sometimes impressions are lowered based on things. If you remember when COVID first started, but they even told everyone they were going to do this, that they were going to lower the impressions for certain videos until they understood more about what COVID was. This was very early on. They're like, we don't want misinformation put out there, so we're just not going to give, we're going to lower it, and we're always going to put these little things underneath, like, oh, this is COVID, this is real information. So that stuff happens all the time. What I think some people are talking about is the phenomenon that almost never happens to smaller creators. They think it does, but it rarely does. But I actually pointed this out on Moist Critical's channel, that his channel is shadow banned, but not really. So what it is it's in restricted mode, but he still gets millions of views per channel, per video. So does it stop you? The shadow banning that you can actually show, which isn't shadow banning, by the way, is affecting large creators, but it doesn't affect their videos. So right here, if you go to his channel and you go to restricted mode and you turn it on, the vast majority of his channel just goes away. You see his most recent video says 3 weeks ago, but if you turn restricted mode off, you'll notice that he's been uploading like every day. So if you go back, now you see 1 day ago, 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago. So his channel is, quote, shadow banned, but look at all the views he's getting, 4 million, 1 million. So don't worry about it.
All right. So we have one last question set aside here, and then we are going to look at some channels. Walking Low says, I always hear what will help my channel, but what is the one thing that I completely need to avoid? Well, it probably wouldn't be one thing. It's a big question. Some of the stuff we're talking about, copying ideas, blaming the almighty algorithm for not having success. I guess it just depends on where you're at in your journey. This could be anything. But I'll say that, the number one thing we see a lot in our comments and on places like that when it comes to new channels is like just that, finding that boogeyman of like, the algorithm isn't pushing my content. The idea that you're owed some kind of push of your content. And I really would, if you're starting on YouTube right now, I really would try and practice taking a little bit more ownership of a video maybe not doing what you wanted it to do. Whether it's because you're new and you just haven't put in enough videos yet to like, get the channel itself snowballing, or because you had an idea that just didn't hit like you thought it would. There's just countless reasons why a video does or does not take off. And most of the time, it's not like someone at YouTube is like, I don't like Walking Low. Something about that hat they're wearing, I'm not going to push their videos. Like it's never about that. It's literally just, are you making your videos for a specific audience, and is that audience resonating with the content when they see the title and the thumbnail pop up on the home feed or in search or whatever it might be?
So I would piggyback on that, and I would say the one thing to avoid doing is ignoring your ideal viewer. Not thinking about your ideal viewer, not creating an incredibly well thought out deep profile of your ideal viewer, because if you don't focus in on this one person, you're not going to succeed on the platform. It's a really weird concept, but the more deeply you know this one person, their hopes, their dreams, their demographics, their psychographics, the more deeply you're going to relate to them through that lens, because this is very much a one-to-one platform. You know, I'm talking to this lens and one person on the other side, excuse me, is seeing it. And so the more deeply you relate to this one person, kind of counterintuitively, the more of them you're going to attract into your life. YouTube's job is not to push your content to viewers. YouTube's job is to pull content to that one viewer who just logged in. And you want your content to be that video that's at the top of the phone as the next most likely to be viewed by that viewer. How do you get there? You know everything about them, hopes, dreams, fears, desires, and every video you put out feeds into that, and they want more and more and more and more.
So those are our questions. We do have more. We will get back to them, and thank you for your super chats. If we see a question we like, we are putting it aside. We're putting your super chats aside. Now, we're going to do something a little bit dramatic, okay? I need everybody in chat to begin panicking, because I am going to clear both of the forms and ask you to resubmit your channels. These forms have been getting stale. Some folks have submitted their channels and left, and that's unacceptable. So it's time to clear the forms. How do I do it? Hang on. I forgot how to do it.
Well, you better figure it out, so when I have to do it later,
the part where we dance.
Figure it out. Oh, jeez. If you figured it out, you're gonna have to let me know, because I got to do it twice in a couple hours, and I don't know how to do any of it.
Out.
What do you do? Delete all responses. All right, there you go. Forms are cleared.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, the forms are cleared. Panic, everybody.
Worst dramatic music ever.
It's good music. What are you talking about?
I liked it. It's Stardew Valley. So there you go. If you ever want to hear that song again, you need to play it to a certain point in Stardew Valley. I won't tell you where. All right. Wow. We're already getting people submitting very quickly. So I'm going to let these kind of rack up. Remember, if you're a gaming channel, specifically video games, you fill out the gaming form. If you are not a gaming channel, please fill out the one that is for pretty much every other channel on YouTube. You can see these kind of compete. 13 gaming channels, 22 non-gaming channels. We get that many gaming channels. It's pretty wild. And because you were all so fast, I'm going to pick the first channel that put their submission up on the non-gaming form. Now, if you've already submitted and we looked at your channel, please don't submit again. Other than that, you're good to go. Now, we had to add the sub confirmation. I'm not going to subscribe to you because you tricked me into seeing a sub confirmation pop up, but good try.
Nice. Gotta love it.
Wait, what?
It's an algorithm. Oh, wait.
I messed up.
Lungra.
So they want to make money as a teenager and look cool doing it.
How did they type that so fast?
I don't know.
That's because they're a teenager.
Oh my god.
They want us to look at their content, essentially. Let's see if I can get the channel pull up here. There we go. All right.
Oh, cool.
I was not expecting to see. Okay. I feel like have we
straight up kids channel.
Yeah. Huh. So it looks like they are making nursery rhyme songs for kids. Travis, go ahead.
It's a kids channel. What do you want me to say? This very obviously is a kids channel. So what did they say they were trying to do?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Did I go to the wrong channel?
That's kind of what I'm wondering. Just click that link, just in case.
All right.
Just in the case, and just say no. It's the same channel.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they say before? That's really interesting. On the thing, to make money as a teenager. So you're a teenager making kids content. That would be the first time I've ever come across this.
Yeah.
And I've come across a lot of weird stuff, but a teenager making kids content, I've never come across this. So okay. If we just quickly look at like one or two, the first 5 seconds or so of two of the different ones, I just want to see something here.
You want to see?
Yeah, I just want to see what the content is, because this one's like 40 something seconds. Oh wow. Okay. Nicely animated. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Let me see what's going on here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it looks animated pretty well.
Yeah.
So, the thing is, with kids content, you're kind of you don't have a lot of options to do some of the things we talk about for normal channels. You don't get end screens, you don't get comments, you don't get a lot of these cool things that you can kind of mess around with. You just got to make content that kids like. And if you're aiming for what looks to be anywhere from toddler up to whatever grade this is, I don't know. I haven't been this young in a very long time. then I think you're going the right direction. This looks right to me. But I guess I actually, it's funny because I just talked to a kids channel. I want to make money as a grandparent. Well, you should definitely do that. You should definitely make money as a grandparent. And they were doing ABC songs and stuff, and they're doing some really cool stuff. But I will say this: there's an influx of people that will be coming in. And if you look at the one from 13 days ago, the 5,000 view one, just the first, like, just play in the background without audio. So I happen to know of a channel that's getting into this space. They are very smart about what they're doing, and they're going to be using AI generated content for a lot of the stuff. It's going to be really interesting to see if kids care about the difference between AI generated content and then kind of like real quote content that you're seeing here, because the content they were making was really good. It was Pixar level stuff because they have like an extreme understanding of technology, and that's going to start flooding in to YouTube. Because once they do it and they succeed, because they will succeed, I've seen some other stuff, they're 100% going to succeed. Other people will see that, and then they're going to start gravitating to that, which means the playing field is going to raise even higher. It'll be really interesting to see what kids do and what they gravitate towards in the next couple of months, because it's not going to take long. But as of right now, I've seen a million channels like this that do well.
I can't help but ask, if this is a teenager who wants to look cool, how is this channel getting him or her to that goal? There seems to be a disconnect. And monetization, was that one of the creators' goals as well?
They want you in trouble if you're trying to get monetized. You're in trouble.
They do
Make
mention
money. Yeah, that is a hard niche to make any money at all. And so I'm questioning the choice if those are truly the goals.
It feels like I would almost wonder if they're being deliberately trolly or something. I don't know. I'm trying to look past that. So yeah, this is a very competitive space. If any of you have a channel similar to this, that is pretty relevant advice there. Getting monetized a channel like this, very difficult. As they grow and stuff, there's other avenues for making money on YouTube, obviously, and kids channels have succeeded with careers on YouTube. But yeah, it's usually going to be outside of like the general monetization.
Let me real quick just explain how monetization works and why it works the way it does before we move to the next channel, because now I am really starting to think we're being punked because I haven't seen the person chat at all.
Sure.
So I'm like, so different niches make different amounts of money because of the way that ads run. When you think of yourself as an advertiser, which is where the money comes from, YouTube isn't giving you money. They're getting money from advertisers. As a company, as a brand, you have to go, okay, I'm going to advertise my product, service, or whatever on YouTube as a channel, right? I want to get my advertisement out there. I want to get it to people who are going to buy my product. If I'm selling a pencil, it's unlikely that I'm going to put ads on a channel that has a bunch of people who can't read. And in this particular case, kids at this age probably can't read. So I'm not advertising to you. And as a matter of fact, almost anyone who wants to sell anything is not going to advertise on a kids channel because they can't sell to kids, right? They can sell to the parents, but the parents aren't watching this. The parents set up the thing, they press play, and they walk away. So that's why stuff like that ends up being like low. You're not able to get a lot of money out of it. When you talk about something like real estate or investment, you're looking at people that are watching videos specifically to make money. So they a lot of times have disposable income, so you can advertise things to them. That's how the whole entire platform works. That's an overly simplified way to explain how it works. Anyway, let's move on.
Well, we will move on. I'm kind of afraid of looking at the first gaming channel to submit now, since it's so confusing. But here we go. So they want to gain a community, turn the channel into a gameplay walkthrough interactive community channel. They need to find their audience. The ones that grab your attention on first look. Basically, what he wants to focus on. Basically, videos that grab our attention right away. All right. TR Purple. 48 subscribers, 31 videos. What is jumping out? I'll just put like all these thumbnails on the screen. What's one that is just jumping out at us?
I clicked 100,000 times. That jumps out.
Wait, which one? This one.
Yeah.
The egg one. Clicking this egg 100,000 times. Oh my goodness, it's almost 4 hours long. There's
Maybe that.
there's nothing wrong with a 4-hour-long video in the gaming space as long as there's some like progression to it, and this is like kind of almost like watching a live stream VOD. I want to click on this and just see what they're doing in this video, literally.
It's January 8th, and I don't really know what to play, so I'm gonna click this egg 100,000 times. All right. It's not gonna be that hard. I think I got a routine going.
That's a lot of clicking.
So I feel like, given the length of this video, wow, okay, eventually we get like a mouse cam there. That's good.
I hope he told his life story while he was doing this. That would maybe bring some color to it.
I don't necessarily think this was like a bad idea on surface, but I think a video like this really should be 10 minutes long, and you should have done the challenge, maybe even on a live stream. But I would have loved to see a cut down version of it where you talked about why you did this, what you learned from doing it. Like, there's people who do challenges like this that seem kind of mundane, but then at the end of the day, it's like, actually, like, I have a lot to say. I'm going to write a whole script, and I'm going to document my journey of clicking this egg 100,000 times. Tell us, as you're doing it, where the game came from in the first place. Did you make this game? Like, I have questions, but I just don't know. I think 4 hours, based on what it is a tough sell versus the other 4-hour videos I've seen where someone plays through an entire game in that amount of time. And now we're talking about, a full-blown story of like playing this game front to back. This game isn't as entertaining as that. So I really think this would have been a better idea if it was executed in the style I'm referring to, which is like a scripted video. But yeah, I did notice that one as well in terms of just how simple the thumbnail is. Pretty nice. Some of these feel a little generic to me, like this one. This feels like the cover art of a game. It doesn't feel like a thumbnail that's explaining what I'm going to get out of watching the video. Are there any others we want to kind of click on or focus on?
Just real quick, what's the Minesweeper thing? Because Minesweeper is such a boring thing to watch.
True. Yeah, and if this thumbnail looks a little strange to me.
Yeah, that's why I'm
now.
I survived 2,000 mines.
Okay, click in the middle of this video.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. All right. I mean, this should definitely be a time-lapsed 10-minute video at most.
Yeah. I get that there are very, very long videos. I've talked to creators who make very, very long videos. This is probably, in my opinion, not the best way to do it. Honestly, I think this is like great if you're live and you have a chat you're talking to.
Yes, I agree.
And then you do a cut down version of it. If you're spending the 3 hours anyway, why not be live? I think that would have been very interesting. And then you'd have people to talk to and chat to like interact with. Maybe people kind of encourage you to make risky moves in the game. And then tell us that story, tell us about the attempts that failed. Tell it, like, edit the videos. I think you're taking a very just kind of like chill approach to making the videos. And this was multi-streamed. Okay. All right, cool. So we have that context. Then I think the next step when it became a VOD like this was to tell us the story in a succinct way.
Yep. Absolutely.
Let me show you an example. I keep saying long videos can work. Let me show you an example. This is a channel I watch sometimes, and he's live right now. He has lately been playing these games, and this is where I'm getting this idea from of being live and then cutting it down. So he played this game called Storage Hunter Simulator. It was 320,000 views. It's from a month ago. You'll notice the video is an hour long, but I'm a follower of this channel, so I know this was several live streams. And even after cutting them all down, he still ended up with like a solid hour of content that took dozens of hours and then boiled it down to just like, what is the best meat and potatoes video I can make? So you can still have 1 hour long videos or 3 hour long videos, but if you're going to take the time, it should be like worth it to the audience. And so when you watch these videos, you weren't there for the live stream portion, but you're going to get the best of the best moments in like one big cut down version of the video. So that is just where I'm getting that from, of like, yeah, you can absolutely do super long videos, but I think the audience needs a bit of more of a reason to watch. Any other thoughts before we move on? Diane, I know we kind of took over there. Is there anything you were...
It's okay. My only thought is that at first glance, I really don't know what this channel is. Although I do think his profile picture is kind of cool, but then it says random games and content on this channel. That is so vague and just not a draw. So it's just the first impression is, it seems like it's all over the place.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see some consistency in like the types of games you're playing. The word random is probably the scariest one when I see on YouTube channels for sure. I'm glad you pointed that out because I missed that. These are random. Minesweeper, and then this game. I've played this game. I forgot exactly what it's called, but it's not, the name of it's not in the title, which is fine. But it's a way different vibe. You're solving crimes in like a 3D environment. It's a procedurally generated game with like procedurally generated crimes. It's pretty cool. And then you're that to Minesweeper is just a night and day kind of difference. And so I think you do want to be thinking about the audience that you're trying to target with your content. Because I just think we're looking at two very different kind of vibes here, especially in the time, 3 hours versus 18 minutes. It's kind of like, I don't know. I think a little more strategy should be going into this. But all right, let's move on to the next non-gaming channel. We have, wow, already over 200 responses. Again, we reset the forums a little while ago, so if you are just joining us, but you submitted hours ago, you will need to submit again. Unless we looked at your channel already, then please refrain from submitting. Go ahead and grab this link. Now, they say the goal is to get content, quality content versus monetization. Okay, I guess they're looking for a balance there. They're looking for their target audience, and they want us to focus on their long form videos, meaning not their shorts or anything like that. We can do that. Okay. We have almost 2,000 subscribers. I recognize this channel. We've 1,000% looked at this channel before. I do hope you were there for that review because I remember these thumbnails. So since I've talked about this in the past, Diane, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. So I like how they've used a picture in that channel art, but I still don't see a value proposition or a tagline like, discovering history through abandoned buildings or whatever it is. Like, I don't know what it is. And then they repeated their name, their channel name in their little logo profile, which you don't ever need to repeat anything on YouTube. It's just kind of a waste of valuable real estate. Venturium Explorium. Okay, maybe it's some Latinified thing for vintage exploration. I don't know. I don't know Latin. I'm just guessing. And that logo with all the little words, can't read that on a phone. So honestly, this says AI channel to me without actually looking at a video, and I could be totally wrong. And then showing you unique 18th century and huts. Okay, so at least I have some idea that you're going to show me some old buildings, but why? Join me. Why? What's in it for me? That's all I care about. So, because if it's, exploring old buildings to discover their secret stories, then, oh, that sounds intriguing. So if I could see that in those first 82 characters, it would make me want to stick around some more. But I do like the simplicity of the thumbnails. I like that the pictures really tell the story. There's not too many words on them. And then it would be a matter of, okay, are these titles scintillating enough to make me want to click? Just discovering the interior of an abandoned 19th century. Okay, I know abandoned is kind of a genre on YouTube, but I want to know, I want more secrecy, like you won't believe what you found in here. And maybe I'm a sucker for those tabloidy, kinds of titles. But to me, it seems like I'm hoping that with these videos, it's about the story of the building, if these walls could talk type of stuff.
Yeah.
That on the surface, it has a good look. Simple, branded. It would just be a matter of, I would probably click on one of these videos if the title seemed interesting, just to see what it was about.
Yeah. And some of the text colors are a little questionable, like the green on green.
Yeah,
hard to see there.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah,
it like this one, like it's a white text, but they used a gray stroke around the text, and usually what you want to do is a black stroke because it's just gonna pop it right off the background. But it's just in a lot of instances I'm having trouble reading the text. I remember talking about this channel, and I don't know if this is something we said at the time, but I will say the ones that are most interesting to me are the ones that tell me how old the structure is. And that proof is in that pudding here with 1,000 views 12 days ago, abandoned 300-year-old stone hut. And I really think that this is the selling point right here. You don't even need all these other words. 300 years old is all we probably really need to see here. And that alone is already like, that's cool. You know, where is that thing? Like the questions in my mind are something I'm looking forward to answering at that point. And the title's great. I discovered 2 small secret chambers inside this 18th century. You have me. I'm sold. Like 2 secret chambers in a 300-year-old building. I want to know more. Like that's pretty cool. But I feel like we kind of still went a little hard with the text. It's really hard to read. It's readable, but it's difficult. And those are the things that I'm seeing right off the bat here. Like you're exploring some pretty cool places, but I really think that there's some just low-hanging fruit improvements we can make.
He needs to try some circles. I know the red arrows work wonders on thumbnails. He needs to try an occasional circle around one of those doors. See if that gets a better click.
Yeah. Sorry, Travis, if I jumped in front of you there.
No, you're good. Trust me. I got to do this for 2 more hours.
Excited.
A little bit. I'm good. I'm fine. Feel free. I got to save my energy for whatever's going to happen in a couple hours. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be the most organized stream, but it will be entertaining.
Don't worry, it hasn't been up to this point either. So, all right, we've definitely looked at this channel before, so we will move on to everyone's favorite gaming channels. I know how much gaming channels love it when we look at gaming channels. All right, 2 out of 136. That's interesting. Thank you, random number picker. They would like to express themselves and get better at editing. They think editing is their biggest obstacle. They would like us to focus on their thumbnails. I got to be honest. I thought you were going to say editing. Check it out.
Well, if you don't get the click, you're not going to get the watch. So
very true. Very true. All right. So you did try to jump on reacting to the new Nintendo Switch 2 trailer. I will say, just a tough one to jump in on, just because I think the moment this dropped, people had just started reacting to it immediately. It's cool that you did. It's cool to jump on trends. But I'm not surprised to see a video like this struggling a little bit just because of the sheer amount of these that exist right now. There's a lot of reactions to it. In this case, I would say it would be interesting to see someone give hot takes on it, or everything I hate about the new Nintendo Switch, or no one's talking about this with the Nintendo Switch 2. You know, just trying to make the video stand out a bit more, because given your position on YouTube, a little bit of a newer creator. So those are a couple ideas just off the top of my head. What, Diane or Travis, what are you seeing as we look at this channel?
Elden Ring and Subnautica are completely different games.
Yeah.
And then the Switch 2 trailer. So I'm obviously trying to jump on a trend, which is smart. Switch 2 thing, right? But you know, as we talk about with anything, especially with gaming channels and the gaming channels that I've helped grow in the past, one of the first things that happens is as they start to blow up, one of the first things I say to them is, what are we going to switch to once this calms down? Like, how are we going to switch? I don't even care about doubling down. I was like, that's obvious. The first thing I do with any creator like that is like, okay, we need an exit strategy because this ain't going to last forever. So what makes sense next? And for me, Subnautica into Victory Royale, which was that Fortnite? I don't even know. Into Elden Ring, into Switch, do not connect in any significant way. They're games, sure, but the gamers that play them, these are not the same people. So I would be looking for things that are a little bit more in tune with one particular niche / genre. And then when you get like larger, you can do the things that you're probably going to say next in chat, which is, well, these people do all these games and they do fine. Well, those people tend to have millions or hundreds of thousands of followers or subscribers. And even for them, they will have large dips and crests in the amount of views per type of video. So even if you're, the funny thing I talk about this all the time, I talk to creators that are super large, and failure for them might be 100,000 views. But for most of us, that's like, I would love that. Give me that every time. Like, no, we can't afford to have a 100,000 view video. So just because you think they've succeeded does not mean that they think they've succeeded. Something to keep in mind.
It's a great call out. So yeah, I do think you touched on the thing that I noticed immediately, which was just kind of like, whoa, we're doing a lot here. Which is, I will say, I don't think that's a bad idea for when you're just trying to figure out what the heck you want to do on YouTube. But I'm also going to say there's a couple missed opportunities. Like this is, I guess, the third time in a row now we're talking about gaming channels that do very long videos here. You can do a 7-hour video where you play through the entirety of a game, but you're not marketing it as that. It says day one, which is confusing because it looks like you spent 7 hours in one day in Elden Ring, which is probably not what you're implying. If you did 100 days, then you should probably be doing a split screen of a day 1, day 100 deal. Or, like when people put like a day number that's random in the corner of a thumbnail, usually it's like day 36 and something is happening on the screen that looks bad or something like that, but you've kind of made this really complex thumbnail, and then you didn't even put like full playthrough or anything in the title. And that's a very, very common thing to do when you do a full playthrough of a game. And that's, I'm assuming, given the length, that's what this is, because you're calling it like a marathon. So there's a little bit of research that should be done by this creator in terms of marketing their content overall. Those are my takes.
That video also has no views. And at the very least, you should be the first view on your own video, especially when you're a newer channel, because your data as a viewer also feeds into the algorithm. And I think it helps the algorithm better place that video, given your history. Oh, if this guy likes it, other people might like it. So I think that might help you. No video should ever have no views. You should be your own first view.
Yeah, go ahead.
Even just for the purpose of looking through your video, seeing after like a day, like look at your video and see, do I like the hook? Do I, would I watch this video? Taking yourself out of the equation, putting yourself in the shoes of your own viewer.
I want to real quick answer this. You can come watch the podcast that I do every single week and get a lot of the same straightforwardness there. It's the Vicky, can you put the YouTube channel here in the chat so they can follow us over there?
I gotta say, by the way, like Diane, to your credit, you've been very blunt this stream in a good, I mean that in an endearing way. Like I really love how direct you are in the critiques you give on these channels. It's been awesome and refreshing to have you on today, and just you hit the nail on the head. It's really awesome to have you here. And just speaking of folks on the team who are very direct with their advice, I want to give you credit there as well.
I'm nice too. I
know you're nice. Sorry, I don't want to make it seem like
there's always good and bad.
I think our audience appreciates it when people don't sugarcoat it. And you have also been a joy here as well. Very, very kind. But I love that your advice is very honest and you get right to the point.
Who said that?
Diane is the GOAT.
All right, John Scott. Thank you.
We are about to do our handoff here in a little while. We have many more hours of channels to look at. Diane, you told us the story earlier about a creator you've worked with. So I won't put you on the spot again for that, but we will just remind everybody that we have a coaching offer going on right now. That is why we're streaming today, to let you know this program exists, so you can meet some of the coaches that work here behind the scenes every single day, looking at channels for hours on end, answering questions and supporting creators, of all kinds of creators with all types of channels. So you are in really good hands. You met a lot of coaches today. You're about to meet more of them. And if you want to try out coaching, we're running a deal right now. You can get 37% off your first 3 months of coaching. So there you go.
Well, I'll be back in a couple hours. I'm going to go eat food.
Travis is going to go eat food. Diane, any final thoughts for the creators here before we head off?
I would say don't be afraid to try the coaching. This is literally the best deal you can possibly get to get coaching from a real human being on the internet around YouTube. I mean, it's so incredibly cheap compared to everything else out there. And, you know, you can cancel whenever. And the other thing I would keep in mind is, so we have this cool coach picker now, which is awesome. But I would say that if you see a coach that you like and you're on the fence and I'm not sure if I want to do it or don't do it, because we fill up. We fill up, and that one person that you may have, maybe you loved Antonio and you're thinking about, trying Antonio, but you're not sure because the money, just do it because he may fill up and then you can't have him. So I just want to kind of, put that out there as well. And yeah, cancel it anytime. But it is so useful to have a second set of eyes on your channel, get perspective, and, just for a short time, a long time, whatever, super useful. I wish this had been available when I was out there floundering around on my own. So give it a try.
Thank you so much, Diane. So John's going to be taking over the stream. John is in the green room right now. I'm not going to bring you up yet until I get like a thumbs up from you that you're ready to jump on the screen. We'll be joined by another coach as well. And we'll be looking at some more of your channels. I know we also have some starred messages here, so we'll wait for John to get set up real quick. So Styles High, hopefully I'm saying that right, gave us a super chat and says, I've been posting way more since October. I went from 80 subs to 1,800. Any tips? I've been working better and better with editing, also with improvement. That's awesome. 80 subs to 1,800 in how much time is that? Posting since
Freaking
October.
Fast.
Very fast.
That's a high five. Bam.
Yes, you should be up here letting everybody know like what you're doing. It sounds like you are really focused on improvement overall. So
without knowing him or his channel, I'm guessing that somehow, if he didn't pay for views, he has tapped into something with his audience. He's got that lightning strike of whatever the zeitgeist was around that piece of content. And I would double down, double down, double down, double down until you can't do it anymore. And then, like Travis said a few moments ago, have your plan B, your exit strategy for the next wave, because YouTube is a lot like surfing. You got to catch that wave. And if you catch that and you start paddling it hard, you can really take your channel to the next level. If you catch that wave and you're kind of like stunned and you kind of do nothing, you can lose that momentum and you might have to start over. So YouTube is all about momentum. It's like a campfire. If you've got like a spark, throw more gas on it. Keep going. And find out what it is that audience is responding to and give them more of what they want.
Couldn't agree more.
John, welcome.
Hello.
Thank
you. Hey, Dan,
yes.
I didn't get to show you this before, but I got this thing from Aldi that spins like a spice rack. And so I've got this tiny tripod that I can just spin my camera now.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's not disorienting at all.
No, I don't know what the purpose is, but it's fun.
Love it.
Welcome, John. Thank you for taking over the stream. John will be here for how long are you on for now?
2 hours straight.
2 hours straight.
Let's do this thing. It's like a Wednesday.
I think I'm back later. Diane, I don't know if you're back later or not.
I don't know. If they get desperate and I'm not fired, then maybe I'll come back.
You're absolutely not fired.
Okay. We'll see, I guess. Depends
I
on
guess
the
it's
dash.
not my call, but I'm not.
Okay, cool. We'll see. Anyway.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Diane. John, I'm passing it over to you now.
Okay.
I'm going to, I think Travis mentioned eating earlier, and that sounds good to me. So I'm going to go do that.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm going to click this leave studio button, see what happens.
All right. Enjoy. John, I will let you introduce the next coaches and take it away.
All right, cool. Right now, guys, I'm going to share my screen because we are going to clear a couple forms here just to make sure.
I did just clear the forms like a minute ago, by the way. Like,
it has 260 responses.
Yeah, they got in there pretty quick. But we looked at like 2 channels after I cleared the forms, just so you know.
I see. Okay. Wow, they did get in there. Well, the reason I wanted to clear them is because we're doing thumbnails. So all the people that submitted that wanted their channel reviewed, we're not doing that yet. But yeah, we'll go for it. I'm sure they'll be okay with it. So we'll just leave them in there.
Enjoy.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. It is it's me It's like we're gonna do a little bit of a Wednesday stream where I talk about thumbnails and stuff, but we have some special guests with us for Creator Week. First, we've got Jen.
Hi, everyone. Super
Hi.
excited.
How's it going, Jen?
I'm good. How are you, John? I feel like we never get to hang out, so this is like twice as fun.
I know, it is very weird. There are so many people that work at vidIQ that I'm just like, I don't know anybody. And it goes the same for Paul, because I don't think I've met Paul.
Here he is. What's up, everybody?
All right.
Oh, so fun.
Okay, guys. Well, we're gonna get into a little bit of like channel auditing later, especially the stuff that we can show off what you coaches do. But for now, we're just gonna hit it as thumbnail coaches for now. Is that cool with y'all?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be fun. I think it'll switch it up. We got audits like all day, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm happy with that. All right. And then 1 second here. We have to change one thing since this is like a Wednesday stream. 1 second. I know I don't want to change it. Okay, so first we're just gonna randomly select, and those that haven't submitted yet, there are 2 links in the description. One is for gaming channels and one is for non-gaming channels. Just submit your video that you want to do. If you can put that link in there, that would be helpful. But since these are not the Wednesday forums, we're just gonna go through and talk about all of your thumbnails. But yeah, okay. So this is Bloomgra, I think. Let's take a look and see what they got here. And let's backspace the subscription thing that they do. Bloomgra, Bloongra. Hope that's them. Bloomgra. Okay. Make money as a teenager, look cool. That's their purpose here. They want their impression graph to get straight. Okay. Cool. All right, let's see what we've got here. Bloomgra, channel dedicated to providing educational content where education, entertainment, and moral stories come together in a magical blend. All right. Okay.
Oh.
So some of these have been watched before. Does this look familiar to either of you two?
Not to me.
I don't think so. No, but these are super cute.
They are. Okay. These first 3 look really, really good, whereas I'm seeing some color issues on some others. But let's take a look at their popular ones and see what we've got. Okay, so we've got an ABC song. I don't really know how you improve on something like this.
I'm like, okay, the first one we got, they're doing really good.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a character, you've got the ABC. I wonder how do you do better than that?
We audited this one 3 times.
This is a YouTube announcement. We have already audited this channel. John, you can move on.
Okay, cool, because I didn't have anything.
Obviously, that's why they're doing so good.
You're really taking it to heart.
Goodbye, everyone.
So they resubmitted? Dan said that the form got cleared, so 139. All right, so this is 1 second here. Where do you guys keep the? There it is. I didn't know where you kept the links. So different from the Wednesday streams. Okay, Zero Night. Let's take a look at what we've got here. So first impressions. This is a gaming stream. Okay, I can kind of see it now. First impressions on these thumbnails. Jen, what do you think?
I think quality-wise, we're looking pretty good. I think we're off to a really good start. I think some of them that have a lack of text, I don't know how well that works in the gaming space. Are textless thumbnails really popular?
I'm not I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure what like this is. If I lose it all, God of War Ragnarok. Is it like a music video? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this.
I mean, we see a boss fight, which, I mean, we definitely have a fight going on. But I think, I don't know, in the past when I've worked with gaming creators that have like boss fights, We want to use like really easy to understand language, like defeated, or have it really, really clear, like who the boss is.
Right. Yeah, like why would you watch this over another boss fight? Okay, Paul, what do you think? I'm gonna open up another tab and look at a different God of War channel just to see
I was
something
just
real
thinking
quick.
that like some of the images are really like even on my big monitor, some of the images are really complex, and I can't like this God of War edit. I can't really kind of make out what's happening in that thumbnail. And so if I'm like on my phone scrolling, it just looks like even bigger like that. Even when you zoom in on it, it's like really there. Now I can finally sort of see it, you know, but as a thumbnail, if I'm like scrolling on my phone, I'm going to have a hard time like locking into that idea. And so I don't know if there's maybe something to be done with like color correction, like brightening up the image, or definitely zooming in on the image. This is like something that I tell creators all the time. Let's just zoom in on that image. Like, why are we so far away? Like people put themselves in a thumbnail, but they're like really tiny down in the corner. Like, you're here, you're in it. Like, be a big third of it, you know? So I would just zoom in on it and sort of like make it really clear and really think about, and I think creators don't think about this as much as they should, is like, if I'm looking on my phone and it's like 1 inch by 2 inches or 1 inch by 1.5 inches, like, what does it look like then? They create them on these giant monitors and then they're like, that's great, publish.
It just looks green.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, let me just open Photoshop here. You guys are seeing
this
Photoshop,
is getting
right?
more fun.
Okay, so come on, that's not what I wanted. So I took a look at some other channels. Now I understand what they're going for, but it's like it's really difficult to pick it up immediately from those thumbnails. So when we're talking the edit space, it's usually something really epic looking. Hold on one sec. Something real epic looking, and it almost looks like a motivation thumbnail.
Yeah.
So you got this one, Kratos killer. Okay, it looks epic. That's fine, but it's super simple to understand. And then there's another one as Kratos looking at himself. It's you can definitely tell what is going on. There's another one. Yeah, here's a couple. It's very
That's a pretty one.
In the similar vein. So what you said about the previous thumbnail, where is it? This one. Okay, so if you've got this thumbnail, I think the best way to improve something like this would be, I just needed that as a reference. You have Kratos, come on, man. You got Kratos' head, or up close, something like that, him looking at the monster, and the monster's head is about this big up close to something along those lines, where you've got, okay, here is this epic angle of like hero versus enemy. Yeah, I think that would probably be a little more beneficial because there is so much noise going on in there. And like you said, even if we got real close, that probably would be.
It's a similar perspective that you're talking about too. If we can cut that green background out so that we actually have the awareness of the main character's name there. And it might not be the most realistic changing up the background. Obviously, this is probably from the game, but sometimes you have to do what's in the best interest of a thumbnail. And we're still setting expectations, but it doesn't have to be like the literal physical what you're going to see in the video. Nobody's going to timestamp you and be like, there was no grass there. It'll be okay.
Right.
Well, I know that's a hard one because I've had several creators who are like, I'm not wearing the same shirt in my thumbnail that is in my video. And it's like, oh, you'll be okay. It'll be fine. And then I've had to tell creators, never wear that shirt in a thumbnail again. That can't happen. There will be no beige in our thumbnails.
It's difficult to know like where's the line? Where's the clickbait line? And some people take it super literally, but it's like the value that you're pitching needs to be met more than anything. So like the little things, some people get lost in it. I totally understand what you're saying.
And something like this, I just think like that, like a good comp is like a movie poster. Like in a movie poster, like the new Captain America's coming out. Red Hulk is gigantic in every picture. He's not like tiny up in the corner, like this is what we're coming to see. We want to see Harrison Ford as the Red Hulk. Like let's not shy away from that.
I have to see what you're talking. Oh yeah, okay. So you said movie poster. I really want to see. Like, I love examples like this.
Yeah, it's Captain America, New World Order, or New Captain America poster. Like, oh yeah, that's one. There you go.
Look, yeah, you've got two simple subjects, and it is so like in your face. You get it immediately. That is such a good picture. Okay, yeah, yeah, those are really good examples.
Simple,
I like that a lot.
Simple. I mean, obviously, there's complicated techniques happening there, but it's a simple concept.
Right. So, yeah, I think that this is a really good point to make about these edits channels. It's not something that I come across a whole lot. Which one is which? There are so many. There we go. But now that I closed the one that I wanted. No, I didn't. What is going on, John?
Playing with windows like this.
Oh, great. There's Bloomgren again.
I just lost this stream like 2 seconds ago, and I was like, where is everyone? Can they tell that I'm lost?
There it is. Okay, yeah. Hey, by the way, all the viewers, I was lost there for a minute. I'm human. Get over it. Okay. So, yeah, all of these that are performing really well are super simple and easy to understand. The contrast is high on some of them, and that might be something to take into consideration.
Okay. Yeah. And also, I think that sort of in the past, this is like maybe too nerdy, but in the past, when we were blowing up images, we really sort of had to grapple with quality a lot. But now the advent of like so many cheap or free upscalers, I think changes the game on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when you were upscaling it, I was like, oh, it does look pixelated. But then like the final resolution was great. Like, okay, great. Here we are. Look at that.
Yeah. And like, if you have the forethought when you're playing the game, you can, now that you've thought about composition, you can try to aim to get that picture, even if you're playing. So that's, yeah.
Almost like a machinima vibe or something.
There you go. Yeah. Okie doke. Let's see if I can't find my way back to the forums. I swear I click on, okay, there we go. Okay, back to the forums. That was gaming, so we're going to jump to non-gaming real quick. It doesn't say non-gaming up here. I am so used to the other forums. This is so weird.
You're doing great.
I wish I could help you, but I'm not in charge of anything.
Okay, let's this is
here we go.
Hypnosis therapy.
Oh, this is a great one for what we're talking about.
Okay. Sometimes let me just translate this to English real quick to make this a little easier. Incredible year, hypnosis for sleep, guided meditation. Okay. I think it's super easy to understand what the channel is, like what it's about. Let's just take a look at the thumbnails here. They definitely have a brand going on, like the composition that they use and how they're going about it. Okay, I've got some opinions already, but what do you think, Paul?
I see this a lot with people who are doing more sort of instructional or educational material where they want to sort of like systematize it so much and they have like a standard thing and they just kind of change out elements of it. But I honestly think that like, there's that old saying, like you only get one chance to make a first impression. So like, why not let's like make every thumbnail custom. I know that it takes effort and I know that it takes like a lot of like time and energy, but why not let's make everyone, if this one's about your best year ever, can we sort of deal with that somehow? If this one's about sleep, or like get sleeping better at night, can we deal with that somehow? Like tell the story of the video maybe a little bit more in the thumbnail. And yeah, you have to make everyone custom, but I don't know, I think it could be a real game changer. And also I would just zoom in on him, make his head bigger. Like you're in the thumbnail, like don't like, you're not a lurker. You're like the main character of it. Let's get in there. Either yes or no. Commit to it.
Okay. Yeah. And when you're talking about telling the story, it would, now it's tough. Maybe he's already doing this. I can't read it, but like telling people exactly what they're getting out of it. I see the word stress and anxiety in there. So maybe it's like, this one's better for anxiety and stuff like that. In the thumbnail, if it says sleep meditation for anxiety. You got 4 words, and those are the only 4 on the thumbnail, or a sleep hypnosis for anxiety or stress or something like that. Because there's a lot going on this thumbnail, and it almost gives me the paradox of choice, where if you have too many choices, you can't make any.
Yeah.
And so I don't know which one is the best. Like, simplify it a little bit. Head and Shoulders, the shampoo brand, used to have 26 different types of shampoo. And then when they limited that down to 16 types, their revenue went up 10%. And so it's just like there have been experiments done on this paradox of choice. You just simplify it so people know exactly where to go, and then you can do more versions like that. That's kind of what I was thinking when I saw all these little words. But
I also wonder one other thing, just to sort of get a little bit deeper into it. I think part of this might have to do with like what his goals are moving forward. Like if you're really strong with returning viewers and you want to get more new viewers, then maybe you have to question, like, if people don't know who I am, what is the value of me being on the thumbnail? Whereas if I'm doing great with new viewers, but I want to sort of get more returning viewers, then I want people to know my face more. You know what I'm saying? Like what your goal is with the video might also figure into your approach.
Right.
Ooh, looks like a nice studio.
Immediately I was thinking, why is his face on there? Now that I'm thinking about it, he's in the video. It makes sense to have his face on there. Well, when you think about what's popular in the sleep hypnosis space and anxiety and whatnot, it's usually just a really nice picture and 3 or 4 simple words. But since it does look more like a talking head, like a guided thing, it makes sense that he's in there, and I don't mind it now. At first, I'm like, why are you in there? But I totally get it. Jen, what do you think?
I am such a hater of like the face bubble. Like, put your face on the thumbnail, but like I can't stand the bubble around it. I don't know why. I think it takes away, like, we do have this beautiful background. If you want your face on the thumbnail, like, put on. I think it makes it look so overcrowded. And then plus this amount of text, I think that we could simplify the text. I don't think we need hypnosis for sleep on the top of every thumbnail. I think that is pretty self-explanatory. That could be removed. Since we can't see the titles anymore, I'm assuming that bottom text is exact repetition of the title itself anyways, and that can probably be removed. But the big text we have going on is pretty valuable. It's pretty good, and the backgrounds seem to be pretty appropriate to the video concept. So all in all, like, I think they're doing a pretty good job, and the content's doing well. We can see with those scores that they're getting some pretty good reach. But I'm just not a fan of like the head bubble.
Okay. All right, let's look at something real quick. All right. So
personal opinion though. Personal opinion,
No,
not like never use a head bubble.
I feel it. There are 2 options that I would say we could give him here. The first one would be to take him and mask him completely out and just remove his background, and you could, almost imagine him as a green screen above the cool background that he already has, which would be the trees. So this is going to be really rough, dude. If you're watching, I'm sorry, but this is like just for the sake of brevity here. So here's, I forgot to.
We're defeating him now.
Okay, so here is kind of what I was just saying. You've got you. You are the pro here. All right. Don't you worry about that text. We're gonna fix that in a second. But then we'll just go ahead and get rid of this and get rid of this. And I'm assuming that text is. I was thinking the same thing when it came to the title. Like, I'm sure hypnosis for sleep is in the title, and all of these different, whatever you would call them, options. Options. 1 second. Okay, there we go. So now we've got.
Oh, look at generative Phil like behaving so nicely.
Oh yeah.
Have you trained
there.
yours? Mine does not listen.
No, it's just Photoshop doing its thing. Then
Wow.
Get rid of him here, and then that way he'll we can
That's
just put
so
him
funny. I'll like go to do that, and they'll be like, "Oh, would you like us to replace that with teeth?"
Oh, a lot of times it'll. Oh my god. So just
You know what else
why I
could
did it.
really potentially work for his space too is because he is such a pretty studio creator. I think screenshot with big text across the center of the image, like in the
negative space.
What do we want to call that like side of YouTube? Kind of like the wellness space, I guess, like motivational wellness. I don't really know what the term would be, but I think that would work. And honestly, if it did, it'd be a lot less work.
Yep, I agree. So this was the first option that I was saying if we wanted to use the background, and I would definitely color, like I would take a separate picture because you in purple over the green background, it doesn't feel right. But this is the composition I was saying. But alternatively, I would take a picture of you on the left side, on the left third of your image, and then on the right third you would have your text, and this would be whatever purple curtains or whatever you got going on in the background. And then if you can spice up the space with some candles or whatever makes people sleepy, that would probably be a good way to go. But yeah, I guess that's a couple options you can have to improve the packaging. You guys have anything else to add to this one?
I'm trying to find like the exact channel that
I think that Jen's point about the studio itself is so sharp looking that a screen grab, especially sort of now that sometimes like people are moving in this more simple, more minimal direction, that could really be something for sure.
Like if you look at Simon Alexander Ong, I don't know if I pronounced his name correct. His channel is kind of the example of what I'm talking about, with studio background, crisp, clear image, big, short, bold text across the front. And I feel like that's a representation like of the space itself, a very popular thumbnail style in the space.
Okay, so what was that channel name real quick?
That was Simon Alexander ONG.
Okay,
I don't know.
Simon.
I'm sorry, Simon.
ONG. I think I put Simpin. Why did I do that? Oh, sorry, dude. Okay. Oh, that's really good. I like it in front of him. I was thinking the side, but yeah. Okay. Let's just paste that back in. Yeah, I could see that. I probably didn't take the greatest.
It's just like such a pretty, like not everyone has such a great space to work with for just easy thumbnail. Like, oh, I can see it now.
Yeah, it's so good. You're right. You are correct. Just a little bolder. Yeah, I mean, man, that almost doesn't even need a drop shadow or anything. It's very good.
Right? Like the background was like, use me.
Go sleep. There.
There we go. We've designed your new thumbnail.
Yeah, there you go. If you want that,
send you a copy.
Yep, we'll send it to you in the Discord. There you go. All right. What just happened here? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I just saw the messages the guys were sending back and forth about that channel that were like.
Freeze frame you chose.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to gaming. All right. That's usually what we do. We alternate here. All right. We can break it out to more of a. What was the word I was just thinking of, Jen?
More auditing?
Yeah, that was it. Channel audit.
Let's get a little more audity.
Let's get more oddity. We started to do that anyway, so let's.
I know, we really did.
Why
It's
fight
hard,
the rain?
like, once you get into it to stop.
Okay, so let's take a look at what they were requesting here. Getting views, of course, grow an audience, fan base. They want us to take a look at the video openings and what to upload next. Okay, so let's do that. I need to reshare my screen with the audio.
I saw Starbucks. I'm curious.
Starbucks.
On one of their thumbnails, I think.
Where did it go? Oh my goodness, there we go. Ugh, I did it again. I'm sorry, guys. Like, every time I select the screen, it turns off the share audio. Like, I have to re-click it. Okay.
Just hang a lantern on an idea that we were just moving off of. Like,
sure.
We've been doing thumbnails for a while, and we like went through like 3 or 4 different ideas for this guy's thumbnail. And I just want to sort of really share with creators that your first idea isn't necessarily your best idea. And trying out a few different things and checking it out is like super, super important. And I think that I mean, thumbnails couldn't be any more important on YouTube. And just to say like, just like as your last thought and your first thought, and you just like put it up, like you're really doing yourself a disservice. Entertaining a few different ideas or 3 different versions, I think I can't oversell the importance of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's very weird because sometimes you'll have like a gut feeling like, yeah, that's probably a good thumbnail, and it usually is. But if you don't have that feeling, it is super beneficial to experiment. All right. Oh no. Okay. So this is Tortoise Tube. I'm not
Who
sure.
just hit 500 subs. Congrats.
Hello everyone. I'll upload gaming content and mainly Fortnite videos. The goal is to help other channels grow and make others happy. Okay.
I don't think that's accurate anymore. I just going out on a limb. I don't think that's accurate.
All right.
Oh, a couple Fortnites.
Yeah, I'm seeing Fortnite. Is this? That's Five Nights at Freddy's. So it's a little bit of a mix up, but oh no, that was 3 years ago. Let's take it. Yeah. Okay, TubbyTube Q&A to Fortnite Winterfest trailer.
Oh, new Fortnite chapter. We have a lot going on here.
Yeah.
We got a lot of little baby channels amongst us.
I'm not a coach. I normally encourage experimenting a lot in the beginning, and when you finally get a direction, then you can either solidify that direction or start a new channel. And this might be an experimental channel, but since they submitted, Jen, what would be some advice that you'd give just based on this first impression?
The first thing would definitely be a conversation of what they want to create versus what they're actually creating, what their goals are. Obviously, it said Fortnite, but are you really active in Fortnite still? What games are similar to Fortnite? We have a lot of things going on, and experimenting is totally fine. And having a channel where you throw everything on it is totally fine too, just a creative outlet. But the expectations of growth and just, I would say, natural organic growth that most creators want to see is not usually associated with a channel like that, because we're talking so many different audiences. Almost every video that we can see in this window right now is a different audience.
Yeah.
And that's really, really hard. And as a creator, to put a video out that you spend so much time on and then not get those views, not get the subscribers, it can be super defeating over time. So we would definitely want to make a plan that's going to be 3 buckets of content that allow for that experimentation, that focus in on the Fortnite and maybe one other similar game that Fortnite audience would also enjoy. But this would be a back and forth conversation because it's not easy to tell what they're really doing or what they want to do here. We'd have to figure that out and make a good game plan.
Do you guys get a lot of channels that are like this? That are just like, hey, I kind of have a meme gamey channel, or I don't know if that's like a serious thing or not.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
You get a lot of them? Okay.
Not even just gaming, a lot in general, because a big concern with creators is I don't want to be boxed in. I don't want to niche down. I want to do what I want on my channel, which is totally valid. And there's really fun ways to do that and still get growth while doing it. And then there's a totally chaotic way to do it, which is creatively really, really fun, but the expectations have to align with what you're doing there.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that I think Jen's really onto something. I think that like focusing at the beginning and then gives you the liberty to broaden out later. I always use the idea of Oprah, right? Oprah started with a talk show, and then she really focused her talk show down to really self-help, like having these different self-help authors on, and that was like her main message. And then from there, people got to know, like, and trust her, and now people listen to Oprah's opinion about anything, right?
Anything.
But we really connected with her on this one thing, and then that gave her the freedom to do everything. And I think people want to start at the end and not at the beginning.
I like to give creators a hard truth, then tell them that is an earned right on the platform, and you have not earned that right yet. And they don't really like to hear that, but it's the truth. You are not boxed in. As a creator, it's your responsibility to grow and expand your content as your audience expands. But you can't do that all at once from the beginning, and you can't expect everyone to love everything that you're doing. But at some point, they will love you so much, they won't care what you upload. And that's obviously what we're doing with a personality-driven channel.
Yeah, for sure. I always tell people like, hey, you ultimately need to start off with the content that is the most valuable to the viewer, and they fall so in love with you that they're then not coming back for like, oh, this topic. They're coming back, oh, I just want to see what Jen's doing on her channel. Whatever that is, I just want to see what that is. But Jen, I think an earned right is such a great phrase of it. Like, you just need to earn that trust and sort of connection with your audience, and then you can do whatever you want. Yeah.
A fun way to kind of point this out to creators is to have them go into their favorite creators' channels, go back and look at the oldest videos that they've made. One, identify how long they've been on the platform in general. I guarantee you it's at least 6 to 10 years. Go and look at their most popular content. I guarantee you it has almost nothing to do with what they're uploading currently. And this is where we see that transition. And this is why when working with creators, I typically will not have creators reference anyone that is over 100K subscribers, because like we're talking about now, they're playing a different game than we're playing. They're on another side of YouTube that you'll get to, but are not there yet.
Jen, spitting facts. Bring
Yeah,
the fire.
no kidding. I always wonder, like, how many people go to you guys and say, like, oh, well, what about Moist Critical?
It's funny because you will ask a creator and be like, tell me who inspires you, who's your inspo, especially for doing their channel audit. You want to see who they want to be. And then it's very easy to visually be like, okay, what they're doing here is not exactly what you're doing here in this way. But when they send you, Mil Plus channels and you're looking at it and you're like, okay, first of all, we got a whole team working on this channel, but also they could put up any thumbnail they want pretty much, and they're still going to bank on the views because they've earned that. And that's what we got going on. But
okay, I just got to ask because, all right, so a lot of people might not know this, but in vidIQ, it's such a larger company that a lot of us don't know what's going on everywhere. So, for example, I'll have people hit me up and ask me about the vidIQ tool. Like, hey, dude, what's going on with this? I'm like, I don't know. I just make videos, dude. I don't know. There's so much. There are like many different departments. So I have a question. I'll just use this as a segue to the promo. That way we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to get back to auditing a couple channels. But the promo that we've got going on here is where's it at? There we go. What is it? 37% off of the coaching. I thought it was on here, but I don't see it now. So like I'll get it up in a second, but what I want to ask is, people can contact you, like directly. Is that right? And anytime they have a question, they can just hit you up and ask it. Is that right?
sorry, I was reading the comments a little bit. So how the actual interaction works for the coaching?
Right.
Yeah. So we're available Monday through Friday, our, normal business hours, and you can send video or text, and typically the longest you would have to wait for a response is 24 hours. And we get back to you as quick as we can, but that's kind of like, what we have to say. But you can send, is there a limit on messages right now, Paul?
At a stretch, you can send like 5 messages in a row before we respond, just to sort of keep the conversation a little bit more focused. But if I respond to you and you send me 5 more, and I respond to you and you send me 5 more, like the amount of interaction back and forth is not limited. And I think, Jen, talking with you one time, I think I really started telling creators more and more. It's like texting with a friend. It's like you have a friend who knows about YouTube and you're just texting them. You text them a question, I text you a thing back, and sort of go back and forth. I try to focus you towards some resources that you may need to go a little bit deeper on what we're talking about.
So I know you set up like a game plan.
Hey.
When you first
Hey Nick, how's it going?
When you guys first start coaching, you set up a game plan. Say a creator, they like all of a sudden they just have a couple shorts that just start hitting. Do you adjust the game plan as you go?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're really growing with the creator. What we start talking about in the beginning is sometimes understanding YouTube. Maybe you were under the impression things worked a certain way, and we kind of dive in and we're talking just a lot more about how YouTube works, understanding things like that. I would say I have several creators that I've worked with long enough now where we have gradually pivoted their channel just as we're working together, where we introduce a new bucket of content. Okay, we've been doing these thumbnails for a while. What are your thoughts on kind of switching them up a little bit? Are you in the mood to run an experiment with content? Some people will be like, I think I want to start throwing some shorts in. So it's really up to the creator how much they want to be involved, how much they're actually creating at the time. And we're here to grow with you. We want you to grow. We want to help you out. So, I mean, we're just making the best decisions based off of, the work that you're putting into it.
Yeah, we have best practices that we use, that we sort of like recommend. And then once you see kind of the effect that has on the channel, then you need to be like kind of responsive to what's happening. Like, well, usually this kind of work, oh, that really worked for you. Let's, like Jen said, let's double down on that. Or Diane was saying it in the previous hour. Let's double down on this thing that's working great. Because it's not like one size fits all, or you just pull that big lever and then the views are going to come in. It's a conversation between you and the creator and the audience. And it's like you're responding back and forth and taking in data and responding to that data as it comes.
Man, this is kind of eye-opening. I know when I talk to people about stuff like this, I get super excited, and they'll get about 50 messages from me before they actually respond. And so I was wondering, like, do people do this to the coaches? I bet they do. It's very, very cool. But for anybody that's interested, you get 37% off one-on-one coaching for 3 months with the link in the description. Thank you guys so much for doing this, for real. And there was a lot of stuff that I didn't know about coaching. But yeah, okay, let's get back to the channel audits, and let me just drag this over here. All right, here we go. I did have a channel pre-selected, so we didn't have to wait.
Nice.
I don't quite parth sing. I'm just gonna say that. All right, so let's see what they had to say about this. They want to just increase their subs fast, and they want to make people aware of their channel. They want to know what type of content they should post. Okay.
Very common question.
Okay.
Also, hi to Robert, who popped in before. It's so fun to see our creators in the chat.
There he is. Yeah.
There
Jen is my
he
coach,
is.
and she's incredible. I was like, where is he? Oh, there. Okay. Okay, so Parth Singh, you have been doing several different things to just kind of see what works, what pops. Just these top two, this is what happens when to your body when you laugh more often, and then the other is about the Feynman technique. So you don't quite have a niche you're wanting to figure out what direction to go. As far as these thumbnails, some of them look a little AI generated, and some of them might be put together on their own. So, Paul, somebody that doesn't have a direction, and this is coming from my heart because I've been here big time. When somebody doesn't have a niche and they're trying a bunch of different things, what's the first thing that you recommend that they do?
I've had a few creators like this where they sort of come in and their desire is, I want to do YouTube. And they don't know exactly what to do about it. And I always try to say, like, hey, what is that thing that when you're talking to someone, you always end up talking about this? Or at a party, you always end up bringing up this subject. You just naturally gravitate towards it. Or what could you make 100 videos about, even if no one was watching? Like the thing that excites you the most, because your excitement will be our excitement. So I usually try to start there. Like, what is that thing? Because YouTube is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You're not going to put up one video and go viral overnight. Possibly. If you do, that's great. But
right, we love that for you.
We love that for you.
You coach us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, seriously. But yeah, it's what are you going to be passionate about over the long term? That's kind of where I start that conversation with them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was just thinking, what if somebody was really interested in content creation but then I thought, well, that's what we do. Okay, so then you'd go into our space. That would make a lot of sense. Okay, so as for this person, there's not much I could say outside of what Paul just said. And it seems like you're obviously looking at YouTube advice and stuff. So hopefully that helps you a little bit. And like I said before, there's always just keep experimenting and keep trying things if you don't quite know the answer to that. And when you see people start to react, that could also be a sign for you.
And I'll throw one other thing out there, because sometimes it's hard for people to sort of look inward and know that thing about themselves. It's like, what are those top 3 or 4 channels that you always watch? Because I think 90% of the time we are part of our like ideal viewer audience, right? So we're kind of scratching our own itch. We're really kind of reflecting back to ourselves in some way. So what is it that you watch? What is it that you're super interested in? And maybe that's like a jumping off point for that self-discovery of what to do your channel about.
Yeah.
I would say an exercise that I do with creators, and I think it'd be really helpful for this creator, is to make a list of every single YouTube video idea you've ever had. If it's 100 videos, ideas, I don't care. Go back through that list and categorize every single idea on it. I guarantee you one of them is going to just completely stand out. You're going to have one that majority rules. Maybe you have a bunch of random ideas and stuff, and with a coach, you could probably market those to fit on your channel, but there definitely is going to be a common denominator among the ideas, but you got to put them all out there and see, I guess I really am interested in, food or, the effects of things to make you happy. That was kind of like a theme there.
Man, having an outside perspective is super important. Just the ability to show somebody and have them give you the time that you wish you had that perspective yourself is just, yeah, that's incredible. Okay, which is why I tend to tell people, like, hop in the Discord and show people your thumbnails if you're really unsure about things. Yeah, it's super, super helpful. Okay, we've got Spazzy Games here, and they wanted to talk about their voiceovers, improve the audio quality, balancing work and the channel. Like, the biggest obstacle is their time and balancing work in the channel, but and they diversify coverage of other games. Okay, all right. So let's take a listen here, and hopefully you guys can hear it. I did share the audio, but I'm not sure if it'll work.
Stepped into a time machine and played the launch version of Valheim
Can you guys
all
hear
the
that?
way back in 2021.
Yeah. Okay.
Many things have changed, from the user interface, mechanics, and even creature design. Starting off, the opening menu sure does look different, with the changelog dates being from way back.
Okay, dude, I don't quite hear too many issues, except for the fact that you might be quiet, especially in reference to the sound effect that just popped up. If say your sound effect is at 5, your voice needs to be at like 8 or 9. It just needs to be higher than any sound effects. So, I don't hear.
You see that video spike? Did you see it?
Yeah. Meadows.
I noticed how the user interface has changed drastically in the past few years.
Are all the
For starters,
spikes
while the
split
standard
screens?
bar is present like it always
So regular, and then right before. No, these are chapters. Okay, so Valheim has changed. The Meadow area has changed. The Black Forest has changed. So I guess that's probably where the spikes are. Yeah, as far as the audio though, the EQ sounds fine. It was a little tough for me to hear. I had to turn it up. I don't know if that's a volume issue on your end or not. Did you guys hear anything weird going on there?
Nothing like technical, but I think that this creator is doing great.
Yeah.
I think they sound pretty natural. I think there's at times it feels a little bit scripted, and they could potentially loosen it up a little bit, get a little bit more comfortable during the recording, but that could also just be how they are and how they genuinely talk. But I mean, it sounded great. I don't know what their actual concerns were, but I mean, I don't think you should be concerned.
Okay. It's weird. We had this happen earlier where somebody was worried about their voice. They said their accent, and they had no accent. So, like, compared to like the Midwestern American accent, that was it. So
We are our own worst critics, no matter what.
Yeah.
Man, judging your voice is it's so cringy when you first start, but you have to get over it eventually.
Yeah.
It's exposure therapy that really gets rid of that. You're like, oh yeah, that's just the way I sound. I used to care about that. Now I don't. Okay, let's bounce back to a non-gaming one. Number 76. Let's take a look. They want to... their biggest obstacle is production. And they want us to focus on their shorts.
Okay.
And they want to be the go-to source for hip-hop.
All right.
It sounds fun.
There we go. Okay, our studios. Let's take a look
Hip-hop
down
news
here.
and more. Okay.
The thumbnails aren't bad. Besides there's like hardly any contrast on that yellow there. But yeah, I mean, it seems like they're cut up fairly well. Let's take a look at the shorts like they wanted us to here. I'm thinking.
Leandro Ball signed to a new team, but we're not talking about basketball.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa, whoa. Bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweak in this bitch, start letting shit go.
Leandro Ball of the Ball brothers decided it was finally time to unleash.
Okay. So far, are you guys seeing anything that sticks out to you? Paul?
No, mostly I think it's good. The question I have is that their concern is production, and I think it's like really well put together. So I'm not sure specifically what piece of production that they are concerned about, but I think it's really interesting. And I've seen some of these news type of videos where I like that it's moving quickly because it's a short. It's like cut. I think is really smart. I don't know. I see a lot of things that are going well. The one thing is that they may want to experiment with doing custom captions throughout. So if people are watching with their sound off, they can still watch it and just sort of track, does that move the needle for their shorts sort of long term? Other than that, though, I'm pretty psyched about it.
Okay. Well, one thing why are you putting this logo here? I was just curious about that. Like, this is why.
John with the logo.
This is not how YouTube branding works. It's just not the like when people do it in their thumbnails, I get annoyed. But why stick it in the video? Anyway, I want to take a look at a popular short because there's probably one that has a really, really good hook. Kendrick Lamar wants to watch the party die. Nicki Minaj versus Lil Kim, who has the crown? Okay, so
Nicki Minaj, Lil Kim, who's the best?
I don't keep. Okay, Nicki Minaj, Lil Kim, who's the best? Immediately, like the hook is there. I think that's something that you really want to focus on. Like, this is the value that you're about to get from this, and then you go into it. The one before, I wasn't sure if I really caught it or not. And by the way, you don't have to have this R Studios thing up there. Yeah, I don't know. As far as the font goes, it's I think it might be either Marvin or Riffic. It doesn't really give me hip hop. It almost gives me Mr. Beast. And that's just a personal aesthetic choice that I would change it up. I mean,
you want to talk about branding? That's way more branding than your R Studios.
Right. If just like a little tip, go to some hip hop artist websites and see what fonts they're using on there. And if they're just plain like sans serif fonts, then do that. Go for that. I mean, like just these fonts right here are so much cleaner and better than something that's like, oh, this is so silly, but it's about hip hop and serious stuff too. It's just there's a little bit of a mismatch there, is all I'm saying.
It's so silly.
It's so silly.
It's the very widespread dark drop shadow too that just like amps it up even more. It's twice as silly.
You might want to tighten that up a little bit, but I would probably focus on making sure that your text, because Paul brought up to put the text in there and it's huge. do me a favor and go on YouTube and just click on the shorts feed and find the first short that doesn't have subtitles, or find the first short that doesn't have text popping out at you. It'll be really difficult. At least on my feed, it's everywhere. And the way that they do it is they put it right here in the center or a little bit above the center, so it stays away from this bottom messy area. And of course, try to avoid this little area too, because if you're posting on Instagram,
Just in really quick, in just a pro tip, if you go online and you look for, there are a few different templates that you can use, sort of like safe zone templates, and you can just use them on your video, and you see like, oh, this is where is a great place for my eye line. This is sort of like where those clickable things are. This is where the text is safest, and it makes that whole process less guesswork, because there's nothing worse than like you do it, then you upload it, you're like, dang it, you have to rejigger it and then do it again, like, oh darn it. So if you have a template that really takes all that into account, you save yourself a ton of work on your workflow.
Oh yeah, for sure. I made one specifically for Instagram Reels because I've been doing that a lot. I just put it over top of everything in the editing timeline, and I'll turn it on to make sure nothing's getting in the way, and then I'll turn it off before I export. And oftentimes I'll forget to turn it off on export, and then I'll go to upload it and realize, oh man, there's a fake UI over it. I got to re-export it. It's a pain. Okay, all right. Let's jump back to gaming, and we'll do that one last time, and then we're gonna have to switch things up a little bit. I won't be leaving, but you guys will.
We're getting the boot.
Getting the boot.
Seems right.
What are you guys talking about? Okay. What do you think your biggest obstacle is? Accurately diagnosing why a new video is underperformed. Okay, we'll take a look at that.
Ooh, fun.
Share my love of video games with as many people as possible and turn it into a full-time career. All right, Wilson108. Let's take a look-see. Okay, almost 6,000 subscribers. Your thumbnails are super simple, and I like it. By the way, this is a good way to brand. I hate it because of the way that the drop shadow works. I have a very specific way I like to do drop shadows. This would bug me. This doesn't bug it. It doesn't bug the mass public, by the way. I like the way that you've chosen the colors to pop off of the grayscale backgrounds. It is a very, very cool way to brand. And you do have your logo in there, but it's not taking up valuable real estate. So I'm not docking points for that.
But imagine how clean it would look without it.
I'm just saying. I mean, you know what? There's this big thing up here. What is this? What is it? It's right there. No matter where they click, they're gonna see that right below it.
Wait, scroll up even more to their
no.
banner. Is their banner the same?
Nah.
Boom.
Well,
We got it
sorta,
again.
Yeah, we got there. But this is a pretty pro looking front page for your. It's a pro. My brain just stopped. It's a pro.
It's looking good. It is looking
channel.
good. The thumbnails are quite sharp.
Oh, and then this like totally takes me out of it.
Yeah, I get what they were trying to do though.
Yeah, how would you package that to look like all these others? My girlfriend versus Minecraft, and then it's death, grayscale.
Yeah.
My girlfriend versus Minecraft. I guess I don't understand what that means though.
Well, My Girlfriend Versus is definitely a series that's been working, and it looks like they were trying to branch out in a different direction. And while the video, did get some good views, I don't think it's going to match the other views they're getting, because is Resident Evil and Minecraft really the same audience? No.
I get you. Okay, I do. I see it now. They've got a format that they're really knocking out. Yeah, it makes sense to me now. So these My Girlfriend versus it's almost like hard games, and then it's just a very very different thing.
But it might be worth an experiment to like rethink this thumbnail sort of in the style of these other ones, right? Maybe like a screen grab or something, and then sort of like strip some of the color out of it so it's more grayscale, and then do your sort of like experiment with it to match style wise the other ones, and just see if that moves the needle for it. Because if people are used to seeing that thing, they might be more attracted to it and be like, oh, it's one of those videos from that guy.
Oh my, dude, that would be so funny to see like a very serious, almost horror-esque version of Minecraft, but when you see that text pop off of it, it's branded like, oh, I know exactly who that is.
How much more interesting would that be to this like darker audience though? Like I would probably click on it. You would probably be like, ooh, Minecraft, but it's like dark.
Yeah, for sure. That would be
I
so
love
funny.
this series though. I think this is a great series. Obviously, they're doing their homework. They know it works. They're doubling down on it.
Yep.
At this point, I would start to introduce something else. We have them all back to back to back to back to back. We have the opportunity where we have the momentum. Let's start to introduce another type of concept or series and continue to balance it with this because this will burn out.
Okay, so expanding on a different format or experimenting and trying to find one, where would you recommend that they start looking for inspiration?
They probably have the ideas. I feel like every creator has like a list of ideas. Like one day I'm going to make this video. One day I'm going to do this, or I'm going to start, X, Y, and Z. I would be shocked if they didn't have videos that they wanted to make. But when you get into a streak like this, it's really hard to take a chance on something else.
Right.
Also, I would go deeper into their
scores.
You could also go deeper into their catalog. Is there a video you made a while ago that's still killing it for you? And is there a way to update that video? Or is there something in that video like that? It's like, it looks like an outlier, but there's something there that could be like a format for something.
Oh, that's an interesting take. Yeah, that's a good strategy, like to expand, because this is, for example, this one. Hey, it's okay to play video games. It's almost like a advice piece, totally different from all the others, and that is their most popular one. Yeah.
So there may be something there.
Is
but
this,
these ones are like top 10 games 2023. Like that seems like a natch for like top 10 games 2024, 2025, right? This format, that's like their 8th most popular video. That might be something to revisit now with their more developed aesthetic and probably better production. They've been doing it for a while. That's from a year ago. So they have a year more experience under their belt. What does the 2024 version of that look like?
Right. Yep. And I'm sure this all comes down to the individual. Like if they said, I don't want to do listicles, it makes me unhappy, then of course you guys would be like, all right, we're moving somewhere else then.
We're like, we're done here.
Man, I need a coach.
24. Everybody needs a coach. Coaches have each other. We coach each other.
I need somebody to annoy.
We're just as blind to our own channels if we're active on YouTube.
Oh, goodness. Okay, that we're gonna switch things up a little bit, but just as a reminder, y'all, 37% off of 3 months. The link is in the description. Definitely check out the coaches. And also, I forgot to mention this, but we've been talking about this vidIQ tool like all week, and you get unlimited access to the vidIQ tool if you do the coach thing. So that's just a little perk for you.
Oh yeah.
There
you go. Cool. All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming on. My next guest is not here yet, but there he is. There he is. Okay. Well, you guys have a good one. I'm gonna spin my.
Shout out to Josh.
Camera here.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
right.
it's
Finger wrenching in the
fun to
house.
see the creators. Paul, are you coming back at all today? I know I'll be back at 3.
I am not coming back.
Okay.
I'm coaching people.
You're just doing your job. Good job.
And I have kids to pick up from school, all that kind of stuff. I have lots of jobs. I wear lots of hats. They all look like this one.
Well,
Okay.
I will see you later.
Great.
It's
Thanks,
been
guys.
fun,
Super
everybody.
fun.
Thank you, guys. Oh, I don't know why that put him on the screen. All right, y'all. I'm gonna reset the forms here, and then we're gonna jump back to something. We're gonna make that decision here in just a second. Let me just reset the forms. Forms, reset yourselves. All right, so everybody that submits now, feel free to resubmit. Now is the time, and we're gonna take a look at your channels. Okay, let's do this thing. And let me go ahead and bring on the next guest, who is Jeff.
What up, man?
How's it going, Jeff? Long time no see.
Yeah, man. They keep me awfully busy here at vidIQ, but I love it. I love it. But I took the opportunity, man. Once Rob said, "Hey, we're going to be running a little stream thing, and we're going to be inviting some extra people. Do you want to join in?" And I said, "Yes, let's do it." So I'm here, man.
Nice. For those that don't know, Jeff is my brother in the Federation. I got into Star Trek like maybe a year ago, and Jeff was the one that was like, "You got to do it." By the way, I just finished Deep Space Nine. It's okay. It's not the next generation. It's all right.
How dare you?
Everybody's like, "What's your problem?" I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
It's all good, man. I had to come around to it for the longest time. Next Generation, because that's what I grew up with, was my favorite.
Yeah.
But the second time around watching DS9 in my later adulthood was when the storytelling really kind of took it to the next level. The serialized storytelling was what really sold it for me. So, but yeah, different vibe.
Yeah, the whole Ferengi storyline, I was always locked into that. But then I was, you know what? I'll give it another chance here in a couple months, and we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. I get that.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna do some channel audits where I like to take a look at the thumbnails and the packaging, and we'll go with it. I tried to limit it to thumbnails on the last one, and then we just expanded to channel audits. So we'll probably just do that.
Yeah, no worries, man. Whatever's clever.
Cool. Let me just start. That last one was gaming, so we're gonna do non-gaming. Random number 68. By the way, everybody, these are new submissions, so if you haven't already, resubmit. Okay, let's see what they want to do here. The goal is to be an AI music boxing channel.
What does that mean?
I don't know. They don't know what their biggest obstacle is, and they want us to focus on videos. All right.
Fair enough.
Do they have videos? Okay.
That's a good question.
They have. How is this? I don't understand the AI thing. I guess let's click on one and see what happens. I don't know if I should mute this or not.
Maybe just to be safe.
Yeah. Okay, so we know that it's playing music. It started off with a solo. I don't get the AI thing, but it's just like people beating the crap out of each other to music.
I guess that's what's going on. It's tough for me to tell because I'm trying to figure out what's the value proposition, right? As a viewer, what am I getting out of this? Because that's kind of what I want. The first thing that I say, because this is going to apply to so many freaking people,
right?
What's the value that these videos are going to deliver to a viewer, right? Who are we targeting with these videos, and what's the value that they're going to deliver? So is it just music? Is that the value? I'm just kind of wondering. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of concerned about, because I don't know if it says it in the about section, because I know they said AI music boxing channel, which is like what?
A lot of people were saying that it might be AI written music, you know, like that one.
Oh, I guess that's possible. Yeah, that's possible.
Hold on. Sports, boxing, football, basketball, AI music to go with the sport. Okay, so AI music. Please introduce some commas in here. Like, let us know. All right, so it's a lot of sports with AI music to go with it.
I'm thinking that's the same thing, because AI music is a thing. So, because I know the issue with it is a lot of people have come across copyright. All of us that have been on YouTube have experienced copyright issues for a long time. So I know there's a lot of people who feel like doing the AI music thing could help them avoid that. If the music is good, I mean, then sure. But yeah, I'm just not sure what exactly we're trying to do here. Like, what is the ultimate goal? And that's what's kind of got me confused. And I think the creator really needs to kind of think, what am I ultimately trying to do? Right? Are we trying to get monetized? What are we trying to do? And if that's a thought, that's the goal, then some thought needs to be put into who are we targeting with these videos, and what's the value that I'm going to bring with that. And that's just kind of one of the things where I'm just not sure. I'm missing it. Maybe that's just me, but I'm missing that right now, is who are these videos for?
I'm seeing that it's probably for people interested in boxing, and you're tossing in a variable that a lot of people might not care about with the AI music, because this Foreman versus Ken Norton full fight, I'm not watching that for AI music, but it's the best. Yeah, it's the best one.
Yeah, because I'm the same way. So here's the thing: I'm not like a massive boxing fan, but I was a bigger boxing fan years ago, and I was really into watching classic boxing. But when I'm going to watch those fights, I was watching it with the commentary, whether it's the original commentary that was recorded, or if it's like a narrator that's sort of narrating, to sort of make the content like what do you call it? To change the content, for fair use, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. So they'll kind of switch it up so they can use those clips for fair use, and that's how I take it. But I want to hear something like they're delivering value, like explaining the background of either boxers, or maybe they had history together, maybe this is their third fight against each other, whatever it might be. But they were making transformational. So they were
Transformative,
yeah, they were doing they were making transformative content. So that's kind of the thing that I'm looking at. And when it comes to boxing, I'm not really. I think you're kind of hitting the nail on the head there, is that I'm not coming to boxing for AI music. So it's sort of like, it feels like we're just using the boxing as an outlet for that, maybe. But yeah,
possibly. It could be two separate channels if these are both your interests. When I see a video like why Butterbean is the most interesting boxer, if I'm gonna unmute it, and if I'm not hearing a voiceover, then I'm not interested.
Giant fist swing.
And it's AI music. That you set it up in a documentary sense where it's like, why is he? Do you explain that in this, or does the AI music explain that? Because
exactly.
I'm not sure.
See,
but
and I agree right now with what you said, dude. The title and the thumbnail is setting an expectation for this video that's not met by the actual video, making that clickbait. Because you're putting a title, why Butterbean is the most interesting boxer, would allude that you're going to explain why. And if it's just music the whole way through, then you didn't serve that. You didn't actually fulfill the promise of the packaging of this video. So you have to be careful with that.
Right. This being an outlier, I bet this would have been massive had it been a documentary. Red Light, if you want to do a voiceover and make this a documentary, I think that this would probably go viral. If it got 7,000 views for being clickbait, that's pretty impressive in my opinion.
Agreed. And Butterbean is super, like the history and the story around that dude is really cool. So yeah, if you have the knowledge and stuff, I think that would be a much more valuable channel than one that's just throwing AI music on top of fight clips. That's just me personally, but that's just sort of, where I'm getting at.
Totally agreed. Okay, we're moving back to gaming. Hopefully that helps your Red Light.
See, that's something you have to be careful with, right? Because people are saying, yeah, the AI suggests very clickbait titles. Here's the thing, though. AI suggestions are exactly that, suggestions. So one of the things that we always try to make sure that we tell people, especially with our tools, is to let our tools be a guide as a jumping off point where you need to start your own thought process, but you still want to change it up to make sure that you still have that human element in it. I'm not going to use an AI title verbatim, right? I'm not going to use it word for word, but I'm going to say, oh, you know what? That's kind of a good idea. Maybe I should make it like this and make my own variations of it. But above anything else, regardless of what the AI suggests you for titles, you still have to make sure that whatever expectation is set with the packaging of your video is actually met in the video.
Yeah. You can't just blindly go with it. Okay. I'm having a little bit of a difficult time with this one.
Oh, my guy Tony, what up, man?
This said fun POS income waiting on disability experience time with daughter. I'm not so sure what that is.
So it sounds like the channel maybe is just for fun, possibly for income.
Possibly.
So maybe they're waiting for disability as income, maybe that's what's going on. And then it looks like they're trying to experience time with their daughter, which makes a lot of sense. I've worked with channels who literally all they're doing is creating an archive of family footage for when they pass away. And that way their kids will be able to look back on all the times that they spent with their mom and dad. Like that to me blew me away. I was like, wow, that's crazy. And they had videos going back years from when their kids were babies. And now their kids are like 10, 12 years old, but it was years of videos. And I was just blown away. Like, it's such a cool, noble idea to think of that. Cause like as a child, like you lose a parent, but now you have nothing. And they basically documented everything. I was like, I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's incredible. All right, so with this mix up here, I don't have the same feeling about this channel that I did at the past one, because I know that the intention here is just to spend time with his daughter.
Mhm.
So the goal there isn't the same as blowing up on YouTube. So it's a little more difficult to give advice. But if you want to improve, I guess we could go aesthetic wise. These are all so different from each other. Silent Hill remake, don't buy a new dryer, channel trailer, okay. Wasted money at GameStop. They all just have different subject matter. Is there any shorts? The shorts have a
Gaming.
format.
Interesting. Maiden 3? Oh no, Link. This is Zelda, right?
Yeah. These look really, really interesting. Man, like even visually, I'm attracted to this because I just don't see this in shorts a whole lot, I guess.
Yeah, so we've got a disconnect in what the long form and short form are.
Right.
On this channel. So that's one thing we have to be careful with. Because some of the shorts actually did pull in some views, and if people are being exposed to your content and your channel as like gaming, whether it's retro gaming or whatever it might be, then we want to make sure that if by chance your long forms get recommended to any of these shorts viewers, that the experience is something similar. And that's something we have to be careful with. And so, we don't know what we don't know when it comes to content creation, because I know I was the same way when I was first getting started. I was throwing everything at the wall, but eventually you do kind of want to focus up when you can. And that's something that I would definitely recommend doing. I mean, I don't have a problem with them doing the gaming stuff and all of that. That's totally fine. But sometimes a channel can't just be a catch-all. You have to sort of sit back and think, how do I want to present? Like, what do we want to do? Do we want to do daily vlogs? Are we going to show our work? Am I going to play video games with my daughter? Like, what's something that you can do that moving forward, both in shorts and long form content? That I would be trying to think of, like the family vlog that I was telling you guys about. That's literally what they were doing, is just family vlogs, not daily. They would just shoot footage throughout the week, put out one video per week. So
yeah, that's it's a really difficult thing. Sorry, dude. Hopefully that helps you a little bit as far as like getting an idea of a direction. There's not much else to offer in that situation.
It happens.
Because it's very, very difficult. All right, I brought up the next one, which isn't gaming, and they want to focus on their packaging. There we go. So this is Kulaba Woodworking.
Cool.
Epoxy projects. Wow, I just saw a channel that does epoxy projects. They made super bouncy shoes. You want help with these thumbnails? I don't maybe it's just the packaging in general. Thumb title intro. Okay. All right. Okay, let's take a look. These thumbnails are incredible. I don't know. I guess some of them don't give me enough context of what's going on. Might be a little difficult.
Yeah.
So I give some advice in the thumbnail streams that if a thumbnail can tell a story with 0 words, it's a good thumbnail. And so, like say I saw this crayon, like these are all done super tastefully, by the way, but I don't know what this is or what the story is. Like this is number 427. And I'm saying without the title. With the title, like that'll be the next thing we get to. But that is just so it's not informative. And now looking at the title, I tried building a table out of 1,000 crayons. If you have the crayons on the left and then you have an equal sign and then a table on the right, then it's like, okay, the story is told. This table's made out of these crayons. So this is just very cool picture, but doesn't get the idea across. That one does tell the story a little bit better, but it is less appealing. So I understand why you were having a difficult time with that. Let's take a look at the. I always do that. Take a look at their others. Do any of these stick out to you?
The one that really hit me first was the one that says cheap. So on the second row, second from the left, that one stuck out at me because it reminds me of what Blacktail Studio does with their epoxy woodworking thumbnails. That's a super successful channel in this particular niche. But that's the one that kind of stuck out to me. Then there was another one that was I think. John done disappeared on me. The truth about cabinets, which is on the upper right. So, but anytime I see a thumbnail where it's like the truth, that always sparks my interest. I'm like, okay, what are they not telling me? Right? It gives you that negative connotation, even if it's not a negative video. So, but yeah, those are the two that really kind of stuck out at me initially.
Very good. Very good. I like them as well. This one, Finished with Fire, is real interesting. Some of it, like, it's just, you don't know that's a table on first.
I thought it was a beach, to be honest, like a black sand beach.
Oh yeah, I do kind of see that.
And like water coming in.
Like aesthetically and composition wise, these are great thumbnails. It's just like the idea. So I would say a thumbnail needs to do three things. That's catch the eye, convey the idea, and create curiosity. And conveying the idea is the tough part of your packaging here. Let's take a look at Blacktail Studio, because now that you mention it, I just wanted to see, like, what are they doing right here? Let me just open up the popular vids they got. Fire plus epoxy. I mean, that's a table. That's a table. You can definitely see what's going on here. This one would be pretty cool to have the money in it, but I mean, it's got 14 million views, so who am I? Yeah. These they convey the idea just a little bit easier because they offer the context by being a wider shot. I think you can tell what's going on in them very easily. This one that says no dust, easy to understand, very, very cool. If you're making something that is catching dust or something, that there might be a different way to go about that. But yeah, I guess I just have a hard time understanding some of these thumbnails. Let's take a look at your intro on one of these. Building complex furniture when you're not ready.
No. No. Steve Jobs said the only way to do great work is to love what you do. But what if you love woodworking and still feel like you're not good enough? I sold a $4,000 custom desk, but let me tell you, I was far from ready to build a complex project like this. Totally out of my comfort zone and overwhelmed, this build had me question everything. But during that process, I learned something that anyone trying to make money from their woodworking hobby should know.
Okay, that's 30 seconds. All right, what do you think of the intro, Jeff?
I mean, overall, it's pretty good. I probably would have rewarded it a little differently. It almost felt like, what's the right way to say this? It almost felt like they were trying to convey a lot of emotion, but it just wasn't coming across.
Right.
And maybe it's just that they need a little bit more practice. Maybe the background music was not the right fit to set that vibe. Because that happens too. Sound design is a big thing. So, that's how, if you watch a movie without its background music, you're like, wait, why is this so much less dramatic? And that's why, right? Because of sound design. So that could be that there was something that just kind of missed in the intro. And like I said, maybe it's just that they need a little bit more practice doing it. Sometimes with intro and intro hooks, sometimes you have to, at least in my experience, some of the best intro hooks that I've done and that I've seen other creators that I work with do, they'll re-record them 5, 6, 7, 8 times to really feel which one actually hits, like which one actually gets me and I actually feel it. And once you go with the one that you feel it, because if you just recorded the one time and then that's it, move forward, it's like, did that one really hit though? Did it really do a good job? So I don't know, just something about it just missed me. I might have gone back and just reworded it, maybe made it a little bit more concise so that we cut it down, not just to cut it down for the sake of cutting it down from 30 seconds, but just to get us into the content just a little bit quicker.
Right.
So, but that's just my thoughts.
Agreed. Yeah, I definitely agree. The hook is like so important to experiment with. I say sometimes if you have a thumbnail idea, go with it. Sometimes your gut feeling is the reason that it is a good idea. If you're unsure about thumbnails, sure, you can experiment. But if you immediately know, yes, this is a good thumbnail, make it. All right. But when it comes to the hooks or the intro, that's the room. You need room to try things out to know exactly what's going to hook somebody. And when I heard this, the first thing I thought was, okay, the Steve Jobs thing was shoehorned in. It was unnecessary. You didn't need to put it in there. Instead, if you started with your social proof, I sold this $4,000. I can't remember now, but I had, so like how you explain the trouble. That would be the second thing you said. So I sold blah 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 for this amount of money, but I wasn't ready. And like that's your very first sentence, and you just met the promise of the packaging, and then you move on with the story. Sometimes starting a video with a quote or with a fact or something, it's huge in the education space. But yeah, I think you're telling a story here. Like, get into the story.
Yeah, no, I agree. But aside from that, though, on a good note, their audio quality, excellent. Their on-camera presence, very good. Overall lighting, the way that things are pictured and stuff, it's like this is really, really like, you wouldn't expect this level of production quality from a channel at such a small subscriber count. So they're already punching well above other channels that would be at this level. So I just want to give credit where credit is due, because their stuff really does look good. And obviously they're creating some pretty awesome projects. So kudos to them. I love these types of videos, by the way. They're like Hefe ASMR for me, man. Like, I just love watching things being created like this, whether it's in the automotive space, whether it's in the woodworking space, metalworking, whatever it is. I just love watching stuff being created. So I just hope they keep going, man. I hope they don't take our advice as a negative, because it's not. But this is really good stuff. I really like what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a certain type of channel that I feel like I give them a harder time sometimes, because I'm like, I see your potential for sure. And this one, dude, this one's you're gonna be huge. All right, so let me be mean to you. That's just how it is. The hook and conveying the ideas in the thumbnail, dude. I think you nailed that. And the rest of your stuff is incredible. The production quality is far beyond what even I'm capable of, because you have so much good stuff going on here. Incredible.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah, that is a very, very cool channel. I'm glad we got to check that one out. Okay, let's roll back to gaming. Roll on back to gaming. Number 107, one of the more recent submissions.
Uh-oh.
The goal is to retire their dad. Nice. Their obstacle is growth, and they want to focus on their packaging as well. Four Eyes Z. I feel like I've seen this channel before. Maybe not. That's a good face to start with. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Their channel is. Oh, I guess it doesn't say what the channel is about. Okay. I mean, it's about gaming, but I didn't know if it would say internet or say what game. I read the word internet and said the word internet. Okay.
Gotcha.
No description there. All right. That's all right.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah. So, cool. I mean, if we're looking at it just surface level, one of the things that I'd always recommend, and I'll say this, and people have heard me say this ad nauseum, is that first impressions are a big deal. And a lot of channels, when I look at subscriber sources and how people have subscribed to my own channel, have been homepage, and homepage is your first impression, right? Unless somebody stumbles upon your videos. But the homepage is a chance to let people know what the value of your channel is. And that's why sometimes once we figure out exactly what it is that we're trying to do on YouTube, you can say that with your banner. You can say that with your description. It doesn't take that long to do. I mean, Canva has made it so easy for people to make banners. That I wish we had it back in my day. Like, you know what I mean? I was doing that before the Canva era. But yeah, this is one of those things where once you figure out what it is that you're delivering on YouTube, as simple as it can be, you can let people know that with the banner really easily, put the value proposition up front. I think vidIQ's own channel, our own banner, I think it's excellent. You've got Rob's lovely face up there. And you know, it's creator obsessed YouTube education, you know, and it's super simple, but it gets that point across exactly of what you're going to get from our channel. So I think this is one of the things that, you know, it doesn't take much. It's very low hanging fruit, but I think it makes a good difference when you land on the channel. You know exactly what you're going to get.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, you might be in the experimental phase right now, because like you're uploading, it looks like daily and very recent, and you've got 19 subscribers. So it's probably a newer channel. I am not sure if these thumbnails are like custom or not.
I think they are. Well, some of them kind of look like a screen grab.
Yeah.
So, but that's one of the things where it takes time for people to develop that skill set to start creating thumbnails. But yeah, I would say I don't know, some of them I think you're right, because like the second one, why is Queso Games Employee of the Month in this creepy Roblox game? That looks like a screen grab.
Yeah.
Although their face is bigger in this shot.
Yeah, it is. It has to be custom. It's just it's so. It looks so similar to what they do. Yeah, because he's got an outline here. All right, so they're somewhat custom. Normally when I see stuff like this, especially gaming thumbnails, I always tell people like, why would I click yours versus the next guy? How did you set yourself apart? And so like being clear with what your video offers, I think like the highlight of your video, what that offers, like gives me a reason to click. So seeing this Queso Games Employee of the Month thing, that is a good example, but it's so dark, it's really difficult to tell what's going on there, and I have to read the title to understand it. So that's probably the bummer there. This one right here is a good one. Like you're pointing out the person that says Michael Jackson or whatever, even though that's way too small to read, you should have made that bigger. That's something to focus on. This one, I can't do this. It's your reaction. Not so interesting. So like, hopefully you're kind of understanding what you should focus on. The most epic, the funniest, the great peak moment of that video, I would focus your thumbnail on, at least to start. That might help you a little bit. Alternatively, seeing Poppy playtime and it just an arrow pointing at the character, you know, it's not the same thing. Doesn't get the same vibe.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. And you know, shout out to them because they said they only started a week ago, which is great. Like, listen, man, we all start somewhere, so it totally makes sense why you're starting to build your skill set. So that's one of the things. But one of the things that I want to make sure that you hear from me, because this is something that I wish I would have heard, and I said it earlier in the stream, is making sure that before you record a video, there's things you want to do. And one of those things is making sure, one, that you know what your video topic is going to be, and then two, have an idea of what your thumbnail is going to look like. Even if you can't create it, have a concept in your mind of what it's going to look like, but also have your title. Title is going to be super important. Once you know the topic, having that title should be your next step. The reason I'm saying that we want to do this before you actually turn on your camera to record is because we want to make sure that your thumbnail and title, they set an expectation. And we want to make sure that you're meeting that expectation with the video. So that's going to be super, super important moving forward. So if you're not in the habit of doing this, get in the habit of doing it early on. So, because it'll make it so much easier for you moving forward. You'll never have to worry about having unsatisfied viewers because you're not titling and thumbnailing your videos correctly.
Right. Yep. Always great to start off with packaging in mind.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Dewey Rides Travel Channel, I believe. Let's see here. Share my travel and adventures. That's the goal. And they want to focus on their click-through rates and retention. So thumbnails, titles, and intros. Again, a lot of those. Those are the things to focus on. At least you guys know what's important. All right, so we got an adventure motorcycle travel channel. Cool. Okay, so these are pretty cool. They it's weird. You took this one and then you made it look manufactured by outlining the motorcycle. You could have made it pop out a little bit different instead of an outline, but this, I mean, it's not terrible. It's just like, when I think travel channel, I think beautiful, right? I think scenic, and it's almost like this one got forced into being a YouTube thumbnail. I don't know. That's kind of difficult to explain.
No, I get what you're saying, because it's sort of like a lot of channels like this will tend to do screen grabs for thumbnails because they're not thinking about thumbnails ahead of like what they're recording. They're just kind of recording, and then sometimes they'll stop and they'll kind of get like, you know, find a good shot. Like, okay, this might work really well for a thumbnail, so we can kind of do that there. But we moved away from the channel.
This is I just took the screen grab from their video. This is a travel channel thumbnail, straight up. I mean, if you throw on more saturation, sorry, I didn't mean to pull it away, but like as soon as I saw it, I'm like, dude, that's beautiful, right? So it's just something to consider.
We got Rob Goat above you there.
Hey, Rob.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
So, about 30 minutes ago, I heard some Star Trek talk,
Uh-oh.
And I was very disappointed, John. If we're going to have a working relationship going forward, then you need to rewatch the last 4 seasons of DS9 to just be aligned that it is the greatest television series of all time.
It's a Bejor political TV show. It's like it's not adventurous to me.
The episode where Garak kills a Romulan senator, is that not the greatest episode ever?
The greatest episode. The greatest episode is when Quark and his family go to Earth back in time.
Any real Star Trek fan doesn't care about any of the Ferengi stuff. It's just boring. It's just it's a nuisance.
How is that? Okay, you know what? I'm just not a real Star Trek fan.
Anyway, something I want to show you, and I'm about to alienate 90% of our audience, but like you two will appreciate this, and some of you in the chat. A couple of weeks ago, I did show off one of my Star Trek models, but if you put me full screen for a second, then I might be able to show you a bit more. So this is a studio, and usually I would be recording in front of this scene as usual. But just below all of this is my secret pleasure. And if you're wondering where all the AdSense revenue went for December, this is it. This is my growing, enormous Star Trek model collection right here.
What?
So look, there's a Defiant.
Good Lord, man.
Wow. You know
it doesn't end there.
This is what adult money. This is what adult money looks like, friends. when this is grown up money right here. This is what that looks like. Wow.
And then these are all of the ships nobody knows about. We don't know what episodes they came from.
Nice. Rob just said, "Let me get all of them."
Yeah, it was by all, and then going all the way back to Micro Machine days. Can you remember when they did Star Wars and Star Trek Micro Machines?
Yes.
There was all of these as well. Anyway, I don't know if that was useful for channel auditing. I don't know if you'll get more views from anything you've just learned in the last 2 minutes. But yeah, I couldn't help but have some seething rage at your metness towards DS9, John. It's just not on.
You know, I'm not taking it back. It's boring.
Oh, well, so it's even stauncher now. Oh, goodness. Anyway, can you? I don't know how to remove myself from the stream from a phone, so can you just get rid of me?
There it goes. There it goes.
See you, Rob.
No, but I think to get back to where you were coming from on the thumbnail, for like nature travel channels, you're right. It usually is a beautiful shot of nature and what's going on. I think they're including the motorcycle because that's sort of what they're doing.
Right.
And this is their, no, I don't think this is their latest video, right? Because this is from 2 years ago.
Yeah. So that I was just thinking, like, this almost seems like it was forced to do, but this is like, this would work today. Just this image, right? So maybe a little bit of text. Sorry, wrong one.
Oops.
Let's take a look and see what they've got more recent.
Let's see.
It was just the very first one that popped
See,
up.
now this looks more like they purposely took a picture for the thumbnail. Although I'm not sure where this hand comes from, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. So many switchbacks. Is the hand like for Brazil?
I'm wondering.
I'm not. Okay. It doesn't quite matter. It just it confused us, right? So that's
if you confuse, you lose. And
Right.
that's the thing where we have to be careful when we're doing the thumbnails. Although it seems like the video is performing okay based on their channel averages, so it seems like that video is still performing well. But one thing that I would always recommend is if there's like, look at the next one, right? The one right next to it, 2 motorcycles. You got this view, and it looks great. This
Yep.
one, the latest one, we have this hand in here. I'm not sure what this is. This is supposed to be a statue. Like, what exactly is going on? So sometimes less elements are better, right? Sometimes less is more. So that's one of the things where I'm sort of confused. Maybe it makes sense to Brazilians. I'm not Brazilian, so I don't know. And that's what's kind of throwing me off a little bit.
Right. Yeah, I don't know either, but even this angle, I'm assuming is the motorcycle. For most lizard brains that just like are scrolling through YouTube, immediately we won't connect that that's a motorcycle without seeing the full context of a motorcycle. So in my opinion, the way to go is seeing the full body of the motorcycle right here. This one is like the best one so far, in my opinion.
So clean.
Yeah, so clean. The only thing I would change about that is the way I would probably have done the text just a little bit differently. But this is your style, right? I think you're going with flag colors, so I don't mind it at all. I think it's your style. But
Yeah.
that is, oh my God, that is the
actually,
best one.
It actually makes sense to do like what they're doing that with the specific flag colors for the text and the thumbnails makes sense because it helps them differentiate the content from country to country, which is cool. Like that's fine by me. But yeah, I get where you're coming from. And that if they can take the time to get cool pictures like that, even with your phone, you can get some amazing photography. But just a shot like that is so clean and so crisp that can do you favors. It gives you more options, right? The more pictures you take, the more options you have later on for a thumbnail, so you don't have to worry about pulling screen grabs. But yeah, I mean, look at the one, 7 Lakes, Argentina. That's another one, Ruta 40, dude, with the mountain in the backdrop. Look at that.
Yeah, these are great, man. It seems like you're really falling into this template of you've got enough sky that offers the negative space for the text, and you've got your motorcycle in there at the bottom. Like this is great. Please, these 4 right here, like I could see that front page, right?
Yeah.
I think some of these might.
And I think, this is a good one too. And I think 605 Bolt really said it too. The one for Las Cuevas, they should have done it like the Ruta 41 where they tucked it behind the mountain. So, like some of those, it just kind of makes sense in those instances where, so if you see the Ruta 41, how the Argentina gets tucked behind.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like the upper one for Argentina, Ruta 7. Stuff like that. It's just little touches, but can help really kind of make it look a lot cleaner and help the picture, the backdrop, the scenery pop out a little bit more.
Right. This one really pops to me, and it might be because the arrow says the end of the road. So going south, the most southern road, dude, the value proposition on that is that's perfect. Like, because I'm interested in that. I'm not even into motorcycles. So it's just like, wow, that is very cool. I've got to see what's going on there. Like that's a winner for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah. The views say as much too. So that's the thing that makes a lot of sense, man. So I like what they're doing. I like the fact that things have definitely upgraded. One thing I would recommend, if anything, bump up the saturation on the thumbnails. We want to make sure that those colors are like bold and bright, even if it's not how it actually looked. You just want those thumbnails to really pop. So if you can bump up the saturation where possible, definitely do that. But overall, man, I mean, this is great, man. Solid work.
Yeah.
And then
very cool.
retention wise would be something a little bit different because we would actually have to see retention graphs. It's really tough to say how you can improve it. One thing that I would probably recommend blindly is making sure that your intros are as short as possible, making sure that your outros are as short as possible, if they're even there. I think that can really help. Finding ways of re-engaging viewers throughout the video is key. But I don't think you're scripting these videos at all. I think you're just kind of going with the flow. So it's going to be tough to do that with this type of content.
Right. By the way, I love this one too. This one's really, really good. I like that angle. Hello, Rob, lurking for walls.
Hello, everybody. I've jumped back in. What I would like to do, John, is be like the second co-host. So I would still love you to lead. But I did just want to say, as we are now almost 6 hours into this live stream, can we just give a special shout out to one person who's been on this live stream since it began? And that's the person who's been bringing up all of the comments and the questions and stuff that you see. That is Vicky, our amazing, amazing community manager. So if you could all just give Vicky a shout out, and then she'll have to embarrassingly bring up her own messages saying how great she is on the stream. So and also to our moderators as well. It's more difficult to follow the moderators who are there we go, thanks, who are following us. But yeah, the moderators, like, you probably woke up this morning and thought, oh, it's another live stream. Oh, it's 9 hours long. But here you are.
What have
doing
I
a
signed up
fantastic
for?
job. Yeah. And also an instruction has come from Vicky, who's furious with you, John, because you've not done any super chats for a while. So I think we should tackle some of the super chats if we can.
Okay.
Not all of them, but maybe like 3 or 4, if that's all right with you.
Also, Vicky is an amazing person. Just want to say that we used to have me. I miss our Friday meetings, Rob, with Vicky and with Travis.
The
and all that
animal
stuff.
story she could tell, eh?
Oh man, she's such a cool person. For people that don't know, Vicky is one of the coolest people at vidIQ. Just some of you guys just don't know, but she's one of the coolest people at vidIQ. I'm just saying, she's awesome.
Agreed.
There are so many.
Yeah, so maybe if we do half of them, John, now, and then we can leave some for the next hour.
Can you click on them? I don't know which ones are.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. So if you can still read them out, but yeah, I'm happy to.
You guys already did this one. This one's already done.
Because that's why I was like, can you click them? Because I don't know which ones.
Right.
Okay,
So that one's covered. What about this one?
That one's new.
Question: How do I get in the mind of my ideal viewer? If I'm not my own, I'm targeting beginners, but I'm more experienced. Not sure who my audience is.
Oh, that's a really good question. So one thing that I would do is there's exercises that you can see online. You can probably find them, but even large language models like Gemini and ChatGPT can help you develop this as well. But really what you want to do is you want to develop a viewer avatar. So you want to develop a person. I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about demographics, right? We're not.
I did the same thing when Jeff was at the top of the frame. It was funny.
Yeah, we're not targeting demographics. Like I want to target people that are 20 to 40 years old. We're not talking about that. We want to come up with a specific person, and you want to know, like, you want to know their name, you want to know their age, their gender, you want to know what are their likes, their dislikes, what are they passionate about, what is it that they want to fulfill their life, what are their goals, what are their dreams. You really want to build out that list, figure out exactly who that person is, and then think, how can I bring value to this person? How can my videos bring value to that person? If they're a beginner in whatever it is that you're going to be teaching them, how can you help them? So you really need to dig deep and really figure out who this person is, right? And get really in depth with that question. And that can really help you develop that filter of, one, will this person care about my videos? And then two, do my videos bring this person value? And if the answer to either of those is no, back to the drawing board. You need to come up with a new video topic.
We have done some videos where we've given a free worksheet on how to do this. I'm going to share it here. It's like getting to know your audience.
Let's go.
So you do stuff like your age, gender, their salary. Then you kind of list their pain points and then like what outcomes do these people want. And this sounds absolutely ideal for targeting beginners. You should be able to answer these questions. The problem is I don't know how to give you the link. I'm probably just going to have to drop it in the chat. Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat and you should be able to get access that way. The one thing you need to do though is when you see this document, you click file and make a copy. Stop. I get hundreds of emails asking me to edit this document, which is like silly. You're not editing this master document. Make a copy of it. But I'll put that in the chat now if that helps anybody.
That's smart. I made a video that had 2 documents that I get requests all the time on. It was the how to go viral cheat sheet or whatever. I should have done what you did and put the make a copy instructions at the very top of it. That is really, really smart.
People still ignore it, John. It's like I get 40 emails a day telling me to.
What do you mean?
Give me edit access to it.
You're asking people to read, man.
13 people have just jumped into the document right now. That's pretty incredible, is that?
Love to see it, man. All right, what you got next, man?
Okay. Let me scroll back up here. That was Nintendo Block 10 Plus of my SSBU mod vids. No strike this week. Now I'm getting 1 to 2 subs a day instead of 20 to 30 and less views. Am I shadow banned?
I'm wondering if we should save this for when Dan's back. I think this person or somebody very similar posted this question on Wednesday. So I think it's Super Smash Brothers and they made a mod for it. But you know how Nintendo are with that type of activity. So they've asked them to take down, I think, previous videos, or it was a very similar creator. And so I am wondering if Dan can maybe better advise on that. But it's tricky that they've done something which is against Nintendo's desires and wants and perhaps their intellectual property. And now they're kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. And I don't know what to advise at this point.
Yeah. If the video's been, if they've restricted those videos in particular, it could be that those were the videos that were bringing in more views and bringing in more subs. But the sad fact is we don't have access to the analytics. So we're answering this very blindly. And we're trying to give you the best response that we can. Is it possible that your channel is being restricted? Possible? Sure. But we can't give you a definitive answer on that.
Okay. Advice for gaming streamer who works 2 jobs and can't stream enough to satisfy his community. They want content, but I can't provide often enough.
Oh, I wonder. I bet this is a good coach question, Jeff. Like trying to balance their passion with life.
Yeah.
How do we get through
No,
that?
that one's difficult, man. I mean, right now the whole thing is you can only do so much. There's only so many hours in the day. And I know even for myself, when I first started on YouTube, I was out of my house 12 to 13 hours a day. So I had a job that was working externally. So I was gone from 7 in the morning to 7 p.m. at night. And I still had a family, right? So so what I ended up having to do was I ended up having to dedicate 1 to 2 hours per day to my YouTube passion in hopes that I would be able to produce a full video by the end of the week. So that's how I did. I had to compartmentalize every little bit. So, and that was the only way I could do it. So like on Monday, I would ideate the topic, do my research notes, that sort of stuff. Second day, I might finalize my script and then actually shoot a video. The next day I would work on, everything else, start working on the edit, maybe the next day shooting B-roll, maybe the next day do the thumbnails. But that's how I did. I had to break it up. But for live streaming, that's going to be even more difficult because you have to try to work it in wherever you can. The only thing I could recommend is what one of my creators did, who's facing a similar issue with their streams, was they couldn't be consistent on a stream schedule, but they were worried because they couldn't stream for 3-4 hours at a time. And I'm like, well, do you have a block where you can do a half hour or an hour? And they were like, yeah, here and there. I'm like, then do that. A half hour stream is better than no stream whatsoever. So I don't know if that's what's holding them back, but that's a possibility because that's what one of my basically until they were able to get out of that rut that they were in with those they were working crazy amount of overtime, but once that overtime ended, they were able to create a more set schedule. But I don't know if that's possible for this creator, but it's just a thought because it's difficult when you're working 2 jobs, man. Life is rough out here.
My addition to that would be, is it possible to stream smarter? And what I mean by that is, it sounds like you have a loyal audience because they're asking for more content. Are you, and this sounds like a scary word, but are you monetizing that audience effectively at the moment? And that might mean like a membership scheme, Patreon, or better sponsorship deals, or like affiliate links. And what I'm trying to get at is, maybe you could stream the same amount of time, but you have more opportunities to make money, which eventually is going to free up more time because now you're getting a sustainable income from those streams to then free up. Like you can go part-time, or you can do only one job, and it allows you to stream more. I'm just wondering if there are opportunities there that you haven't investigated yet.
Also, I just want to add, try not to let the spotlight effect get you on this one, because if people aren't specifically saying, where are you? Please don't put the stress on yourself like you have to meet a standard that nobody is asking for. If you can put content out when you can put it out, like find some comfort in that. Just don't make this something that stresses you out. Seriously.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I used to do that a lot, but then I realized, John, people aren't paying attention like you think they are. When your content goes out, they'll enjoy it. But yeah, streaming's a little different than that.
I've got one final question for both of you. How long did it take you to go from I enjoy this YouTube stuff to being able to turn it into your career, full-time job?
4 years.
4 years. John, what about you?
8 months, I think.
Yeah.
Well, 9 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From making my first video on YouTube, it took 9 years. So like, there's a certain element of like, it does take time to transform where you are in your life to maybe making content creation your job.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing, right? Also, it would have been sooner because this question varies on like what cost of living is where you live. So it would have, if I would have lived anywhere in the country outside of the San Francisco Bay Area, I probably could have gone full time a lot sooner, to be
Right.
completely honest.
Yeah.
So, but because it's so unbelievably expensive here, then there's no option there. But yeah, just you got to remember it takes hard work, man. And YouTube has such a high failure rate that it's not for the weak, man. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, my story is totally different than
Yeah.
that's not something that's like it's ridiculous. It's not something.
Hey, but he has a
that's
whole
standard.
video on this. If you guys want to know the
Yeah,
whole
you
story,
do. Yeah, John
yeah,
does.
there's
My
an
very
awesome
first one.
video. Yeah.
And by the way, when I went full time, it was me editing for Travis. That was my job. And then I got a job here making thumbnails. It wasn't I'm a YouTuber, it was a very different induction.
Mhm.
Okay, that was Shadow Ban fried often enough. Advice for gaming streamer. Okay. Appreciate this whole week of reviews. You are welcome. Robert Rodriguez Music.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. We got Sketches and Scrubs. What camera are you guys using for live streaming? My phone isn't as crisp as I'd like.
We don't use phones, I think is probably the answer, right? We're all using DSLRs. Apart from John now, who's not using anything.
John just goes black.
I think he thought. I reckon he thought he was going to show something off really fancy.
I was
and
going to
his tech
switch to my
failed him.
phone, but it died.
Fair enough. No, I mean, it's a good question. For me personally, now, I want to preface this by saying this first, that I grew my own personal channel to 20,000 subscribers using just my phone.
That's right.
So I just want to say that. So just don't ever feel insecure, like I can't use my phone. Hell yes, you can. But for live streaming now that the channel is able to afford the gear for me, then I use Sony cameras. I use Sony bodies, A6600. I have 3 of them, and the lens is a Sigma 16 millimeter. But that's what I use for this particular setup.
I have a Sony ZV-1. It's like $400 or something like that. It's just a real simple, good professional. I recommend getting that one and figuring out that it has an airplane mode, and if you turn that on, it won't overheat and it won't die. Yeah, it's
I dropped mine once and it broke. Damn you, Sony, for your shoddy products.
yeah, that's Sony's fault.
Yeah.
Somebody asked why 3 cameras, and it's because I have a multiple angles. So I have a top-down angle and I have another side angle.
You mean like? Oh, that comes on.
Capture card.
Let's try that again, shall we? Hey, there we go.
There it is.
I use Panasonic G7s that are an older camera. They are brilliant except for one thing. Autofocus is atrocious. It doesn't work at all. You've got to stay in one place or else it just falls over.
I just had a video on Instagram.
All right, show off, Jeff, with your funky camera.
I just had a video on Instagram hit over like 60,000 views in one day. It was all done on my phone. It happened yesterday. Just so you know, phones are okay.
Yeah,
for sure.
Especially now, man. I mean, any phone from like 2019 and now, the cameras are so good. The processing is so good. So not only can you use them to shoot your videos, you can use them to edit your content as well. So it's
I'd say anything from like a Galaxy S7 or an iPhone 8 upwards, it's like perfectly serviceable.
Yep, for sure. All right, let's do super sticker. Thank you so much, Pepe Sylvia 17. And then we got question for John. To what degree should you keep your thumbnail style across videos? Is it bad to have different kinds of compositions and thumbnail styles within the same channel? I always answer by saying experiment until you find a format that works. And once you do, the types of things that to really pay attention to what worked is the amount of items or focus points. That could be a person, it could be it could be text, it could be several different things, and it could be the color that you use. But I usually focus on what item or person is in there, text, color. Those are the things that you might want to, the font type as well. Those are the things that you might want to focus on. Probably did well if it really, really worked and you want to try to recreate that. If you haven't found something that really, really works, do a billion different things. Honestly, even if you do find a format that works on your channel, do it for a while, but still continue to experiment because it won't work forever. Mo money, mo problems.
100%.
Mo adventures. Thank you so much. You guys have me excited, learning so much. He should change his title to have beginner in it instead of saying when you're not ready.
I think she was referring to one of the other audits we were doing earlier.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We got Neva with a pound. I don't know what that is.
Bruh.
Lira.
Thanks, Jeff.
Gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Brafey.
Hey.
I've missed you playing the bruh sound effect, Jeff. I've tried to fill in, but I'm no Jeff bro.
Yeah, we got to throw it in there every once in a while. You got to surprise people.
Yeah.
We got Planko and Chill. Remember, hit the like, guys. Member for 7 months. Thank you so much. Him again. Hashtag question: what's some of the advantages of a vidIQ coach, and what can some expect from it?
Oh, what an incredible segue onto the promo.
How about that? How convenient.
Plant. Sounds like an industry plant question right here.
For real. I was going to ask the same thing.
I'll send you the money later.
Oh man, no, I mean that's a great question either way, because it makes sense. If somebody's going to spend money, they want to know sort of like what are the advantages, disadvantages. So it makes a lot of sense, man. So I'll put it very plainly. One of the reasons that drives me to want to be a coach and why I joined the coaching team is because I would want to have somebody experienced to talk to about my content and about content creation. There's so many questions for new creators, and there's so much misinformation and confusion that you'll find on Reddits and in Facebook groups and Discord servers everywhere. So it's good to have a source of information that knows what they're talking about, that's been through the process, that's grown their own channel, and not only that, has the backing of vidIQ along with our entire coaching team. So there's if you have a question, there's a 99.9% chance that we'll be able to answer it, assuming that the answer actually exists and YouTube isn't hiding it from us. So overall, I think that's the biggest advantage, having that communication, having somebody have your back, having somebody who can look at your channel, look at your videos, tell you what's wrong, how you can make improvements, and kind of move forward from there. That's really the beauty of it. And not to mention the fact that we're approaching in a few months, many of the coaches, doing this for, years now. That this coaching program has been alive, but that experience I think is the biggest thing of all. Not to mention the value, because if you look at what coaching actually costs across the market, it's usually in the thousands is what coaching is priced at. So the fact that we're doing it at such a low price and giving discounts on it is, to me, still crazy.
Jeff, I think this was this particular one on the left-hand side was one of the messages you received about how a channel you were helping was growing. And I'm trying to remember to ask all our coaches, what is the most common pain point and struggle creators have when they come into the coaching program? What do you see most often is really causing creators to pull their hair out and end up like me and you?
I would say that too much is thrown at them at once, right? They're trying to improve on every aspect. They're trying to improve their thumbnails, their titles, their scripting, their intros, their audience retention. They're trying to improve so many things at once that we have to hey, slow down. Let's focus on the one thing, and let's step by step get this improved before we move on to the next. And then we move on to the next, video after video. And if they're going through a hard time, this is one of the things that I like personally, is that for some creators, it's they need someone to talk to, because a lot of creators don't have other content creators in their lives. I mean, more so now than ever, I would say, but there's still a lot of people who in real life, they're the only content creator in their own personal group of family and friends. So having somebody to commiserate with around the struggles that come with this type of lifestyle, I guess you could say, is also one of the bigger advantages of doing this.
Indeed. And that's a reminder of the offer we have on right now, which is one-on-one coaching, 37% off. I know it's a bit of a weird number, but what we did is we calculated that if we gave 38% off, we'd go bust. So we're giving you the biggest discount we possibly can. And that's 3 months off your first 3 months as a coaching client purchase. And we keep forgetting this, but you get vidIQ Boost included in all of this, all of our tools, the outlier tool, thumbnail generation tool, keyword research, that all is included. with this plan. And the example here is if you are a US based customer, then that's $74 off per month of coaching.
Yeah. And that vidIQ, that thumbnail tool has gotten so much better. I've been using that just to conceptualize thumbnail ideas, and it's just gotten so much better, man. It's like it's gotten on easy street to the point where I can put the title of a video. Like some people were still loading their videos into it. I'm just putting a title of a video, and it's nailing it like 99% of the time.
Nice.
Yep.
Why is everybody talking about pizza? What is going on in this
I'd
chat?
love some pizza right now. Hey, who's got it, man?
This is ridiculous.
What's that thing we got to sign up for where you can send streamers food? I forgot what that's called, man. I forgot. There's a service
That
that does
sounds
that.
like a doxing nightmare.
Well, no, it's not. You
exists?
sign up. Yeah, you sign up for a service, and then that app, people can. It keeps your information safe. Basically, it puts a middleman in between the creator and the person who wants to buy them something to eat. I forgot what it's called though. Twitch streamers use it all the time.
I'd be having pizza going to my PO box.
Right?
Hey, you got something in your PO box? It smells. It's been there for a while.
So somebody drop ship me a burrito, please.
Okay. All right. That's that. We got some more people coming on.
Do we? I mean, I can stick around if we're short a coach. I can stick around. I set this time block up because Rob was like, Jeff, if you don't get in there and coach, you're gonna be reprimanded. And
Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
No, he's right. Jeff wouldn't be here if he'd not turned up early. That was it. He's on very thin ice with me right now. So yeah, I think you should stay, Jeff. Actually, I think it's probably best for your future endeavors.
Perfect.
This person just asked if there's pineapple on pizza in America.
Yes.
No, there's not.
And he's gone. John's
happened?
bailed. All right.
John said, I'm out of here.
Right. Well, let's bring in the person who I think is now the official host. As you can see from my title, I'm just lurking. I'm just here to cause trouble. So, introducing our main host for the next hour is, drum roll, everybody. Let's get excited for Travis.
I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I think I might be here on the wrong time.
I'm only here so I don't get fined.
Trust me, that is the truth. If you ever heard it.
Shout out to Marshawn Lynch.
Well, I hope y'all got a whole bunch of education in, because from this point forward, there are no guarantees. I don't know that anything's going to work properly. I don't know how to use any of the features that we use to pick people's names. We will audit some channels. We're going to do mostly Q&A in the second hour. But I'm going to be honest, I don't know what I'm doing. So worst case scenario is going to be the most entertaining 2 hours of your life. You might not learn anything, though. So let's just put that out front. All right.
Bruh.
All right. Let's bring out my co-host, wonderful returning person, Tina. Tina, what's going on?
Hey.
He's back.
It's a party in here.
That's right.
Yes.
We got a lot of things going on. Of course, everyone's going to start doing Boost memes because the Boost, which is our podcast as well, people love it. And they're going to talk about things that you only know if you listen to the Boost, our podcast that comes out every week. Tina was actually on the podcast a while back. So, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, great episode. I listened to that. Really enjoyed it.
Oh, great. Beautiful.
Yeah. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. By the way, Rob, I'm not even joking. I don't know how to get a hold of the form that they have to. I don't know for Flush. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know how to fix them
that's great to know, Travis.
I don't know anything about this grabby claw. I've never done that before. I don't know where that is.
Good to hear. Good to hear you're well prepared for this.
Well,
right, so
you know what's interesting about this? With all the 16 different channels you put this information in, those are links you never put in.
Right.
So I'm going to go ahead and blame you. How about that?
Okay, we'll talk about that after the stream.
I'm just a talent. I don't know things. I'm just talented. I come here to give entertainment to the folks, but I don't supposed to know anything.
All right. So I will clear the forms first of all, right? So we're doing this at the top of every hour. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So come on, yes, delete all responses.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And then delete all responses. Yes. Okay. And so we're going to let people fill out these forms again, and then we'll start some auditing. You're kind of now forcing me to be here for the next
You don't
hour.
have to be here. You can just give me
Travis.
the link and I can try my best.
Okay, well, I'll try and do that in the background.
Shout out to the mods.
Yeah.
You can always go in the green room and eat dinner and stuff because I know it must be dinner o'clock there.
It is actually 10 p.m. right now.
Oh my gosh, it's sleep o'clock.
So, Travis, what I'll do is, can I send you this link in a private chat? So this is the first channel we're gonna audit.
Oh, you want me to share my screen? You don't want to see all the things on my screen. Let me delete some of these things. Hold on. Close that.
You are going to need to screen share, I'm afraid.
Okay, no
right?
problem.
So I'm putting that in the private chat. Right, then I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can now do all of these things in the background.
Okay.
So that you've got access to the forms.
I'm going to present. All right. Let's go for the share my screen. I'm going to share a tab.
Yeah.
And the first one we're going to go to is Ninja Twins. We got to love Ninja Twins.
Brilliant.
What do we think about Ninja Twins, everybody? What do we think about this? The two ninjas that are twins. Tina, you want to start? What kind of channel do you think this is?
Well, I'm guessing it's that classic, the ninja obstacle course, but they're twins, kids going through it.
Looks that way.
Yeah. So it's a great channel name. It's to the point.
Lots of shorts. Do they look like they might do live streams too? 4 months ago. Okay. 155,000 subscribers. I'm trying to determine if looks like they're more of a shorts channel because these are like older videos. So what do we think? What do you think about this, Jeff? When you see these little kids jumping up around and hanging on these bars and flipping and doing all the things, how are they going to target? Like, who's the audience do you think that they're targeting with this channel?
Oh, that's a good question. So honestly, if I'm going to be honest with this, I probably would think that they would try to be targeting maybe other kids who are into doing this as well, so that they can get some ideas on what they could do, maybe get some inspiration out of it. But it's really, really tough to say without seeing like who the actual, the actual analytics of who's watching.
Let's watch.
But that's going to be my thought.
Let's see this Ninja Warrior Endurance.
Copyright.
Who cares at this point? We got a copyright claim, and like we got worse things to worry about. And if the person who made this song is going to copyright claim them, God bless them. All right, let's see this. Wow, this looks like me at a buffet, though. I'm not gonna lie. All right, this is really cool. These kids are very talented, very, very talented, and I think that listen. How do you keep these kids from doing this on the furniture at home? I don't know. I guess you give them a YouTube channel.
Yeah, floor is lava.
Crazy. Floor is lava. Well, look, here's the way I see it. First of all, this banner could be so much cooler than it is because what I just saw was pretty cool, and what I see here, kind of plain. So let's spice it up. Let's get some pictures of the kids upside down, inside out, doing these hanging and flipping things. I love that. Let's watch a little bit more. Let me just watch a little bit of this one. This is a YouTube short. Look at this. Where is this place they're doing this at? We don't have places like this around me. I wish they did. I would do that. I think like, look at this thumb. I mean, this is what the YouTube short came up with a thumbnail. Is that cool or what? Now let's look at one of their thumbnails.
An action one, yeah.
Very unactiony. I feel like the YouTube algorithm of figuring out short thumbnail sometimes is better than what we do.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that? Ninja Twins, these ninjas. Why is everyone? We got 4 people on here, and I'm carrying this thing on my back like the the dude.
You won't give us a word in edgeways.
I'm going to every single person. Right. Someone say something.
I can add
for 2 hours.
I can add some context, right? So their biggest obstacle is that the content is made for kids, but it's shorts revenue. So sometimes it's amazing, but sometimes it's low, and I think that's just the nature of shorts. And they said that their production level is a problem because maybe they don't have enough time. Like maybe they can only go into this place for an hour or two, and they've just got to film things very quickly. They don't have days on end to edit this stuff.
Yeah, I agree. And then I think the other thing too is, as far as their main videos go, we've got a lot of what look like screen grabs, maybe. So this is something where they definitely want to develop a thumbnail style for some of these videos. And even if they're just recording and kind of vlogging it or kind of, run and gun, we can always stop and take pictures, or even just snap pictures of their phones, like, while they're in action. Something like almost like what you see right there in that first one, top left, where they're just kind of hanging on to the bars. I mean, something like that could even work for a thumbnail. But we just got to make sure that we're trying a little bit on those long form videos, because if a goal eventually is going to be to really monetize well with this type of content, you're going to want those long form views for sure, and packaging is going to be key.
Yeah, and obviously they gain a lot of their subscribers and stuff and views from these first couple of videos. Obviously, this is like Ninja Warrior, like the show Ninja Warrior.
Yeah, totally.
And it looked like they had Ninja Warrior in the titles there, and millions upon millions.
I'm glad Tina caught that, because I didn't catch it initially. I was like, "What?"
Oh yeah,
no,
right
funny.
away. Well, it's great because they're connecting to something that people are already in the know of. And then I also saw in the long form content that they won something specifically. I feel like there's just so much opportunity, because in my head, this is also super parkour as well. And there's a lot of parkour itself, and maybe these are two separate niches, but you could tap into that niche as well. And I see an opportunity there. But a lot of it is showcasing visually, like what everybody's saying, these super great, the jumps, especially if it's something high, and even angling it, right? Because a lot of these it's following, which is really great too. But even if you shot it in an angle up, and just even with what you already have, you can make it even more dramatic, is what I'm trying to say. So if you can't film more, how can we film it better? How can we hold more audience retention? How can we give it more reach?
Could you do like a split screen where you have a POV, so you have like an action cam strapped to your forehead or something, as well as somebody else tracking you, so you get two views at once? That was an idea. I was curious, Travis. So the mega viral one, which is Looks Too Easy, Ninja Kid, 100 million views. If you just go to latest, how do they typically title their shorts? Because I'm just wondering if they just use that titling structure again. So if we go back to the most popular one, we just think of as many ways to say looks too easy, or like this was a breeze, or I can do this in my sleep, Ninja Kid. Like, so you're almost pretending that all of these things are easy to me, and it's kind of like, that's kind of how I'm showing off. I'm just wondering if there's a way to replicate almost exactly that. I mean, I don't think you can get 111 million views again soon. That was like your uber viral moment, but you've proved again that you can get million view plus shorts as well. But I'm just thinking, let's try and recreate this one mega hit like 50 times. But I tend to be like, let's just double down on this amazing result.
I think that's great. Do we have can we go to the next channel? The Ninja Twins obviously going to be super famous in the next year or so we don't have to worry about them too much. They're going to do well. Congratulations.
So I've shared the documents with you now, I think, Travis. Is that right?
Oh, where'd you share?
Well, I've made you editor, so you should have emails now saying that you're editor of these two.
Well, I closed my email because you want me to share my screen. Let me go ahead and open up my email again. You over here trying to expose me and dox me. All right, here we go. Shared with me the gaming channel list. Okay, I can open that now. I don't even have to show that. I can just say that I went to the gaming channel page and and you would never know, because I just don't have to share it. But I will.
Do you want me to just pick out a number for you?
No. No. I'm gonna wait. How do you pick out the numbers?
Well, with the claw.
I don't have a claw. I've never had the claw. Where's the? Did you email me the claw?
I can like temporarily just pick out a number. So there you go.
197. Let's see. Is that going to be gaming or non-gaming?
You're the boss. You choose.
Wait, hold on. How can it be 197 when the responses are 73 and 133? So that's not good. That's not real good.
Do 70, because I didn't know how many people had submitted.
Well, sometimes a little organization does go a long way. Let's see what we can do here. Let's go to
this is bubble gum and popsicle sticks.
Okay, going. Wait, why does this say 1 of 6? Okay, 72 responses. I can go to. Why does it say 1 of 6? Okay, 70. I'm gonna go to 73. I guess 6. I don't understand how this works. Go to 6. Nope, that doesn't help. Here, let me show you what I'm seeing. Let me show you what I'm seeing here. I've never had to do this before.
That's so true.
I love how
is his first day.
I love how I'm the one that's in trouble for doing this, yet I've never been asked to do this before. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. And as you should now be able to see, it says 1 of 6, 73 responses here. But how do I get to 73? Do I go to individual?
So go to individual.
Oh, okay. All right. 73. Yeah. 73. There we go. All right. Here we go. Having fun learning how to edit. Editing, getting better. Okay, let's see. Make better videos. I like that. That's a good goal. Let's go to the YouTubes. And let's go ahead and put in that that thing. We'll share this tab instead. Here we go. Encryption 127. Can we all see this? It looks like a Minecraft channel. Looks like they're golden simps, according to the.
Sir, that's SMP. Not
oh,
simp.
sorry. Okay, looked like simp to me. I thought maybe you were simping for gold. I don't know what's going on over here. All right, Tina, I'm sure you've had lots of Minecraft channels in your recent past. Tell us a little bit about what you think about this channel. That's an SMP channel and nothing else.
The first thing I noticed is that the first part of the title, it looks like it's always the same, and it's just adding on the episode. I would always put what's different about it in the front end of the title, right? Even if a day of shenanigans, but I would definitely go into more details. Tell us something exciting that happened, crazy that happened, a storyline, tease a storyline. If there's a challenge, put in the challenge in the title. I would definitely put that first, though. I feel like there's just not enough context in the title of itself, given that visually there's not that there. Sorry, go ahead.
The creator's fallen into the trap here of creating file names as their titles. So cool, I know where to store it on my computer. That's going to be helpful to you. But in terms of a viewer being wanting to intrigue by something, as Tina said, we get a what sometimes, like a day of shenanigans. Okay, but why, as a viewer, should I care? How is this going to invite me into the content to watch it? And so this is why we talk about perhaps episode numbers aren't always that useful, and like gilded SMP. What does that mean to like the audience? Do they understand what that means? And if they do, well, okay, so now I know what the video is about, but there must be something interesting, like you're trying a challenge in this version of the game, or like you got a really interesting story to tell. And I don't feel as if we get that enough in these videos at the moment. And they're pumping out a ton of videos, right? This is all like what a daily videos it looks like.
Look
here.
at this. This is the last 2 weeks. I can't remember the last 3 things I've done in the last 2 weeks, and they've got like 27 videos out. It's insane. And that's like an hour. That's 40 minutes. This is 13 minutes. I have to assume they're not edited if they're coming out this frequently, right?
So again, I think this is another trap creators fall into where when you talk about quantity versus quality, they've gone too far on the quantity side, and their goal is just to get something out every single day. And like, well, maybe tomorrow, let's not make a video and instead focus on improving your thumbnail game, or like spending a day editing one of these 40-minute videos. I guess to get out of this routine, because this routine at the moment is delivering 100 views or less every single day. And we don't want to see you in that same position in 3 months' time. I
agree with this. Awesome channel. Let's do a non-gaming channel. Let's see, which one is this? The non-gaming one? This says gaming channel, so I can go over to the non-gaming one. Awesome. All right, we're gonna pick a number between 1 and 145, and the number that has been chosen is 37. All right, so we're going to
how was that chosen, Travis?
Don't you worry about it. My screen wasn't being shared. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put that over here. We're gonna look at channel number 37. Playing the Mom Game. We love to have moms here on the live stream. Welcome. Playing the Mom Game. 12,000 subscribers, 77 videos. Love to see it. And she's definitely going to scold everyone for not being at school right now, as the West Coast should probably still be in school, I think.
Yep, school hasn't got out yet. Can't confirm.
That's right. So, Mom Playing the Game, I need you to tell all these people to go back to their rooms and do their homework so I can give you this audit. Let's talk a little bit about this. First of all, look at the views on this channel. My goodness,
this looks like a strong channel.
Why are you here? Why aren't you out there making millions? Because you are destroying it right now.
Well, Travis, just a question. Like in their form, do they ask if we should want to look at anything specifically?
Let's take a look. Having fun and learning how to edit. My editing. What's your biggest obstacle? My editing, even if it is getting better, and how to make better videos. Which is, I mean, that's what we all want. Let's take a look real quick at one of these. Look at 45,000 views in 20, not even 14 days with 12,000 subscriber channel. Let me just explain to you
that's
how unique that is. Like
monster.
That doesn't happen. It's not a thing. Let's take a look.
reviewing black dresses from Amazon. I have them all hanging on a rack right here. We're just going to start on one end, take them out of their packaging, review them for quality, fit, and how they compare to the Amazon listing. And we're going to...
She went right into it. I love it.
Yeah.
There's
That
no
was great.
pretext. There's no, hey, everyone, welcome to my 37th video in this line of videos. Make sure you watch the first 36 of them. None of that. It's like, here's what's going on. We're going
And
to...
she's visually showcasing it, which
Love
is
it.
fantastic.
Very well done.
I think the editing from what we've seen is fine. Like this just has authenticity. And I think that's what's the most important thing here. If they are worried about editing.
No, sorry, that's the wrong person. She wants to be creative and make money.
Oh, I do apologize.
Well, that's easy. I mean, if you have affiliate links, I assume you do.
I was going to say, this has got to be an affiliate.
Yeah, that's an affiliate file.
Yeah.
Right there.
Well, let me press this button, shall we?
Let me borrow $1.
Yeah.
Nice try. I didn't hear anything. Hold on. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Let me see. I got a bunch of those. Let's see. We got how about, let me see if this one right here will work. Where are they? No.
I love that we've just like
what's happening?
done a
Did I take? Oh, here we go. All right, there we go.
All right, that's copyright claim 2.
No, it's not. I know I have these edited to the point where they won't get claims. I'm smart about this. I know how this works. I know how. I got like 7 of them, and they're edited 1 second lower than what the copyright claim engine finds. I know. I've been doing this a minute, Rob. I know what I'm doing. All right, let's go back and tell this this mother like how amazing she is at YouTube. Tina.
Well, okay. Are we gonna watch a little bit more?
You want to watch more? Let's get it.
Yeah, because the hook is
one
good.
Right here. This first one is by the brand Quackahoo or Quackahoo. It was like the only way I.
Just less than 15 seconds to get into the content.
Yeah.
She's 22 seconds in. We're already reviewing the first thing.
Yep. You see that?
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's so good.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Looking at because what she wants to make money, which is, I mean, this is, I hate to say it, but you're already doing the right things. I don't think you realize it because at times when you're in the creator journey, you think everyone's doing better than you. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're doing better than 95% of the people at your size by a large margin. It's not even close. You already are, unless someone's like coaching, which I assume they are. But if they're not,
Travis is cutting in and out.
I'm cutting in and out.
Yeah, we got Robo Travis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got
How? I'm not doing anything.
There you go. Now you're.
I'm
now
not
you're
doing
back.
anything. I haven't done anything. What has happened? Okay, listen to me. Oh, now it says my internet's unstable. I think they're doing stuff around here. All right, now listen to what I'm saying. This is not my fault. That is not my fault. I have nothing to do with that. I am straight up hardwired into my router. I have no problems. Is everyone else okay? Now can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me finish up. So what I said was you're already doing better than most people in your position. What's important is the things that you are doing. I'm assuming you're doing it based off of what you think is working. All you have to do is look at your views and know that they are working. Look at this, 113,000 views in 4 months. Again, a channel with less than 20,000 subscribers based on a try on haul, which is a hugely saturated platform or hugely saturated niche. And you still were able to get views like this. I would follow everything you think you're doing right and continue to do it because people should be coming to you for help. This niche is very difficult to break into. I've helped lots of creators try to do it, and most of them can't quite get in the way you have in the time that you have. So you should definitely be patting yourself on the back. It's absolutely amazing what you're doing. Maybe the only other thing I would say is as we go into summertime, start to get all the summertime stuff ready to go beforehand so that you can start kicking it out, not in the middle of summer, but before summer happens.
3 months before.
Exactly that. Tina, tell them about it.
Three, because and I've worked with people with channels similar to this, and she is doing a fantastic job. And she probably already knows anyhow, but 3 months before that season actually starts, tends to be your first to market. And people are already thinking well ahead into the next season because the next season clothing are already out. So it's definitely a good time to hop on it. And it does feel a little bit weird when you're thinking about summer clothing in maybe March, April, because it feels too early, but then it catches on and then you have longevity to that content. But it seems like she's definitely already on that.
As a last action, Travis, can we just sort by most popular of the long form videos? I'm just curious, like, what are the massive outliers, and if there's anything that they could potentially remake, like this. Don't thrift shops for clothes. I can't even say that title. Don't thrift shops for clothes until you know these do's and don'ts. I'm wondering if there's a way you can remake that a little bit, because it's 10 months old now. I feel as if that's an opportunity to refresh that one. Also, the huge loungewear sets, that's over a year old now. I think at least one of those 3 videos that have got over 100,000 views is an opportunity to remake one of them and perhaps turn it into a semi-regular series if possible. They may have already done it, but I can't see beyond like the most popular ones there.
I'm just curious. What's their oldest? So they've been doing it for a little bit
Wow,
over a
look
year.
at that! Just a year.
Look where it started.
Yeah, that's wild for that trajectory from when they started to here, already at 12,000 subs and getting views at this level. Sometimes I think we have to take a step back because we get so close to our own content that we don't realize how good we're doing. And when you're hearing it from 4 of us up here telling you, hey, collectively we've looked at thousands of channels, and if we're all telling you the same thing, like, hey, you're actually doing a lot better than you realize, you really are. You're absolutely crushing it.
Love the quick pivot from meal planning.
Yeah,
to
I was
clothes,
gonna say,
like,
look at how they pivoted. So the first 2 videos, food, then they went to clothes. Clothes were doing really well. They tried something else. They did like this, was that productivity, and then like life hacks. They didn't work well. They went back to clothing. Their audience quickly told this creator that I want to see more shopping hauls from you. And that's what they've now really leaned into. And then when you go to the latest videos, that's why they've got like all of these fantastic views and outliers.
I'll say this too, because I feel like whenever a lot of these content, since there's a rinse and repeat that happens, just because there's new clothes, there's new seasons, new fashions, the creator themselves, I've seen this happen where they're bored of it. And so they want to try different things, and then they're disappointed or something, or they feel like, oh, maybe I need to do something different because my viewers, they want something different, but that's not necessarily true. And they love what you're doing already. And so I feel like sometimes that can get into your mindset just because you're the one who's doing it day in, day out. But it's actually not reality for the viewers' lives.
Yeah, and this would be one of the channels that if I was still coaching, I'd be like, yeah, I'd coach this person because they have a natural kind of gift for figuring out the type of content strategy that works for their viewership. Okay, next gaming channel. Let me hit the thing. Where's my button for that? Let me see.
So before we go, she said that she's not really a style expert at all, just reviewing and figuring out for myself. Also, that's authenticity that people absolutely love. Like that's one of the biggest things that people have been coming to, whether it's YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or anything like that. People are craving authenticity. So just giving them the real and continue to do that, that's going to be the biggest thing. So that's, you're definitely doing solid work there. And looks like we lost Travis. I think he fell out of his chair.
No, I'm trying to find what button has my.
You have to go off screen in order to find the button.
Listen, as you get older, your eyesight gets worse. I'm just telling you. All right, we're up to number 56. Bruh. Number 56. This person wants to create content full time and grow a community. I love that. We're going to go ahead and take their YouTube channel. We're going to paste it over here to Playing the Mom Game. Congratulations, Playing the Mom Game. I think you got a really great channel. And I suspect if you came back in a year, you might be somewhere near the 150, 200,000 subscriber mark if you continue
I think
for sure.
Contender for Channel of the Week,
Easily.
auditing-wise.
Easily. All right, it's GMD. Who's GMD? GMD, what's going on? Looks like we got a little bit of the Chat and Chill 2 months ago. He live streamed. And got some YouTube shorts here. Got some Lego stuff, some kind of Ghostbustery things. Let's go to the regular video thing. Let's see what we got. And definitely a vibe to the thumbnails. Definitely kind of a theme. What are you seeing here, Jeff? What stands out to you?
Right now, one of the things that stands out is it seems like we don't have a lot of focus from what I can tell. Although I am seeing recurring themes like Ghostbusters, Five Nights at Freddy's, but I'm still not 100% sure exactly what's going on in in the videos themselves. Teaser
Is this a
trailer.
gameplay or?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Looks like there's a little bit of everything.
Some are, some aren't. It looks to me like there's a bit of stop motion Lego going on as well.
And that's gaming. This looks like maybe from oh, okay, this is like a teaser trailer in Lego, but I don't know if they made this. If they made this, amazing.
But it should be on its own independent channel.
Well, not only that, you would see more. Well, here's another Lego thing. Let's take a look. I mean, that part alone was pretty cool.
Hold on, check the description. Check the
That's what I'm
description of this
that's what
video.
I'm looking. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Lego stop motion animation. So they're not saying they did it, but there's a second one here. So let's take. Oh, this says Hulu and Disney. So obviously this is from something else. So I need to understand, did they make this? If they made this, wow, you're super talented. If not, I would like to know.
I think they did. I think it is their content.
I think, yeah. I think it's theirs.
It's implied, and it's cool. I will say this: if this is yours and you did this, you should do more of that and do it with more things, because I think stuff like that would definitely take off. Not many. He said, "Yes, I made it." I know it probably takes a tremendous amount of time, but this is the type of stuff that will pay off in the long run, especially if you can do it about things that are, you know, trendy at the time, whether it be video games or things in the news or whatever. 100% this stuff would take off. You're gonna have to do a lot of it, and definitely stop motion takes a lot of time. But that's the whole reason you can get into it, because the niche always has people that love to watch this sort of stuff, but not many people want to shoot it and make it, because it's kind of tedious.
Yeah, there's a high level, like there's a, you know, what we call the what do you call it, entry point, right? There's a lot of difficulty, there's a lot of skill that takes to get to that level to actually create the content. So there's kind of a vacuum. There's a lot of it out there from people who've made it in the past, but high quality Lego stop motion, there's not a ton of that. So, and this stuff looks really good, man. I definitely, much like Travis, I encourage you to keep going. And now, mind you, I am a little biased. I love Lego. Obviously, I'm in a room surrounded by freaking Lego. Same thing goes for Rob. So it's, yeah, but you know, this is something you definitely would want to continue. Now, one question I wonder for the other coaches would be, one, should they continue to pivot the channel in this direction, or would they be better off starting a separate channel for Lego stop motion?
For me, it's a separate channel, but I think this creator overall, just looking at the 2 rows of videos that we have here, they seem to start a lot of things, but perhaps not finish them. So on the bottom right, we have "This game is creepy," Into the Pit Part 1. I can't see a Part 2 anywhere, unless it is Chapter 2. But it's all titled differently on that one, so I don't know if that's that one's connected up. Do you see what I mean? Though we have Friday night, Five Nights at Freddy's, then Goosebumps, then Ghostbusters, then this bendy game for 2 videos, then 2 Lego stop motions, and then back to Five Nights at Freddy's. If you're a viewer and you enjoy, let's say, the Ghostbusters one, well, I've not seen anything that's related to that for the 5 videos that subsequently came. And so I as a viewer, I'd just be lost on what the intent of this channel is and their audience.
Yeah, and even if they have playlists, it shouldn't be on. We shouldn't put the responsibility on the viewer to go search for a playlist. I mean, I still make them and I put them on my homepage to try to make it easier. But I get where Rob's coming from, and that's one thing where, if anything, think of your content in like clusters or bunches or even a series. And if you're going to do a series where you have chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, do your best to try to, you know, upload those in a reasonable amount of time, not bounce around so much. You can still bounce around, but try to get like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 in a row, and then move on to the next, and then move on to the next. You want to give people the ability to be able to binge watch your content easily when possible.
I also have a feeling that because he's uploaded these 2 stop motion Lego videos on his channel instead of creating a separate channel, I know a lot of creators have a worry that, well, I have subscribers here and I have a certain amount of loyalty here, so it's better to post it here. And if you're doing it to experiment, I think that's fine. But then also putting it on a separate channel can actually have more of an YouTube might push it out a little bit more, because it's not serving to your subscriber base, it's serving to the right viewer. potentially. And I also see an opportunity to put these in shorts because they're shorter. And I don't know how we feel about shorts all the time, but you could do both into that new channel. I see an opportunity there.
Travis, I do have shorts on this channel. What have they done there, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, it's a good question. Looks like just kind of shorter versions of what they were already doing, it looks like.
Looks like it's mostly clips from their gaming.
Mm-hmm. I bet the Lego thing would pop off in shorts.
I think it has more of a chance.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing I will say about the Lego stop motion was it's cool, and I put a lot of time and effort into it. But does it still tell an intriguing mini story? I think it's like a cool scene, but does it have a lasting emotional impact on the viewer?
I feel like there's an opportunity to also combine it, right? So let's say you could do a piece of that to, if you play a Sonic game, if that's what you do, or whatever the thing may be, and then putting it in your actual video. Obviously, you have to frame it and say, hey, I made this, something like that. But it can be a bonus, let's say, at the end screen. So you can still do both.
Now, what's cool about this is on this particular live stream, you have two coaches helping you figure out what you can do with your channel. But what if one of these people, which is talking to you every single day of the work week, you could have your own coach. All you got to do is there's a link in the description, and we got an incredible deal going on right now, 37% off. It's a percentage you've never heard before because of vidIQ percentage, something that only we do. No one else does. 37% off. Probably a good thing. So check us out here. First of all, Jeff and Tina are both coaches here. And you can choose your coach now, something new based off of their expertise and whatnot. But Tina, tell us a little bit about what it's like to have a coach and what kind of things are you doing for your clients?
So typically when a creator comes in, we get to know what their goal is, what brought them in, if they have any roadblocks, right? Getting the lay of the land, so to speak, who your target audience is. And then we walk them through a custom tailored plan. And that looks totally different. Let's say if you're a new channel, you're just getting started versus somebody who, they've been doing this for the last 6-7 years, or maybe you want to pivot your channel, but whatever that may be, we get to custom tailor that plan for them. So it's a lot of fun.
Jeff, what is it like to talk to you on a weekly basis? I don't even get to do that anymore. What is it like? What kind of things are you saying?
What's it like to talk to Jeff?
What is it like to talk to? I don't get to talk to Jeff anymore. I don't know what he's like. What kind of things do you say to your content creators as you talk to them?
It's a horrible experience. So no, I'm just kidding.
I can imagine.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
How much Lego talk is there involved?
No, so yeah, basically it's me getting on camera, bringing up their channel on screen, then I just go, bruh. So
there you go.
No, but on the serious note, it for me at least, I do my best to try to be not only a coach and try to give tactical advice as needed and answer as many questions as possible as needed, but also try to give feedback proactively when I can. Right. So even if they haven't responded to me, I'll try to take a look at the channel. Hey, did they upload a video recently? Oh, they did. Okay, cool. Let me go through the video. Let me send them over some feedback. Even unprompted, we try to do that. We try to send encouragement when we can. And I think at least one of my strengths as a coach is trying to be empathetic to what they're going through and understanding what it's like, the struggles are like for a creator who's trying to get started, who's trying to come up. So trying to be there for them in that sense. So it's not just about, oh, how can I gain more views and subscribers? Because that's what a lot of people think YouTube's about, and it really isn't. That's really not what we're after. That's a byproduct of putting in the work. But for me, it's never really the goal, right? The goal should be, how can I improve my content? How can I build a community? And that's the things where I try to create that mindset shift with the creators that I work with, is to try to guide them towards whatever their goals might be. And sometimes reframe those conversations when needed.
Amazing. All right. Well, believe it or not, I have the picker tool now, the crane.
Nice.
I got it. There are 172 people in the non-gaming space. I'm going to show that here. Look at this. I actually had it all this time. You just didn't see it. I was using it. You can trust me. Here we go.
Source, trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. I need you to shut up. Number 4. Nothing suspicious about that at all. Let me go ahead and go down to number 4. and let's see who this is. You don't have to worry about seeing that on my screen. Okay, so this person says, to share things I find interesting with the world, we're going to go ahead and put that in. Let's see. We'll put it over here, and then we'll go there, and then we'll share this tab instead. Look at that. Simon Payne. That's a great name. It's like a wrestling name. Simon Payne. I'm coming here to put pain in your face. Sutton Christmas Lights 2024. Okay. A lot of Christmas light stuff. This might be a vloggy type channel, maybe. Residential
like
stuff. Ipswich. That's a place over by where Rob lives, I think, right?
It is Ipswich. Yeah, good pronunciation there. Travis, you nailed that.
Mumbles Pier. Is that a place? Mumbles Pier? Are you familiar with that?
No, it's a bit further south. This I'm not familiar with this area.
Where is Treadworth Gloucester?
My gosh.
Where was that? Gloucester.
Gloucester. I know Gloucester because I watch a lot of Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, should we play this game? Have Americans pronounce English?
I could. I
places?
watch a lot of British comedy and stuff, so I could probably do all this pretty well, pretty easily. All right. So obviously this is a UK-based YouTuber exploring different aspects that are Surrey, which is actually British Columbia, but is there one over in the UK as well?
You're correct, Travis. There is a Surrey in British Columbia.
Look, y'all think I'm not smart, but I'm super smart. I know things.
I think, you know what I think this needs is this needs a bit of a value proposition. I think we get that it's like walking tours, but that's the what. But I'm not fully understanding the why. So if we just go back to the top of the channel, is there a value prop there?
Videos walking place, so like a walking channel. So it's either real-time walks and binaural audio and subtitle commentaries that can be virtual exploring and falling asleep to. That's interesting.
Oh, so he's not narrating it verbally.
Well, I'm going to actually tell you that I know I've worked with a couple of channels to do that. 8 and 10 minutes are not long enough videos to fall asleep to. They're really not. Unless it's a video with Dan in it, in which case it's too long.
Sir.
But anyway, you know, if you want to do that, it's a different type of video, and it's certainly much longer than that. But yeah, this seems to be. Let's see, what was your most popular thing?
Dan's not even here, and he's catching strays.
That's right. That's the best time to catch them when you can't defend yourself. Walking to the tour from football ground. Okay, yeah. So they're all definitely the strolling video types. Love that.
Can we just play one then? Of
course.
I want to know if it's just is it music or is it like?
Good morning. Welcome to another walk. Today we are heading to Turfmoor, so we're in Burnley. We're currently on the Sandholm Aqueduct, so this is the Leeds and Liverpool Canal here. Down here is the River Brune, and we're going to be heading off in this direction to go find Turfmoor, nip into the shop there, and then have a walk through the town centre. So come.
Lovely.
How old is? I'm curious. How old is this video?
10 months.
10 months. Okay.
Not that old.
I was wondering if you were going to go like it's like halfway through it, because if you're continuing to narrate, then that doesn't necessarily feel like a falling asleep video. I think you need to be engaged in this content.
Visiting supporters entrance.
So I don't know if the original intent of the channel has maybe changed a little bit from what it maybe they thought it might be when they first started the channel.
I think that's normal. Everyone goes through their growth phases.
Yeah.
What are you seeing here, Tina? What's standing out to you?
I thought I saw Simon commenting. There's a mixture of short, slow TV ones that are not narrated and some longer ones where it's a whole day cut down to a 30-minute or so video.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, to me, if it is a sleeping one, I've seen a lot of videos that are 8 hours long. I personally sleep to those YouTube videos. So I know in street noises and things like any type of white noise type of things, it's really great. But it doesn't seem like that's necessarily the direction. And so if that's the case, narration, especially the shorter ones, would be key. But we don't. Can you click on a shorter one? Maybe we can
yeah, it's like the 5-minute one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Epsom! I said good evening, Epsom! My name's Dan Dini,
Now, boys and girls, do you all know why we're here tonight?
All right, so they're in the hotness of it, like right in the middle of it. You're definitely not going to sleep to this. It's very, very
true.
Yeah, and we're making fun. I mean, maybe that's not even your direction anymore, and that's likely the case. But it is something to consider that was originally where it started from. And now you're just kind of here vibing.
I would have loved to seen a hook.
Yeah. What would you make the hook for a video like that? The Christmas lights thing. What would have been your thing? If you had made this video, what would you do?
What he did in the other video was great. Of, hey, I'm here at this Christmas festival. Me and my family were about to fill in the blank here and fill in the blank here. Let's go check it out.
Nice. I agree. Yeah. That's great. All right, we got a couple more minutes with Tina and Jeff before I think they go away. And I don't know why Rob's still here. I think he's nervous that I'm going to mess something up, and he should be. That's probably going to happen.
We probably should do some of those super chats, if anything, before
do we have super chats?
Before Rob gets in trouble again.
All right,
it's the live stream police here. Yeah,
I had no idea we did that. It's hard to be authentic in a different language. This is Leo. We've seen Leo before. Leo or Leo. I don't know if it's
true. It is difficult. Yes.
I try it all the time. English is not my first language. Where's the next one? Oh, start. There we go. Okay, so where are we at? Do they clear after you click them, or there's so many of them?
I don't remember any of these. Let me see. So other than the very first one, which I think we're leaving for Dan, which is about Nintendo, I think everything beyond after that. Yeah, so this down are ones that I don't think we've seen before.
I don't even see this one. This when I look at the starred ones, it's I don't even see it. But okay, YouTube's crazy. My first channel under 10,000 after years. My new channel up to almost 280K since November. That's crazy. YouTube is crazy, but I love it. Learn a lot from you guys. That's amazing. Congratulations.
Love to hear that, dude. Love to hear that. Congrats.
That's great.
Like 300,000 subscribers since November.
That's a lot.
I mean, incredible.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Crazy.
Teach us how to do this.
Yeah. I don't know what else to click because okay, I see it. Okay, so that was that one. Okay, so we can hide that one now. All right, and star it, I guess. Yeah. Love the ship collection. Check us out. Unbox Star Wars and other collectibles. Oh,
I certainly will do.
Yeah,
where
absolutely.
Where is your stuff? I don't even see it.
It was a bit of a tease an hour ago.
Oh, wow, they've been around for an hour.
I went mobile and showed people my Star Trek collection.
You're doing too much. All right, why would my audience be 100% female? How to fix? First of all, never fix that.
Yeah, I wasn't saying. Wait a minute now. What the?
First of all, two things. Number one, I never see that. I always see 100% male. I never see 100% female. I've never.
It's very rare.
Yeah,
super rare. Yeah.
And if there's 100% female, guaranteed it'll be a percentage of male at some point. Don't fix. Don't fix.
Yeah, I don't see like there's got to be a reason why they would think they would need to fix that, but inherently in and of itself, this is not a problem.
It's not a problem.
This is not a problem. This is actually a rarity. You have an idea how many I've worked with female creators. Also, have other female creators who are friends of mine, and when they can get their male to female ratio to be above 50% female, it's like a massive win. We'll celebrate. We'll throw a freaking party because it is so difficult to do that. So, this is something that should be celebrated, man. Like, not, this is not a problem that needs fixing.
I mean, if we're thinking about the mom channel from earlier with the Amazon hauls, that's probably
fair,
very heavily weighted towards a female demographic, but it's intentional. It's to appeal to that audience.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, next one. Question: how many subscribers I need before I start selling merch? What are your suggestions when starting to sell merch?
You don't need a subscriber number for that. It's really you want to have a community though. But you can always start off by just wearing your merch. You can create one piece of merch and have it on and just always wear it when you're live streaming or doing your videos. And eventually, as you build up your audience, they might ask, hey, where can I get that cool shirt? And then you can start, moving it that way if you want. But there is no like set subscriber number for that. You can do that whenever you want.
I think.
I venture.
Go ahead, Tina. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I've seen that a lot of smaller creators do really, really well in selling the merch and smaller sub base, just because the people that are your sub base or are your viewers, they want to celebrate you even more. So as soon as you want to set it up, just do it because people want to celebrate you.
Something I did, which seemed to help, is every single video I was in, I wore my merch, if it was a shirt or something, because you a lot of times you don't see the creators wearing their own merch, and it's like, well, why won't you wear your own stuff? Every single video did. I want you to think. If I think it's cool enough, you should think it's cool enough, you should get it. So that's another thing to think about.
To take advantage of YouTube's official tools, I think that does come in at the lower bracket of monetization. So once you get 500 subscribers, I think 3,000 hours of watch time, I think the shopping shelf opens up to you, but that can be restrictive in itself. I agree with it, what everyone else has said here, that you can start selling merch from video one if you have external links to those products.
A little inside baseball here, but the comments and starred buttons are too close to the end stream tab, and I just about had a heart attack. All right, let's move that out of the way. How many videos should I post a week on my new YouTube gaming channel to effectively engage the algorithm and build an audience?
Oh, if it was only that simple.
I know, right? If there was just a number.
Yes.
37. There you go. Try that.
No,
37 a week, Travis.
That's what he asked for. I'm giving him an answer. He wants an arbitrary number. I'm going to give him an arbitrary number.
To give him a more serious answer, let's assume that it's a gaming channel, and so your audience is probably younger, and they tend to engage with YouTube every single day. So gaming channels tend to lean more towards daily content. I'm not saying that you have to make videos every single day, but that seems to be the trend. You might book that trend and make very high quality videos that take a week to make, but your audience is willing to wait because only you can make that type of high quality content. So it really does depend on what you decide is the right amount of time to spend on a video.
Some more inside baseball. Vicky's still here. Isn't it like 3 o'clock in the morning where she lives?
And yeah, she's been on since the very beginning.
Time. Something's wrong with her. We need to get her some help. Koei Fish Gaming gifted a vidIQ membership. Thank you so much. By the way, we do some pretty cool things with the vidIQ memberships. Every once in a while, I'll release a video early to vidIQ members. I did that a couple weeks back. Some new members.
Oh, they get a sound effect.
Oh, give them a sound effect.
Hold
up. I mean, it could be anything. It could be. All right. What's that? All right. How come certain vids within a game series I get fewer views, but if vids that aren't part of a series, more views are gained? How should I grow? All right, let's start with Tina. Why do you think some games within a certain... by the way, this doesn't have anything to do with gaming. Like, it's just a YouTube thing. But let's just...
Yeah.
That's true. Because series require that sometimes. If you make it individually based and individually impactful, then this shouldn't matter at all. But if they're dependent on you watching episode 1, 2, and 3 in order to understand episode 4, people are less likely to click on it. And so you could still make it a series, but each video needs to have its own impact.
Here's my advice once you've completed these series. Instead of just leaving them in a playlist, let's say there's 7 videos in a series. Take all of those 7 videos, put them all together, and re-release a new video with all of those videos together. So you can leave all of the individual episodes on, but this is a tried and tested method of bringing in brand new audiences to watch a really long video and get massive watch time that brings in like a lot of engagement for not much effort, because you've already made the videos, you're just bundling it all together.
What I was saying was the same thing applies to everything. It doesn't have to be gaming, is what I was saying.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's why I said that. Yeah. What's his next one? Wake up yourself. All right. Well, listen.
This can sometimes be like when maybe it was a sticker or something that StreamYard can't properly deal with. But
yeah.
Thanks anyway.
Thank you very much. I'm thinking of rebranding my channel and changing my name. Any tips in doing this and things to avoid? Interesting. Rebrandation. If you had to rebrand yourself, Tina, how would you go about doing it? I love this because I feel like you would know an answer to this.
It just depends on what your goal is. I feel like that's so wide, but when it comes to channel names, if you're starting out especially, I know this is a little bit unpopular maybe, but I would focus on something that's either SEO oriented or that showcases exactly the value proposition perhaps of your channel. And you can always change it later. And people don't like the answer, but you can always change it later. And people are still, typically, they're going to watch.
Yeah. Also, I would research whatever name you're thinking of switching to, just to ensure that you're not about to jump on somebody else's brand who's already established and way bigger than yours. Because I see so many people do that so many times. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, did you bother to search this name on YouTube just once? You would have found this channel with 800,000 subscribers that's actively pushing videos. Like, come on, man. So that's usually the other thing. I agree with Tina completely, but definitely do that research for sure.
Also, you could check the ads because that's becoming super popular too. Because sometimes even if a channel has it, they don't have the app, which I think is a mistake, but definitely check both and not just one.
Very smart. All right, we got a couple more and we'll be able to get them just in time for Tina and Jeff to have to go. Any truth to shorts hurting overall channel health? No, with an asterisk, but no.
I think if they're not in alignment, if their shorts and the long form and lives and stuff aren't in alignment with each other for the audience, I think that could potentially hurt. Potentially. But mind you, this is obviously, and I'm pretty sure Travis has seen this as well, probably Rob as well, maybe Tina as well, but where it was either Todd or Renee were mentioning that, because people kept asking, if I'm doing shorts, should I have separate channels or what should I do? And the main answer was, if they are targeting the same viewers and the same audience, then they should be on the same channel. So topically, they should be the same. And I'm assuming that what could hurt your channel potentially would be if your shorts are doing, let's say your shorts are just you doing Roblox or something, and then your main content is basket weaving. Like, those two things are very different.
Right.
So, but if your long forms are, long form Let's Plays or whatever, or tutorials on Roblox, and your shorts are just like Roblox highlights, then that makes a lot of sense. There's not going to be any confusion there.
I mean, the thing is can it hurt your channel if done incorrectly? Sure, but so can just posting the wrong type of content. But in and of itself, no. All right, real quick.
I would also just add as well that let's flip it on its head. Maybe you making longs or making shorts when you've been focusing on the other format, maybe you're distracting yourself. Like, you think that by making shorts, it's hurting the channel. It's actually you're distracted. So you're spending less time on what you're good at and what the channel is known for. And that is what's actually causing you to not put in the work that you, I'm sorry. I'm so tired at this point.
I know. I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, Rob.
Yeah,
just go to sleep.
It just came out as a YouTube vomit there. Like, what was I trying to say? You get distracted if you try when you're going after new formats. So it could be that the channel's suffering because you're not putting.
Yeah, it's fine. We understand what you're trying to say. Anyway, remember. Hold on. What just happened? Wait. That's good enough, right?
Yeah.
All right.
That's plenty.
Let's do a couple more. From first time, long time, 450K subs from 2023 to 2025. Congratulations. And you kind of my hero right now. Did you ever know that you're my hero? And if I play multiple games, different games on my YouTube channel, such as just one game, what should I do with my stream content? I'm not even sure how to answer that question. So I'm not sure what the question actually is. If I stream multiple different games, but my YouTube channel is set to just one game, what should I do with my stream content? The question
I'm of the opinion that stream content can be variant.
Oh,
I feel like Jeff, when it comes to specifically, well, no, not even specifically, just because streaming is its own, it's not its own entity, but I've seen a lot of gaming content where streaming, if you stream every day, let's say, and you're just doing gameplay for like 2-3 hours, let's say, but then you only post one long form a week that's highly curated, highly impactful, that works.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be that specific game. But typically you want it to be games that are somewhat similar to that game, even if it's not that exact game.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I think I might change one word there.
What's that?
If I stream multiple different games, but my YouTube audience is just focused on one game, what should I do? And it's your audience hopefully will be dictating the content they would like to watch. Yes, I've recovered. All right,
nice.
Ready for another 3 hours.
All right, so that does it for this group of people. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Jeff Rob and Tina for this part. Tina, tell us a little bit about, I would like to say where you can find you, but they know where to find both of y'all. You just sign up for coaching. This is not brain surgery. This is why we're here. You got to do all this. I got to move that thing down. Let's remove. Oh, yep. Oh my gosh, there's so many people in the background doing this. Anyway, this is where. Oh no. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Click on that. Links in the description, and you can choose Jeff, Tina, or even perhaps my next guest, which will be coming here in about 30 seconds or so. I want to thank you, Jeff and Tina, for being here. Rob, I don't know what you're going to do, but you may need to take a nap.
Hey, I just want to say, Jeff, thank you very much for doing an extra hour. That was really appreciated filling in earlier on. I love you.
He's not the hero we deserve, but he's the hero we needed. Thank you, Jeff. And Tina, always a pleasure.
Yeah, Tina, thanks as well for coming on for the first hour and then like taking a huge break and then coming back for another hour. That's really appreciated as well. Of course.
Yeah, we appreciate you. All right, y'all can leave. And now, here's what's going to happen.
Bye.
Some of y'all are real in for a treat.
Get out of here.
Because there's something I've been wanting to do for a good couple of months, and we're going to do it. We're basically going to have a live The Boost by vidIQ episode. Can you believe it? We got Jen here. That's right. It's all happening. It's all happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. Me and Jen are taking over the main channel. The Boost by vidIQ.
My God.
Tube Talk is now live on the main channel, Jen. We did it. We tricked them.
This is fun.
If they only
I literally could not get work done. I couldn't stay out of the chat.
It's so amazing, right? We're having so much fun. So we're going to do this hour differently. We'll still do some audits, but we're going to do a lot of Q&As because I feel like that's where, if you're not familiar, and Vicky, if you could put the link in the chat here, we do a podcast. You and I do a podcast every week, and we're doing lots of fun. And we have people email us, and they'll email us questions. So since that's kind of what we do on the podcast, and is there audio podcast, there's the YouTube channel version of it. We're going to do some of that here. Kind of been curious what this channel what our show would look like live. I've been wanting to do it, but we're going to do it right now. We're basically going to do the boost here right now. Hold on. Let me get this intro going. We're going to do it. Why not? Why not?
Welcome to Tube Talk, the show dedicated to helping you become a better video creator so you can get more views, subscribers, and build your audience. Brought to you by vidIQ. Download for free at vidIQ.com.
Hey, welcome back to the only podcast that takes over your favorite YouTube channel. I'm Travis here with Jen.
Oh, that was the best one yet, maybe.
We're doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've taken over the main channel. I'm super excited. So let's get into some of these questions. We have some already, and Vicky will star some of your questions. Make sure they're good. We're going to answer them here. We'll do some channel auditing and stuff, and then we'll talk a little bit about coaching and stuff. But we're going to start by doing this. Why not? First one. What do you think about this, Jen? Question. Why does polls on shorts actually work? People engage them more than likes and comments. Is that a thing? I wasn't even aware. Is this a thing?
Oh, that's so true. It's so true. Leaving a comment's intimidating. Like, how often do you leave a comment on videos you watch?
Yeah, it's probably 1/10 of the people that actually watch. Probably.
Yeah, and imagine you start watching a new creator. Do you really feel close enough to be in the comment section? Like, it's very intimidating. But I mean, a poll, a quick, just a little check for your opinion, your guidance.
Yeah.
Everybody loves to share their opinion.
I don't disagree with you.
And it's an anonymous, just like easy way.
People really like to have their opinions heard, but they may not want you to know who they are.
Yeah.
That's true, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, we actually have another guest. I forgot about this. We're going to bring in another coach here from the vidIQ team. It's David. Hey. Hey.
That's right. We have David.
Hey guys, how's it going? So we're just doing an episode of The Boost because why not? And we're answering questions from the community right now, so you can get in on some of this work. Let's get to the next one.
You guys do such a great job with that. I love it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, David.
Checks in the mail. Here we go. I took a 3-month break from YouTube. Now I have come back, and I post shorts, and they're underperforming. How long will it take for the algorithm to re-engage my channel? What do you think, David? What would you say if one of your creators came to you and said this?
I would probably say just start posting, and it shouldn't take long. You know, if you just keep at it, you have the same ideal viewer in your mind, creating the same content. I don't think it should take too long for YouTube to figure out who to serve the video to, you know, unless you just take completely different approach. And create something completely different. That it may take a little longer than that.
Jen, have you had creators in your thing ask this question?
Definitely similar versions of it. I feel like shorts have the ability to maybe pick up sooner. I think this is ultimately an unknown. How much content are you posting? Are you coming back posting every day? Are you coming back posting once a week? It's hard to say. This is really just kind of like David said, just do it.
Just
go for it.
If you're gonna do it, just do it, right? And to be honest, the answer is not. Oh, here we go. What do you got?
Oh no.
I would just like to add from the
Rob, what are you
channel
doing
profile, the channel profile, that looks like it's a gaming channel. So maybe the gaming has lost some interest, like it was a trending game at the time. So it could just be there's less audience interest, or when it's shorts, it's highly competitive. And there may have been other creators that have moved into that space, and the, I guess, algorithm has found the audience that was watching your content, they've kind of had to replace your content with people who were making videos on the same topic. So that could be something that's also to be considered.
Cool.
Rob the expert.
Look at Rob.
Rob, I thought you were sleeping. Are you staying to hang out?
You see, I heard this is the real reason I'm here, right? I'm gonna you derail this even more. Is I heard the boost music and
he's got his curly whirlies.
Oh yeah.
For those who let's do the taste test. I want to see this right now. For
Yeah,
those who don't know, this is why you got to listen to the podcast. You have to know that the curly whirly versus the candy corn versus the Cadbury
This has
egg
been
thing
a
is thing.
huge topic for months.
Open it up. Let's
Many
see it.
months.
Take that
All
bite.
right.
Give us the
Well,
review.
Well, hang on. First of all, hey everybody, it's time for some chocolate ASMR.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
Do you want me on full screen?
Yeah, yeah. We this is for the review.
Wow.
Are we still doing a channel audit live stream?
No, not right now. We're doing
I
a
don't
candy
think
review.
so.
The
Right,
podcast
okay, so
is basically a candy podcast.
This is what your curly whirly looks like. Okay, you
All
do
right.
not put these in the fridge because they are kind of bending and they've got fudge in them.
Bendy?
And so
I don't know.
it snaps and it's really not as nice. So anyway, here we go.
The snap sounds like it would be better, right?
No, not for a curly whirly.
Oh. Oh, because it's like caramel in the middle. Oh,
Fudge. Mm.
Okay, fudge. Ooh, that looks good. Can I get that in America? I'd like one.
Wow.
It's funny that I just saw that message about Rob should start an ASMR channel. If you search for vidIQ ASMR,
oh yeah,
I made an ASMR video 5 years ago. Nobody watched
That's right. I forgot
Check it
about
out.
that.
Let's bring it back. Send the traffic to that video.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
All
can
right.
bring everyone else
Yeah,
back.
let's
now.
wait.
We'll carry
Okay,
on
wait,
with
let's see.
curly whirly.
Wait, where is everybody? How do I even bring everyone back? Oh, remove. He did something weird. How do you wait? Do I go here?
My wife is
there we go.
correcting me that it is caramel, not fudge, because
That's
she's
what I
watching
said.
in
See, I
the
was
other
right.
room. And
How'd you even?
she
That's
is,
hilarious.
Sarah. I thought you'd gone to sleep. Enjoy
Well,
TikTok for the next 2
thanks.
days. We're in the UK, so we're all right, actually.
Yeah, you guys are fine. All right. Would you perceive much of a niche change going from one specific type of tech to a different type of tech? I think I can answer this, as I've had a tech channel for many years. Yes and no. Your pivot won't be as necessarily hard, depending on, like, for example, I did mobile. If you're going from like mobile to like cameras, there's a little bit of a crossover because phones, pretty much all reviews of phones nowadays are about the camera. So you can kind of get away with that. But if you go from like phones to computers, might be hard. If you go from computers to like cameras, it might be hard. But you're still at least going to have a good basis to start from. Whereas if you go from phones to Legos, you might not have the same audience. So it is definitely going to be a different, kind of a different climb. How many, David, have you had anyone who's pivoted through your coaching?
Pivoted as in like from one niche to another?
Yeah.
Yes, I did once back in the day, but they did start a new channel fully. We tried on their old channel, and it was a struggle, discouraging, unsubscribers, all that kind of stuff. So we just said, you know what, let's just start fresh, and that kind of helped launch things in a better way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always that's one of my things that I say now to people mostly. If they want to pivot, it's just easier to start, just let YouTube find the right audience for it and don't struggle. Why would you go to that struggle?
Love it.
Audiences can be very territorial, though, Travis, if it's a brand. Can you imagine, like, if an Apple channel suddenly decided they were going to just cover Android phones?
Well,
I think that might be a bit of a
I kind of
pivot
did
too
that,
far.
though. I kind of did that because I was
And that's why you're here now.
Exactly. All right. Anyway, how should we? Anyway, how much should people trust Reliant vidIQ title generator with videos? Should we go full throttle using it if we haven't already? The title generator is great, but just like most things that use AI, it's a great starting point.
Yeah.
And I think we encourage people to use it as a great starting point and then add your own flavor on top of it. Sometimes it gets really good, and you're like, "Wow, I just want to use that," and you totally can. But I think. If you do it too much, some people can start calling you out and going, was this AI done? Like, people are starting to be able to get their AR radar really in tune. And starting at a base is like, if you have a title, you're like, I think this is a good title. And then you hit our button, you're probably going to find a better title structure through that. And then maybe you just add your little part on top of it. And I know that we talk about a lot on the Boost, Jen, as far as like using AI tools and stuff. What kind of advice are you giving to your creators currently?
That they're just that. They're tools. It's not the answer. It's not your golden ticket to do no work at all. It's a great tool, but you definitely want to optimize that for the humans you're trying to reach on the other end, your audience, the words that are important to your audience, the titles that reflect your personality, the way that you would talk. This is, there's always an opportunity to be more creative with it, but also have a really good starting point.
Love it. All right, let's do one more question, and then maybe we'll do some channels. While I do this, Rob, can you flush the things, the two thingamabob? Thank you so much. All right, here we go. I hit a point where I know I can still improve, but I'm very unsure how to improve my titles and thumbnails more for a better CTR. Any ideas how to find more ways to get a higher CTR? David, I know for a fact you have absolutely had to help people with better titles and thumbnails. What kind of advice do you typically give? I mean, I obviously can't be super specific with this person because you can't see the channel, but generally speaking, what are the things holding people back?
It depends obviously on the niche, right? Every niche is different. It all starts with, to me, everything starts with clarity, simplicity, humans who we're making videos for, and I don't know if this person has themselves in thumbnails. If they don't, I just try to throw it all out there and just say, okay, let's experiment. Let's try something completely different. Maybe something that you haven't done yet. It may be a little bit of a stretch, but just to see what happens. I don't think there is a one fit size all solution for these types of situations. But I always just like to just jump deep right away and just say, okay, let's just flip it. Let's just turn it all the way around and use something completely different approach. Look at some of the examples, channels in a similar niche that are doing good, and just use some of their, colors and whatnot, and just see what can be done, and then just kind of analyze from there. Can't really know much unless we have some analytics to look at and weigh on, right? So, yeah,
love it. So for everyone waiting,
one of these moments where an individual creator who just has like no one to talk to or like ideas to bounce off of can get really frustrated. And this is why perhaps having a coach or like a group of fellow creators, be it like a little a Facebook group or whatever, where you can all share these struggles and challenges, can be really helpful and supportive.
Absolutely.
100%. It's like a green light. You come to a traffic stop, and your coach, they'll just kind of like say, yeah, go. It's like, oh, really? I can do this? Yeah, you can. Let's do this, right?
Have you thought about this angle with the title, or have you tried, this color scheme? I've done some research. Here are some channels in your niche. Maybe you want to try using them for inspiration. Like, it happens to all of us. Like, we know this stuff, but sometimes when we just get in a creative block, and then the answer is obvious, but we just can't see it ourselves, and we all have that as creators.
Yeah.
All right. So if you have been here before and you already put your name into the list, you're going to have to go back in the description. We've flushed it so to make sure that the people that are here now have an opportunity to be audited on stream. So go ahead and do that right now. And while we wait for people to fill those up, we have one question here directed towards Jen from one of our podcast listeners, Stuff by Neil. Question, Jen, when it's not Halloween, what snacks do you prefer? And how are the ants? Again, a deep cut from the podcast. If you haven't listened to the podcast, you have no
Ants
idea
are not good. The ants are bad. I had the pest control guy here yesterday. And he was like, this is not good. And he literally told me, he's like, we have to do weekly visits. So you can just go ahead and schedule those. I was like,
Bruh.
oh.
See,
the lollipops are out of control.
you need to listen to the podcast and you would know exactly what we're talking about. So make sure you click that link and check out the boost by vidIQ.
Oh.
Okay. Let's get into some of these audits. I'm sure these are filling up. 46 already. Okay, we're doing pretty good. So let's go ahead with the first 47 people on the gaming channel one. Let's go ahead and get the crane going. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Man, you gotta like
Jen's favorite.
Let's see,
Best
share the
ever.
screen. Claw machine.
I popped in and you gave Tina a nice like fashion channel. Where's that
Right?
kind of love for me? What?
Well, we had a different claw machine at that point. Sorry, unfortunately, we had a completely different claw machine working that did a good job, actually, I would say. Here we go. 38. That's terrible. Oh my God. Why?
Right.
Why?
You need to right
Boom.
click
Yeah.
on that tab,
Yeah, I got it.
Travis, and mute it.
I just muted it right there. I just muted it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so that was 38.
Is anybody still here? Did everybody just leave?
Oh my Lanta. We're gonna go to 38. Let me see what 38 is. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, so this channel, we'll go ahead and go right to it. Making cool edited videos is what they want to do. And what do you think your biggest obstacle is now? Fakers copying me. That's interesting. I wonder what that means.
okay.
That means they are. Wait, hold on. That's
Are they a leader in their space?
Hold on. Let me pull up their thing.
Potentially.
Let's find out. Let me get this copy and then let's paste it. Here we go. Wait. Here we go. Imposter plays XD, which I think is the laughing emoji, I think, with the eyes closed. All right. So, Haktua, we got the real victim. Reviews mad. All my fellas, people are copying you, huh? Okay. What are they copying, I wonder? So these are Suno songs. These are AI generated songs. I know that because I can tell by the thing there.
Okay.
These are Suno songs. And a bunch of just random stuff. So Jen, when you see a channel like this, what is the first thing that goes through your mind that you can say out loud?
I'm not sure what we're doing here, but they seem motivated and they are relatively consistently uploading. But why the AI songs for a gaming channel? What?
Yeah,
why?
Random. Kind of
Why?
random here. David, what do you
Do we
see?
have actual gaming content?
That's a good question. They do have shorts.
I don't know what to think. I have no idea what. Like, if I was just coming for the first time, I probably would be very confused.
Oh,
About,
a random Mr. Beast. Oh, a couple random Mr. Beast ones.
I think this is what they call a based channel.
Okay.
Based means
what?
they don't care about anything. They just don't care. It's like whatever.
Oh.
Oh, faker. So this must be one of the channels that they think is faking them or something, which I don't know how you would do that with an AI song, but okay. Cool. Yeah, the chat seems kind of confused as well. Okay.
Yeah, I think that if this person wants to pursue gaming, they should just actively put out gaming content.
They're not a tomato. That's good. That's a good
it's a good thing to know.
Yeah, that's a good thing to know. Love that they're not a tomato. Okay.
They seem very young.
Yeah, so have fun with the process, I think is what we're trying to say. At least that's what I'm going to say we're trying to say.
I don't think
But
we
if
need
you-
to worry about anyone copying their content at the moment. That's not the challenge that they have at the moment. I think as others probably trying to find a way to put this, like what is the most enjoyable thing you want to make videos about? And like for the next 10 videos on this channel, let's focus on that. Would be my very general advice for this channel.
All right. So now we're going to go to a non-gaming channel. and we're gonna do the picker number. We're gonna share this tab instead. We're gonna start the picker number. Here we go.
Did you want to put the sound all the way
Oh
up?
God! Come on!
Sounds
Oh my gosh! I know. Mute the tab. I know. It's fine. For now, I'm just not gonna show this thing. 21.
That's what we should be hearing, Travis.
Yeah. Next time, you just have to trust me when I pick. Okay.
Are you glad you joined in this hour, David? Because like, this is like so professional.
Practically creative. I like the name. She's practically creative. I help others learn to sew, quilt, cut fabric, especially if you're disabled by fibromyalgia. Myalgia.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Right.
I also try to answer questions about various techniques to make them simple and practical. I love this. That's a great, ridiculously amazing, clear, concise kind of pitch for the channel. I love it. What do we think?
Can we see the channel?
We can't see it, Travis.
I knew that.
Thanks.
Of course you did. You're a
Practically creative.
professional.
What do we think?
Interesting.
Onion jam was very random. That caught me off guard.
Yeah, the onion jam. I didn't know.
Delicious.
Did not know you
but
could do that.
random.
The thing that jumps out at me is the subscriber count and the number of videos they've made, because I've got 5,000 subscribers, and was it almost 2,700 videos? Was that right, Travis? Just scroll back up.
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount of videos.
I've not made that many videos. So if we just sort by most popular, because I want to know maybe where those subscribers came from. So it's not from the long form content.
Yeah.
What about shorts? Unless they've removed some videos.
No.
I think with 2,700 videos, they haven't removed anything. I think that's what they're doing. The shorts seem to make sense here, right? When you go back to older stuff,
you can see a pattern in the shorts, can't you?
Right. This, I mean, you can tell from years ago, maybe she was just, doing other things. And maybe now she has this kind of focus, which I think is great.
Are the shorts focused? Can you go back to the shorts quick?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the sewing.
Are those the most popular shorts, or is that just the latest ones?
Yep, popular.
What about latest? Yeah, so I think as they described their channel, which was to do with sewing, and certainly on the shorts, when they stick to that theme and it's very clear, certainly in the thumbnails, they have developed an audience for it. But from video to video, there seems to be that lack of consistency a little bit.
I think YouTube's telling you what your audience is. Well, I should say your audience is telling you who your audience is. And that's something that we can't really ignore. But again, I think you've chosen an audience, which I think is really awesome. I really believe
specific.
I believe that this right here is such a strong what's the word I'm thinking of?
Pitch, value prop.
Yeah, value proposition. That there's very few other people that can actually match your value prop here. And there's people who need this. So I think if you dug deeper into that, you'd find some really cool success. And
the
the
real
other cool
pain
thing
points of sewing with fibromyalgia.
Your
what are
community would
they?
be amazing because it'd be very specific.
If there was 2 sewing channels and I had fibromyalgia, you bet your butt I'm clicking on your channel because you're speaking directly to me. So I feel like we're missing keywords for your audience to really, really recognize the value of your channel in those titles, in those thumbnails, and then really pulling over the ASMR to long form content if you're going to pick that back up. That's the audience you have right now from shorts.
All right. We are now going to do a gaming channel. And I got it. I muted it. Ha
Did you?
4.
You liar.
I literally could have picked that number myself. I could have done that myself, but I didn't. All right. Going to here. Discover responses. Let's go to 4 while you guys look at that train. What? Okay, here we go. Got a channel? They say branding shorts and giving critical feedback is kind of what they want to help with. So let's find out more about that.
Critical feedback. Everybody buckle up.
All right, so shorts channel. So let's go. I love this little logo thing here.
Dan's
But there's only
ready.
2 videos. There's only 2. Oh, wait, they go live. Oh, it's
Travis,
the truck
do you
thing.
want to show us the channel?
You can't see how. But how, Sway? But what were you looking at? Oh, you're looking at the crane. You were looking at the crane. Sorry. You're looking at the crane. That's right. I've never had to do this before, so it's fine. I'm fine. Anyway, this is a train or a truck channel. The video game with some shorts. Fast. This is actually a power spray. This is
How
a funny game.
fast
This is an actual
I
game.
clean the dirt bike in Power Wash
It's
Simulator.
a power wash simulator.
Power Wash Simulator
Power washing is awesome.
isn't really talked about much anymore. It was massive back when it was 2020 and we were all lost.
So that's one short, and then this is the truck driving simulator, which I see a lot of people
Today,
playing.
I'm going to try and get a truck to 100% damage on American Truck Simulator. American Truck Simulator
Truck.
is one of those games that you can just put on music and relax. You can play either realistically or in a more arcade style.
I think I'm going to download
The
this
game
tonight and
is
play it.
definitely a lot of fun when you have
Oh
a
my
steering wheel.
gosh.
However, you don't need one to play. You can use an Xbox controller.
Oh my
or
gosh.
you
Okay, well there you go. So what do we think? It's a simulator, a game channel.
I can't tell if it's their voice or an AI voice.
I kind of thought that was them.
I
Am
thought it
wrong?
was their voice. Yeah.
You thought it was their voice?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that they could work on potentially a little bit more natural cadence to their speech.
We also may want to think about how to make these landscape videos more vertical friendly, because right now we're just having to put on a big borders on the top and the bottom.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Anything else, David? What do you think about this channel? They're doing. I mean, obviously they're new. There's not a lot of content here, so they have time to change things. They streamed twice. Looks like a day or two ago, and they have 2 shorts.
Oh, so it's just lives and shorts at the moment, no long form.
Can
Yep.
we
Right.
see the beginning of a live? Did they open up the live like they did with their shorts? Because they had really great.
Okay, it's 16 minutes that they're starting. 20 minutes
All right.
starting soon. Okay, so okay,
Well,
okay.
That
Hold on
might
for
be
a
one
second.
thing we want to talk about.
Let's address this for a second. It's fine to have a kind of a lead up, to get people to come in, but you need to edit that out of your VODs and stuff. Like you can go into the editor and you can literally chop that stuff off because no one's going to wait 20 minutes for you to start a thing that's already been started. But yeah, let's watch this a little bit.
Of course it doesn't want to. Let's just see.
Is that very quiet to everyone else?
Yes,
Yes.
they're not saying anything though. So let's move in.
I would do it while I'm driving, but
All right.
I literally
All right.
can't. Let me find my title.
Yeah, and it's just a live stream. So I mean, you're going to
Yeah.
have these moments where things aren't 100% going or whatever, and that's fine. But yeah, 22 minutes, I would definitely chop that down, especially as a newer channel. Just get right into it. Don't if you don't have a whole bunch of people, like 1,000 people coming to see you, you don't need to give 22 minutes. You might got 1 or 2 people coming, and then they sit there for 5-10 minutes, and they're like, this guy's never going to start, and you lose out on those views. So just start it, hit that thing, let's go. Go, baby,
I mean,
go.
it's super fun content, though. I think it has so much potential.
I think this is for the Gentendo channel. We should do the truck driving.
So is my Wii Wheel compatible? I want to
That's a good
play.
question. It probably is. You still have your Wii wheel? Yeah, again, you got to watch the boost and understand what's going on here. But Gentendo is coming. Okay, let's get to a channel that's not gaming. We are now up to 120 people in the non-gaming channel. I'm going to share this thing instead so you can see that I'm doing it. But this will be the last time. I'm just going to do it, and you're just going to have to trust me. Here we go. 99. Winner is number 99 in the non-gaming channel. So let me just find out 99. And this channel is called Time Travel Reads. And their goal is to document their reading. And they don't. What do you think your biggest obstacle is? I don't have many physical books or a filming space. Okay, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting.
No,
Let's
the
see
answer
what-
is no. We won't see.
All right, so here's Time Travel Reads. I'm a booktuber interested in history, fantasy, and other genres. I named my channel Time Travel Reads because I've always wondered what it'd be like to bring the people from the past into the present. I have an American history project reading from the colonial periods onward. So I would imagine you should be able to get a lot of these books from their local library, yeah?
Mhm.
So even if you don't have books, you could just go to the library?
Library plus your Libby card. If you have a phone or Kindle, link that up real quick. Plus, you can definitely get multiples from multiple states.
David, have you ever
I
dealt
don't
with a
know
booktuber
that,
before?
but-
No, I have not. No.
I have. It's infrequent. It's always fun. Do you know what a
I'm
booktuber
an
is?
avid booktuber watcher.
Oh, you are?
Oh,
You're a
yeah.
booktuber nerd? Okay, well, tell us.
Oh, yeah. I read a lot. We have to. I saw that we have some themes. I saw we have book tags going on, which is awesome. I saw end of the year book tag. I see a reading wrap up. I'm not seeing some of the more popular videos, your monthly TBRs, 24-hour reading challenges, blindly picking my TBR.
What's a TBR?
What else do
What's happening? What is a TBR? You're speaking a language I don't know.
To be read.
Oh.
To be read. Yeah, you're like books I want to read this month. We do have best books, but one thing we really have to do here is like the book should be on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
We definitely want your beautiful face there, but a super popular thing to do is to have cutout images of the actual book titles. You definitely don't need the hard copy books for the content themselves or anything. You're more than fine just like sitting there chatting. But for the thumbnail, we definitely want to have that visual representation, because if I see a book cover that I know, I'm going to click on your video. Or if you have a thing that says like least favorite books of the year and I see books that I liked, I'm be like, why didn't you like this book? So definitely, I would say thumbnails are an area for improvement and just better audience recognition. If I look at this channel, I would not necessarily associate this with the BookTube community. And that's a hard thing to bring in new people if it doesn't feel like familiar content.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here as we talk a little bit about why we're all here and why we've been streaming all day. And that is the special offer of 101, which you can see David, who's a creator coach, and Jen, who's a creator coach.
David and I are actually the OG coaches too.
That's true. They're part of the OG 6. That's an inside thing. None of y'all know what I'm talking about. That's okay.
Fun
Let's talk
fact,
a little about coaching. Yes,
Devin
go
and
ahead.
I have shared a swimming pool together, and that's where the story will.
Oh, that's right.
We'll just leave it at that.
You had to be there. I was there, and I'm
for any UK viewers in the Gavin and Stacey the swimming trip. Just think of it like that. You never know what happened on a swimming trip.
Is that really Leron?
Hey, Leron, how's it going?
Oh,
Like
hi,
Leron's literally one of the
Leron.
OGs. Literally one of the OGs.
OG6, we need to know.
We need to
David
get-
and I were part of the launch of the coaching program.
Experiment.
We are the OG coaches.
With a
Gotta
guinea
get Leron on the podcast. Leron's amazing. I consider Leron, it's one of the only people I actually consider a mentor to me. Like most people, I'm like, you're not good enough to be my mentor. Leron's good enough to be my mentor. He's totally my mentor. 100%.
Was that Travis giving
100%.
a compliment?
Nah, that's yeah. There's never a wait. Hold on. There's never a better story, Leron. There's the stories are they are what they are. Not a big deal. The pool story is even worse. Anyway, so we want to talk a little bit about coaching. I had this. Where's that thing that you were sharing, Rob? Because I actually had the page.
I'll do it. I'll set it up.
Because you had the other thing.
All right.
Let's talk about coaching. 37% off one-on-one coaching. We have 2 coaches here already. Let's talk a little bit about what that means. David, what is it like to be a content creator who wants to get coaching? What do they expect from you? What are you giving them?
Usually, when people come into the Dash, the first thing that I do for them right off the top is just channel audit. I mean, everybody needs to know where they're at, and just to give them an outside perspective of someone that, they're able to hear from, and just give them guidance in terms of like things that I see. Just like doing this in the live stream here, I think looking at things from a different perspective, and then looking at things that we think could be improved. Looking at titles and thumbnails and channel focus. I usually, when I go through the whole channel audit, I just go through everything in detail, and I just tear it apart in a nice way. With all that being said, and just give open suggestions, and here's things that we can improve on. Here's the things that we can work on together to improve. And that's basically what, usually when people come to coaching, it's usually because they're stuck. I mean, with anything in life, whether it's fitness coaching or whatever type of coaching is, they're stuck and they just need an outside perspective of someone that's been there, done that, to give him that guidance. So just like fitness, I always like to use that analogy, is like you go to your fitness coach and you say, hey, I want to lose so much weight, and here's my goals. Here's what I want to accomplish within the next 3 to 6 months, and how do I get there? And we usually, with all the strategies that we have, we usually try to work towards those goals together. So
Yep.
So with coach matching, David at vidIQ, are you under the tear my channel apart option?
I didn't. I did not put that under there, but
I am.
I have few people that I have done that to, and they were not happy, and they either requested a switch coach, or some people are just sensitive, and that's okay. You know, like everybody's different, and you know, I try to be honest, as honest. Some people like honesty, some people don't. We're all different, but at the same time, I think if whoever comes to coaching, they come because they're stuck and they want to improve and they want to get better. And I love the beauty of coaching, because it's not only me, it's the whole team. If I don't have answers, guess what? I reach out to Rob, Travis, the whole team, and ask questions. So they don't only get me personally as a coach, or Jen, or anybody else. Like, I mean, there's a whole ecosystem here, and that's the beauty of being a part of this amazing experience.
Yeah, David is one of my frequent Cameo customers, where he'll ask me for I've got this creator who's been with me now for a year. Would you mind just sending them like a celebration message? And it is cool to just jump into those channels for like just a tiny, minute fraction of a second of like the whole relationship, and send them a message. And it's cool to see the progress, isn't it? I remember the one person we've got who's, I think it's Will, who's the Tesla channel, who's now is being invited to events. It's like he's gone to Las Vegas to drive a Cybertruck. And that was like one of the things I thought, that's incredible. He's managed to do that, presumably through like working together with you in a coaching program.
It's incredible. I mean, he calls me his therapist. That's what he calls me, not a coach. He calls me his therapist. And he's been with me for now a year and a half, and he's grown so much. We've done some crazy stuff with his channel. So much so that actually last month he wanted to have me on, and we did just this. We did an interview with him, because I had an experience with the Cybertruck, so he wanted to hear my take on that. And that interview is live on his channel. It's Tesla Jigsaw, for those of you that are interested. But Will is such a wonderful guy, and because it's such a roller coaster, this journey of YouTube, you need people in your corner that will be there to encourage you. I mean, there's so many times when he's wanted to quit. Over the past year and a half that he's been with me, he's wanted to quit probably 10 times, because that's just an emotional roller coaster that he's on, and he takes things so personally, and he's so frustrated. He posts a video, and it's like we both like, yeah, this is gonna be it, and then it's like boom, crash, and then next day he's like, I'm done, I'm quitting YouTube. And then I'm like, okay, I gotta send him a message just to encourage him. It's gonna be okay. And then he comes back, and then we just go back and forth. But that's YouTube. And he actually I think he told Rob, because Rob has sent maybe 1 or 2 messages to him. He even said, you know what, like I would have quit YouTube 6 months ago if it wasn't for David. And not only for me, but Rob as well, and the whole team too. So yeah, there's such a value in just, it's a very lonely journey to be a creator. Most of you that are creators, you know that. And having your mom watch your content is okay, and affirming you, and your friends and your cousins and your, whoever, but having someone that's not in that circle and has expertise and can help you, kind of guide you to take those right steps, is, I think, a whole nother level that I think everybody needs a coach. Everyone that's on YouTube, on this YouTube journey, needs a coach, that set of eyes that's just there, not only to guide and direct, but also to encourage, because it is a journey that needs a lot of encouragement.
I agree. All right, let's get back to some of these questions that we're doing. Get back to kind of the podcast format. Let's do Time Tales. Do you pay for background music, or do you know of any free sites with good music for videos? Did you know that YouTube has free music for videos in the studio, the actual YouTube studio? That's the best place to go. I mean, if you don't want to spend money,
definitely get you started. Yeah,
you're
that
done.
was easy.
That was super easy. Where's that easy button? That was easy. All right. Question: I just signed up for coaching, but can you choose a specific coach? You can.
Well,
sorta.
Kinda.
You can't have.
You'll
Jen.
be matched with a coach based off of what you fill out for your goals for your channel. So it is the best coach, and you can choose from, specific options But it is specifically catered for exactly what you're looking for in a coach.
Right. Don't worry. We're always there to help you through anything you need. Do you think podcasts should have more traditional podcast titles and thumbnails on YouTube or follow traditional podcast practices? So we have a podcast, Jen and I have a podcast here on YouTube that, we talk about YouTube growth and stuff. And I tend to, first of all, I consider myself a title ninja. Like I'm pretty good at YouTube titles, but I don't pull out all the trickery there. You have to think about the audience you're trying to get. And the audience I'm trying to get are creators who are really genuinely trying to grow their channels and maybe just don't understand, but are willing to commit the time. That's what Jen and I want to talk to. Those are people we want to talk to. So I don't need to like trick them or clickbait them, which by the way, is not a terrible thing. I just need to tell them, hey, we're going to talk about this thing and it's pretty cool. And that's about it. And I think for podcasts, depending on what you're talking about, if you expect people to sit there for like an hour or so and listen to you, you can be kind of upfront with them because, on YouTube, you're trying to get the 3 to 5 minute view duration for your probably short video about something. And you kind of got to, this is the best cup you've ever had in your life. Watch this video now versus we're going to talk about how to grow your YouTube channel in a real authentic way. And I don't have to go super deep on that. So it depends on your audience. And depending on what you're talking about in your podcast, if your podcast is like TMZ, go full clickbait. Let's go all the way. Next. Okay, we're going to go straight to Rob on this one. Do tags not boost audience engagement on videos anymore? If I do hashtags, do they work better? It's not like we've never answered this question before.
So here's my answer to this question. And this is for 100% of creators. Spend any time that you're spending right now on tags and hashtags on titles and thumbnails.
Yes.
Here end of the answer.
That's it. 100% that.
Another easy question. Look at us crushing through these.
We are killing them. And if Vicky can put I saw someone asking about the podcast. It's the Boost by vidIQ. So if we can put the link in the chat, then people can go watch that and subscribe to that channel and listen to amazing content that Jen and I do every week. Okay, sorry, that's that one. Let's go to this one right here. How important is a channel name to the channel? If it's slightly off topic, will it matter? And should it be out there to create intrigue? That's a good question. What do you think, Jen? Jen Tendo?
I don't think a channel name matters as much as people think a channel name matters, but it does matter. But it's not going to matter as much as your content or your ideas. But overall, if it makes sense for the channel, then
it
go with
depends
it.
if you want to be memorable or not, right? Like if you want to be called whatever, I find channels are just alphabets, just letters everywhere, right? And it doesn't matter if I enjoy the content, I'll be watching it. It's not going to matter much. But with a lot of creators that I work with, I've had this question come up multiple times, and even like changing the name of the channel. And I always say, depending on a niche, it matters. It matters if you are trying to reach people at the personal level, and if you're in videos like this, I always say, hey, have you ever thought about using your name as a channel? And that's always where we kind of start at, and then we just kind of build off of that, because people personally connect with people, and that's. I mean, we always say that here at all of our videos. It's like you want people to connect with you personally. Not that Midnight Files will be a bad name for a channel, but just if there is a way to somehow connect that to you personally, let's try to find a way to do that. It doesn't have to be the name of the channel, but maybe somewhere there. Yeah.
Love that. Name of a great channel is the Boost by vidIQ. That's the podcast channel. Make sure you check that out.
The second channel we audited today, 7 hours, 45 minutes ago, was called Don't Forget to Pack Your Ears. And it was a Disney channel. And I thought, isn't that such a cute, awesome channel name?
The best.
And they were literally starting out on their YouTube journey. They had one video out, and they were saying they were really nervous that they were posting their first 5 videos on Wednesday. But just that channel name, it already gives you that sense of connection with that particular topic, doesn't it? And so in terms of channel names, I think you said it, David. Channel names should be easy to remember, short. And I usually say if you can say it in 5 syllables, I think that's a pretty catchy channel. And also, there's going to be Calvin the Unfindable, who is going to be like seething in the chat if we don't mention him, because this is about 2 years ago now. Calvin, as he was called then, was picked randomly to be. Thank you, Calvin. There you are. He was randomly picked to be audited, but because he was just called Calvin, we couldn't find his channel on YouTube. And so that is why he's now called Calvin the Unfindable. And you can be damn sure you find him at the top of the search terms when you search for Calvin the Unfindable.
50 vidIQ memberships. My goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness.
Insane.
Whoa.
Thank you so
Wow, wow.
That's trying to
great.
challenge Old Man
Confetti.
Gib for membership giveaways. That's
Right?
incredible.
Will my
Thank
MacBook
you.
work? Look at
Thank
me
you.
fireworks.
Thank you.
All we know. Much love from Argentina. We appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm jealous of us effects, Jen. How do you do that?
I tried to match yours. I'm on a Mac, so all like my hand gestures.
I'm on a Mac. Ew. I'm on a Windows machine and I can do that.
Travis, quit lying. We're trying to debunk the myth that candy corn is edible. I agree with you. It's not edible. Again, check out the
Goodbye,
boost by
Derek.
vidIQ.
Goodbye, Derek. Goodbye.
You must be a part of the podcast.
Put that man in timeout for 300 seconds.
No, never him. Can a creator attract viewers? Oh, this is from Time Travel Reads. Can a creator attract viewers from a different but related niche to their niche? Who wants to answer this one? That's a great question.
I think
I
definitely
want to say
yes.
yes.
And that's perhaps how a
Related niche to
creator
their
grows, right? When they start to branch out and take their audience onto kind of related niches and values, because it's part of the tribe that they've built. But I think it does take a lot of cultivation of the audience to do that.
Yeah, if they're adjacent, absolutely can. But again, be careful, because sometimes you end up in a different niche that you had no intention of being in.
I feel like in this case, as a book channel, like if you were leaning into writing or something as an example, it could be similar. It could be a place the channel grows.
But this is the channel we just audited, right? And I
Right.
think you were identifying, Jen, that they kind of have more closer to home challenges, in that they're not really tapping into their current audiences' interests and trends. You came up with like loads of ideas, and they didn't seem to be doing that yet. So I
So
think this
many
is,
trends in the book space. So many.
they're asking like question 714 on their YouTube journey, where they're
that's
still on
true.
like question 20 of their journey.
Such a good point. Next one, super chat. Buy some candy corn for Jen and Travis. Eat too. Thanks for stream. I will never eat it. Why would you
Yes,
say
that's
that?
going to be our next game show when all of you guys lose. You can all eat candy corn.
I don't mind doing a challenge where you have to eat a Cadbury egg if you lose, and I have to have candy corn if I lose. I don't mind doing that. We can do that, and we probably should do that. But that'll be in the future on the podcast. So definitely.
Which side of this candy corn fence do you sit on, David?
Which side? Sorry.
Which side of this candy corn fence do you sit on?
Do you like candy corn?
I actually
yeah, that's a question, isn't
Goodbye,
it?
David. Goodbye.
Sorry. I'm
No
not
one likes candy corn. No one likes. See, no one likes candy corn. Exactly. No one likes candy corn except for Jen. Jen likes candy corn. We don't know why.
It's so good.
Oh yeah,
She
well, pineapple
probably grew up on a
candy
corn
does-
farm.
It's ridiculous. It's basically
Okay,
like
pineapple on
peanuts.
pizza should be illegal. So
Yeah,
we
I kind
are
of agree with that.
soulmates.
Yeah. All right. Here's a question for you. Do you think? Oh, pro candy corn. No. I'm sorry. Do you think we're really smarter than humans as far as social media? Well, I think it's 100% smarter than us in a lot of things. But as far as social media, like in other words, an AI social media has been attempted and quickly burned very fast. I don't know if any of you remember that. It went real bad. It got very toxic very quickly. But can you use it as part of your social media kind of would you have it tweet for you? Would you have it post an Instagram photo? Maybe in a year or two. Right now, I don't know. What do you guys think? We need an AI Rob. 100%. We do.
I don't think right now, but we never know.
Yeah. Oh, this is a great question. Should I delete my best performing video that is not really in line with my channel? Oh, I love this. Love this question.
Well, first of all, never delete private or unlist. Let's stress that
Right.
first.
I agree with that. Now, in this particular case, have you guys, David, have you or Jen, we'll start with David, ever had to have one of your creators unlist a very popular video from their channel?
100%.
Ooh, tell us about it.
Yes, we were. It was different content, different audience, and this video lived on forever. But they just wanted to kind of. They didn't want anybody being confused. Well, we talked about it, like, what's this video going to do in a long term, just going forward. Going a year from now, what's it going to do? And we had a good conversation over it, and he unlisted it. So, and then we just left it at that. That was it. There was another one that I had that we didn't unlist. We just kind of left it there. It was a bigger channel, over 100,000 subscribers and stuff like that. So it wouldn't hurt much. I guess it depends on the size and the goals or where you're at, what you want to accomplish. Like these are all the questions that are kind of behind the scenes that we try to answer together in coaching. Sometimes, like I said, it's not like one decision that just applies to everything. You've got to kind of look at everything objectively and see, okay, what are we trying to accomplish here, right? So that's where I would kind of make that decision.
It's the worst decision to make, but I would say like 99% of the time you probably have to.
Yeah.
Probably has to go.
All right. This question definitely is close to Jen and I's heart because we get, over the last couple of months during the podcast, we have a lot of people email in that have just started their channel. So any advice on recording your first video? So we have a lot of people who have emailed into the podcast and were like, I'm starting my channel next month, or I'm trying to get the beginning of the year. And this question, I'm sure we'll be getting at the boost as well. Jen, what do we say?
Just do it.
That's what I say.
Do it. There's no advice I feel like we could even give you that would be relevant. Like you just have to get that first video done, and then you can analyze that for some areas for improvement for the next one. But realistically, make the video. If you're not totally happy with it, just find one thing you want to improve on for the next video. But don't overwhelm yourself. Just get it done. Just get it out there. That's literally the hardest part.
Another 50 vidIQ memberships. What is going on? What are people doing? You know what happens is when the boost by vidIQ comes on, when Tube Talk comes on, it becomes a happening. We are out here making it rain. Wait until the boost gets, well, we are monetized, but we just haven't set up
memberships. That's a lot.
Imagine how many members we'll have, Jen. We're going to have so many on the boost. How would you increase retention despite having good editing? If it's up to script, how does one go about improving it? How do you guys deal with this, Jen? Like, what do you guys do when you have like a creator comes on? It's like, my retention's terrible. Help me.
Well, we have to analyze a bunch of your retention graphs, and we have to do it per type of content. And we have to see if your retention actually sucks or you just think it sucks. Because, I mean, those aren't always the same thing. But increasing retention can mean setting better expectations with your packaging. It can mean coming up with better ideas that just make for better videos. It can come down to, simple things in editing. Maybe you have B-roll that's just like way too long and people are not into it. But that's all in the analytics, and you can really, really dive deep. But overall, it's not just one video. This is a collective information situation.
Everybody talks about storytelling these days. So if you haven't investigated that as a skill for your scripts, it might be worth doing some research and maybe implementing a few techniques going forward.
Yeah. Well, we have a couple minutes left. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, energy. I've just worked with one of my creators, and you gotta have energy. Like if you have a story to share, you just gotta share it in a good way. Sometimes that does help. That does make a difference. I was talking to him, and I said, like it's like I need a little oomph there. Like I need that. It's a good story, but let's just have a little more passion, right? And not that you have that right away. I mean, that again comes with practicing and doing it over and over again. But energy, storytelling. Another one that I just worked with yesterday, we talked about this, and we're gonna improve a hook, and we're just gonna be really clear in those first 5 seconds, have that intriguing question, they would just grab. That's what we kind of analyzed a few videos. We're like, you know what, this is probably what we're going to focus on right now, because it was too long, it was too blurry. Let's just focus on the hook right now and see if that's going to improve it. So we're working from like 30% to like 40% retention right now. That's where we want to be for. That's where we want to be for the next little while. So yeah, it's just like, if we just get with next video, if we just get a couple % extra, hey, we're doing good. So just keep improving one step at a time.
I saw something about someone saying, how do I shoot? But I think someone pulled it from the back, so now I can't read it. Okay. Last one. Does Rob have a Borg cube in his collection? I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, but I'm very curious now.
Oh dear. Oh dear. In the meantime, for those of you who want more of this shenanigans with Jen and myself, we're on the Boost by vidIQ. It's a podcast that we have every week. It's on YouTube and in audio podcast. We'll put a link here in chat here in a second. Make sure you check that out. We actually have videos up from this week. We'll have some videos on next week. It's lots of fun. We have a great community. You'll learn tons of things, and we answer your questions. All you gotta do is email in, or even we have a text message too that you can send in, and we answer your questions live. Well, not live, recorded on the show. And we talk about candy a lot and other things a lot.
My favorite podcast, the only one that I watch.
It's the only one.
Oh,
all right.
I know. I feel like we should have more coaches on the podcast. I feel
we
like
can. We totally can.
We were nerding out about Star Trek an hour and a half ago. So I showed them my Star Trek collection. So I have a Borg sphere.
Okay.
And also, yes, I do have a cube. This is from the Micro Machines ones from 20, 30 years ago. So the answer is yes, I do.
Well, that was mighty nerdy. And I think that means it's time for us to get out of here. So thank you all for joining. I forgot I'm blurry headed, and Rob, it's no o'clock in the morning where he is.
It is midnight almost now, yeah.
You should just go to sleep.
Oh my gosh.
What's wrong with you, Rob? Because Dan's coming on and he knows how to do these things. I don't know how to. So that's
Whoa,
good. Hey, Dan.
never had 5 people on. This is what it looks like, eh?
That's what it looks like.
What happens when we do this?
Man.
Oh,
Hey.
it doesn't. No, this looks
It's pretty
all right.
good, actually. Not bad.
Hey, Dan.
So anyway, thank you, David and Jen, for joining us. And Rob, you should, I don't know what you're gonna do. Do you have someone helping you out, Dan?
I thought David.
Oh, David's saying? Oh, okay, cool. All right. Well, bye.
Okay.
Couldn't wait to leave.
Well, a shout out to Rob for being here still somehow.
Rob,
what's
you're
that all
amazing.
about?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everything worked up until the end, pretty much. I want to say thank you to Jen for joining us, and David. I know you're a little under the weather, so thank you for like pushing through and committing to this. It really is appreciated, because now it means that for the entire live stream, we've had a host and a coach on for every single hour.
Wow.
And I feel as if it's like mission completed. And I just hope all of these coaches have had amazing time. We've really had some new insights and different approaches, because we've audited thousands of channels to the point where we're just here for a bit of eye candy and fun. But you coaches actually know what you're talking about. And it's been like an incredible insight for me. If I was half awake and I could remember any of this, I would be applying it to my channels. But yeah, I'm going to duck out soon.
Well,
Also,
it's been a blast.
Special shout out to Victoria, who's been in the background.
She is the real hero, I would say. Vicky, just answer with a message. Have you been on for this entire live stream since 4 p.m. my time?
8 hours ago.
Yeah,
And
it started 8 hours ago. Is that right?
I think the plan is to also be here for the next hour, which is not necessary. You can go to bed. It's okay. That's not for the viewers. You have to stay. But
maybe she has gone.
I might have actually fallen asleep, literally.
Hey,
Okay.
I mean,
Wow.
that is just.
It is kind of fun. I get it. I was like sucked in before. I like couldn't leave the chat when I was not in the stream.
It is infectious, isn't it? Yeah, or addicting.
You guys are welcome to stay. You don't have to go anywhere.
We have a whole bunch of channels we're going to look at. So I'll just add to that.
Yeah, that was a highlight, wasn't it?
Jen, I know you said you had to go. You are welcome to stay, but thank you if
Yes,
you are leaving.
I am taking off. It has been a blast. So fun. And it's so fun to be with David.
I love
David
you.
is,
You're
I don't want
awesome.
to spoil it, but David's kind of like the best coach.
Oh, thank you.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler. All right. I'll see you guys.
I think you're the
what?
best coach, but you know what? We'll just leave it at that.
Oh my gosh. Fine. We're both the best coaches.
We are the OG.
Everybody have a fantastic long weekend and happy Friday. And Rob, go to bed.
Yes, Rob.
Bye then. Have a great last hour, Dan and David. Take care.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Rob. All right. And then there were two. David, how's it going?
It's going well. It's going well. How are you?
I'm good. Now I know you've had a chance to introduce yourself to everybody. So we'll pretty much jump back into
Not a live stream without me. Y'all thought you could get away, but it's never gonna happen.
All right.
Here now, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, man? Let me see what you gonna do.
All right. Hang on.
What a smooth aftertaste that is. Absolutely trash. Surprise! I told you, look, I got a little bit of time. I got a little bit of time because it's time to help people with their channels. And only I have the advice that they need. Let me tell you, I'm going to be here for about, 15 minutes or so, helping people grow their YouTube channels in the best way possible, which obviously involves all types of shenaniganery and things that are underhanded. But that's the only way to grow your channel anymore. Don't let these people tell you that you can grow by like making good videos. It's not true. You need to lie, cheat, and steal. Just make sure you don't get caught doing it. All right, here we go.
I'm deleting both forms. So
I love deleting things.
For the next few minutes, go ahead and
Love it.
submit your channel for a savage review. Now, this means the advice you get might be dubious. vidIQ does not endorse this advice.
Yes, they do.
We don't condone this advice.
Stop
So
lying.
if your channel gets picked, there's a really good chance you will be upset and have regrets. So I'm noticing the form's not filling up super fast, which is
That's because
understandable.
they haven't said you need what you need to do. Here's what you need to do, Dan, because I'm a master marketer.
Right.
If y'all want to learn how to grow your channel faster, then Superman can run. And if you know, Superman runs faster than the Flash, which makes Flash kind of weak. If your best thing is something that someone else can do better, you should just quit. Like, why are you even around? What a terrible superhero. Okay, who's going to be first? Put your numbers in right now. Put your numbers in. And we'll get in here. We'll tell you how terrible your YouTube channels are, but I'm only going to do it for a little while. I'm only here for a little bit. They said they were going to pay me, but I don't know. I don't. Some of these people suspicious. All right, let's do the first one. Someone
Here we
at look, 9-Figure Wrestling says he has requested a savage roast. This is the worst day of your life. Let's do one. 9-Finger Wrenching. I
Wait,
thought I was
what?
wrestling at first. You remember finger wrestling? We used to do like this. I thought he's doing it with 9 fingers. Obviously, one of his fingers got cut off because he lost the
pulled
match.
up a channel. Wait, are we now we're doing a different channel?
We're gonna do one of these right quick. I don't got all day. I have to go to the bathroom, and I got things and issues I need to take care of. All right, yeah, we can do the giveaway thing, people. But let's start here because 9-Finger thinks he's got something. 9-Finger Wrenching. So here's the thing. Let me ask you a question, and then I'm being serious here. I'm being real serious. So this guy got a YouTube channel where he tells you how to wrench on things. He got 9 fingers. I have a feeling his advice might not be real good, or at the very least, not real safe. Because if he was 10-finger wrenching, then at least you're not going to get injured watching his YouTube videos. Let's take a look and see what he got going on here. How to wire a 3G alternator. Man, I'm on 5G now. This guy don't know what he's doing. 3G. Who does that? Father and son tackle a 2007 Honda CRV. I used to have one of those. One-eyed guy and fella with 9 fingers install a tow hitch. Oh my goodness. That sounds like a laugh. Can we watch a little bit of that?
Where's this?
It says one eye. It's the second row, third one in. A guy with one eye and 9 fingers. My goodness, the decisions they've made. All All right, rock on there, 9-finger dude.
All right, here we are again in 9-Finger Wrenching Garage. Today, I've got a visitor. Mikey's in here with me.
One-eye guy, One-eye Mikey. We know One-eye Mikey. One-eye Mikey lived down the road from me. Actually, there's a deli right down the street from my house. One-eye Mikey, I met him one time. He was buying a sandwich with no cheese. And I'm thinking, that's not really a sandwich. It's more of just ham and meat. He's like, that's the way I like it. But the thing is, here's the thing. They actually tricked him. They showed it to the side of his face without his eye. They're like, look, here it is. Here's a sandwich. And they showed him to this. Anyway, go ahead and press play.
Okay.
And he's got his side hustle. It's Ham Built Wheels. You can find him on Instagram, but he builds just some amazing bicycle wheels.
We're about to install a hitch on his GMC Terrain. He got a new GMC Terrain. He's wanting to haul his bicycle around. And
Okay, hold on a second. He's going to haul his bicycle around? Don't you mean unicycle? I'll wait till you catch up until you understand what I'm saying.
I'm supplying an air-conditioned garage and some tools. Since me and him are both smart fellas, we watched the video on YouTube.
Wait, that's what we're doing.
Wait, how are you going to be a YouTube channel explaining how to do things, and then you show that you're watching a YouTube channel to learn how to do it? I'm going to tell you, this is farcical. This is farcical. This is ridiculous.
I was going to say, this feels like one of your students, though. This feels like a total move from your...
I will not stand for this. Well, of course it is. Damn, but I'm trying to charge them to tell them how to do that. I can't let them know to do it for free. What's wrong with you? You're always messing stuff up for me. What's wrong with you? All right, well, a little bit longer. Let's see a little bit more. Let's see what he says.
Trailer.com. It's actually where he ordered the hitch from. So we watched the video. It looks fairly simple. Right now, Mike's threading on some... basically, these are little chase wires or whatever that thread onto the bolts because you actually have to run.
All right, I'm sorry. I actually fell asleep there for a minute. I don't know what these guys are doing anymore. I kind of got bored when I realized that he wasn't going to take 9 of his fingers and poke them to his other eye. I thought that would have been kind of cool. But anyway, listen, this channel's a thing. You can watch it. It exists. Let's do one more before I go. We'll do one more. Who else wants some of this?
Do you want me to go to the channel I picked earlier, or do you want someone in the...
I don't know if do they want this? Who someone in chat, call me out. Who want this? Who wants some of this smoke? All right, Josh Sanderson. That's a pretty normal name. Let's see. All right, Josh Sanderson. Why does this guy look like every other British YouTuber that tries to be a Mr. Beast? Why is that? He looks like the Wish Mr. Beast. Hello, Wishter Beast. They call him Wishter Beast. They call him Wishter Beast. Hey, Wishter Beast, let me take a look. Oh, he got a lot of views, man. How much did that cost you? How much did that cost you to buy all them views? That's pretty good, man. Yeah, that's great. All right. Scammed. I got scammed. Yeah, listen, I got scammed looking at this YouTube channel. I got scammed flipping cars on Facebook Marketplace. Let's watch a little bit of that. Let's take a look.
I bought this car to flip and make a big profit. It's a 2014 Mazda 6 that could sell for over £3,500 once it's fixed.
£3,500. I dated someone once at £3,500. Go ahead, keep going. I want to see what this is going.
Because although the seller says it's an easy fix, the engine doesn't run. Apparently because of a
God.
Now the first thing I would usually do is try and bump start it, but seeing as though I've got no
bump started. This guy over from the UK. I don't know exactly what's going on. Bump starting it. I never heard this before. This is a term y'all hear. Are you familiar with this? Are y'all familiar with this? Bump start?
The B-roll kind of explains it, right? You got to try and like push the car.
Well, look, here's the thing. Yeah. You know what they call a trunk over in the UK? What do they call it? They call it what is it like tell me in Josh Sanderson, what is it? They call it
it's a boot.
A boot. A boot. What do you put on your feet then? That's dumb. A boot. Come on, man. What do you got on your feet? What do you got on your feet? A trunk? Yeah. Something wrong. The UK is so funny. UK is so funny. I swear to beans. All right, get about halfway in the video real quick before I just leave. Let's see what this guy did. Let's see.
People seem to like this part.
Get over. This is pretty scary because if this doesn't turn over, I may have bought another seized engine. You reckon, Billy?
You buy seized engines? Listen, I got an engine I can sell you if you buy a seized engine.
Come on. Oh, it turns. So although it didn't start.
Oh man, you got taken. Actually, that looks like my old car. I sold it to a dude. He had 1 eye and 9 fingers. Anyway, I appreciate everyone for joining me today. I need to I need to charge more. It's really what I need to do. That's more what I got to do. I think dinner, what a trolley is. Ain't that the thing in the UK where you get in the red thing and it's on a trail and you sit in it and then, Charlie O, pip, pip, with all that stuff. Anyway, I'm going to go make some dinner because it's no o'clock in here and y'all got another hour to do this with. I pray for y'all. Thoughts and prayers for the viewers of this live stream. It's going to be terrible. I'm sorry that y'all had to do this, but I hope y'all sign up for one-on-one coaching because otherwise this is a waste. I don't know why we're doing this. Anyway, I hope everyone has a great weekend. It's Friday where I am, and where you are, may it ever be Friday all the time. Peace and love and stuff like that.
Thank you, Savage. Okay. I hope that was helpful. I'll go ahead and not clear the form. So if you were hoping for a more Savage channel review, you're not getting one now. We're probably going to take it a little more serious, unfortunately. But yeah, I hope you had fun. Let's look at some channels, David, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay. You seem like really like, please.
That was fun.
Okay. So I did pull up Creator Reality before. They have almost 2,000 subscribers, 49 videos, and they are covering, it looks like, almost exclusively DaVinci Resolve, which is a video editing software. I'm scrolling. It does seem like there's something about camera lenses, tripods, but we do seem to go back to DaVinci Resolve quite often. I think that's kind of the bread and butter. If I hit popular, that's the #1 video, 16,000 views. How to use Magic Mask in DaVinci Resolve. David, do you work with a lot of channels that cover like software tutorials, things like that?
I have a few. Yeah, I have a few, and obviously into editing and stuff. And it's not bad actually. Just looking at overall, just a channel focus, it's pretty clear, obviously, what this is about. There's no questions in my mind. Oh, what is this channel about? Just landing on it. I love just simplicity of the thumbnails, especially the last couple ones that he has, and the intrigue with just few words, himself in there, and then he's got the logo of the software, and he's obviously, if I'm a DaVinci user, which by the way I'm not, I got carried away in a Premiere Pro world a long time ago, and
yeah, I'm trapped.
It's hard to break out of that, right?
Yeah.
But definitely I love the simplicity of the thumbnails. This last one that I'm looking at right now, I feel like the title is just tad long, and we could probably make it a little shorter, and just highlight that benefit there, and not that, I see a lot of creators do this, just keyword stuffing and hoping to get discovered that way, which is not bad, but I always say, just try to think about what would whoever is looking for this particular video, what would they think about, what would they search for, what would they look for, right? What would they go in and try to find? So that will be one of the advices that you could probably apply to improve in terms of just titles here. Yeah,
I
like it.
I completely agree. The one thing that we could do is we could just type in like DaVinci Resolve outer stroke maybe, and just see what comes up. DaVinci Resolve outer glow, outer stroke. Okay.
Yeah.
DaVinci Resolve's 1.9 or 19.1's outer stroke effect. Okay, so this is interesting. They are focused on the version number of
I see
the
that.
software.
I see that. Yeah.
So if something is changed, and a lot of these softwares do move things around, it might be worthwhile to point that out. Now, this is the first result, but I will say the views on this video aren't like out of this world. This is not like, you don't have to swear by the first result you see. How to get an outer glow in DaVinci Resolve. I like this one because, well, one, it's on Shorts, and you can answer quick questions on Shorts, and they show up in search all the time.
Yes.
But furthermore, this might be what people type into search more accurately. Like, how to get an outer glow in DaVinci Resolve is probably like, they might not even call it a stroke, for example. That's more of the technical term. You might be like, the thing that makes you glow, maybe outer glow. Like,
that's it.
Yeah. So meeting people with the language that they're most likely to use, I think, is not a bad strategy either. But there's a lot of examples to pull from here. And what I love about these is like all the titles and thumbnails are pretty simple. We're not seeing ones quite like the channel we were looking at, which was this one, where it's a little bit more busy. The title's a little bit more stuffed. The I will say, like, the background and everything, because of how dark it is, and you know, not super blurry or anything, it's only slightly distracting. I would say, like, it's kind of cool to see you cut out of that background in this case. I wouldn't always suggest that, but in this particular instance, because it really is about the effect around yourself, like,
Yeah.
it is going to be better to have a more clean background, I think.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But so far so good, not bad at all. Even just the channel focus, like if I look at the channel art, I know exactly what this channel is offering me. And obviously if I'm a DaVinci user, I'm subscribing, you know, especially if I find value. And that's the biggest thing. Like I come, I stumble, if I find value in this, hey, listen, I'm gonna subscribe, I'm gonna follow your journey. So, and that's what we want. We want to just make that so clear to our ideal viewer that when they come, we don't give him a second chance, second opinion, you know, and to think of, because everybody's coming and they're looking for reasons to leave. You want to give him a reason to stay, you want him to pause, you want him to subscribe, you want him to scroll around. And also in our coaching, what we usually always talk to our creators about is to just optimize the page, even the homepage for your ideal viewer. Just everything that you do, have 5 videos that you think are the best for them to just deliver that value right away, you know, so that they don't have to be searching around looking, but you just get them into that binge watching session. And guess what? Even if they're not subscribed, that's how the algorithm works. You know, next time you post a video, it's gonna show up in their feed. So
yeah. So I want to address the questions and stuff. I meant to actually do that before we got into channels, because I know there's been a question kind of sitting here for a bit from somebody earlier, much earlier in the day. They're probably not here anymore, but hopefully they find this. Also, we just got a super chat. This is probably just a good refresher for any of these live streams. We don't typically sell channel reviews, but you're here on a good day, not because we're going to review your channel because you give us a super chat, but we are doing a special right now. That is one of the reasons we are live for so long, where you can get coaching for 37% off for your first 3 months. So if you are looking to spend some money to have someone look at your channel and give you some direction, that is what we're here doing today. And you are being introduced to coaches like David and more, so you can actually see what it's like to work with the coaches here at vidIQ, not just the folks that are typically on the channel day in and day out, but all the people we have behind the scenes helping creators constantly. So I'm using your super chat as a way to advertise our program. Got you. No, but thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So yeah, earlier we got this super chat from Faithful Otaku, who said that Nintendo blocked 10 of their Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, I think that you was Ultimate, modded videos. So I did have the channel up a little bit ago, just because I wanted to take a look. And again, this is not a channel review. I just wanted to see for myself what the channel was looking like, because they're asking if they were shadow banned. Nintendo pulled 10 of these videos down, and Nintendo does come for people who mod their games, unfortunately, especially games that are like the latest version of the thing. So Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, I think, is the latest version of the franchise, and you really can't get away with it when you do that. So I will say it's still a risk to mod any Nintendo games and put them on YouTube, but it's the most risky to do it to a modern game. And that's what this creator was doing. And so when I had their channel pulled up, they asked if they were shadow banned. And the only thing I want to say about the channel before we move on is that in order to be shadow banned, which isn't necessarily, I personally don't believe it's really a thing. YouTube will tell you if your content's not getting seen. You wouldn't get any views. If you were legitimately shadow banned, these videos wouldn't have 32 views. They would have 0 views.
That's right.
So no, it's not like a shadow banning kind of situation. But anything to add? I don't want to step on you there.
Yeah, I've had few creators that came in. They thought they were shadow banned, and we've discovered that they were not. They were still getting views, shorts were still going, things were just still happening, but it just wasn't. We always try to kind of figure out what actually happened. Like, what was it? The content? Was it the audience? I mean, there's a lot of things behind the scenes, you know. And I found that obviously with everybody that I worked with, almost nobody got shadow banned. That's not, I don't think YouTube does that. I think they only do that when content is really out there. It's not in line with their stuff. So yeah, policies.
So thank you for that super chat. Hopefully that gets back to them if they're not here at this point in the day. But yeah, so if they get picked too, maybe we can dig into their channel a little more deeply to see what's going on. But for now, let's go ahead. I'm going to bring the forms back up, and we're going to take a look at gaming channel next. So 79 responses on the gaming form so far. Remember, we have been resetting these. So if you submitted, I would say those channels you're seeing here submitted about 25 minutes ago. That's when we cleared the form. But there we go. I hit a number and I didn't even read it. Okay, so 36. 36. Hello. There we go. And let's see what they have to say. So let's grab their channel link, and we see that they're building an audience. That's their goal. They want to have more ideas for their content. They think their biggest obstacle is a lack of content on their topic, and then they want us to focus on their long form videos. Okay, a lack of what now? Lack of content on their topic. What is their topic? Can we identify their topic? So boom, right away. It is FC25. What does that stand for?
FIFA?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we've seen a lot of channels like this. And what I will say is that channels who've submitted on the forum who do play this game, this is decent views for the channels in our audience who are focused on this topic. This is pretty good. I would be, pretty happy with these views. I guess, David, the question is, if there's just a lack of content right now, maybe we don't have like a new game. Maybe they're waiting for the 26th edition of this game. What, like, I know 25 is for 2025, but usually these kind of are out like a year, right? So in 2025, you're normally playing like the 2026 version. I don't sports games too much. Sorry. So I'm surprised. I wanted to say, like, I'm surprised they feel like there's a lack of content because this game is the latest version potentially, but maybe there's a version coming out soon. What would you say if this was one of your coaching clients?
It's hard to say lack of content. I don't know what that actually means, because there's so many things you can do. I would obviously go over the things that they have done and the things that they potentially could do, whether it's tips and tricks. Just there's always something that can be done that's new, that should align with their value prop, what they're trying to accomplish with this, right? A lot of these type of channels, I have a couple, are doing a lot of live streams, and then out of the live streams, they will cut out the best parts and just go over certain things, and yeah, that's basically it. Live streams, just trying to engage the community, and that's really where things are. Mainly with most of the gaming channels nowadays, because there's a gazillion of them, right? But I always say, is there something that you as a creator can look at this game? Is there something fresh, something that maybe something that's been done? Maybe find an outlier that's in in this niche, and let's maybe take your spin on that, and let's do something that's a little different, your view, something that's going to bring a fresh perspective, to a certain. There you go. Just do a simple search, and we do that a lot. We go under outlier, look at different things, what's out there, and just let's get inspiration from that and see what we can do in our terms on our end, right? That's usually where I would start, and then usually we come up with 3 to 5 good ideas, and then we kind of. That's the biggest thing that I have a lot of creators get stuck at, that the ideation process. Okay, how do we, what's the next type of content? And a lot of people feel stuck there, and just research and just looking at outliers. That's the starting point for everything for us nowadays. For those of you that don't know what outliers are, is we have that built in our tool, and it's just an incredible tool that just helps you. Type in a couple of things. There we go, and boom, you just get what's working with smaller channels, what's out there that's really getting attention, and let's see what we can emulate, not copy, but just maybe do something that can add to what's already going on in that community.
It's worth reminding everybody too, if you get our coaching plan, again, 37% off your first 3 months right now, you get full access to our tools as well. So you'll 100%. Have all these tools. You can't really do the coaching program without access to these tools, because our coaches also rely on them. So it's kind of I don't know if that's been pointed out too much today, but if you've been thinking, I like vidIQ's tools, I just don't know about a coach, really, you're getting all of our tools plus a coach. So it's pretty awesome. So looking at the channel that I just pulled up here. Now, this is one of the larger channels in the space. You'll notice they have more subscribers than we do. They're 2.46 million subscribers right now. And what I will say is I bet if we talk to this creator, they would say they're struggling because videos from over a week ago of 40K on a channel with over 2 million subscribers, doing virtually the same thing our hero channel is doing. Now, there's other things they're trying. I spent 24 hours upgrading and a subscriber's account that got a lot of views. That's kind of like a story-driven video. So this is already an idea that you could consider. Could you do a 24-hour challenge of some kind? There's a lot we can learn from channels like this. But what I will say is this is already a super competitive space. And some of the, from my own very quick assessment, some of the largest channels in the space are struggling a little bit. So I would be doing, I'll give you a weird piece of advice. I don't break this one out too often. Where does this community hang out? Is it a Discord server or subreddit? Whatever it is, go ahead and hang out there for a little bit. I want you to try and figure out what the average player is interested in, what they're saying, or better yet, if they're talking about a different game, a game that's on a different sport entirely, or a game from a competing company, like, has your audience started to move towards a different side of this sphere? And maybe it's time to test a new piece of content for them as well. So that is something to keep in mind. I'll give you one example that doesn't align with this too much, but some of the Reddit drama I've been following is a game that I've played for a very long time called Old School RuneScape, or just RuneScape, depending on which one you play. Just had their Reddit they had a meltdown because they introduced a potential new payment model as just a survey, and the fan base freaked out. And now there's a bunch of people making videos covering just the meltdown in the community right now, because this new pricing model is just so egregious to them. So sometimes if you spend time in the communities of the games that you're playing, you will find why maybe your views are down or what everyone is talking about. It might not be pack openings right now. Maybe there's been a new update that's been kind of quietly added by EA and people are mad about it or excited about it or whatever it might be. So if you're not already and you have a gaming channel, or this could go for all kinds of channels, but gaming especially, if a lot of people play one franchise, for example, you will have people constantly feeding you like, hey, this is what the community is really talking about. And right now, if you're a RuneScape creator, it is the pricing of the game. A lot of people feel like this is the end of the game. And so now everybody's talking about that. So that is going to be my really random advice for this channel.
That's some good advice.
Well, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to a non-gaming channel. We have 144 of you. Again, we've cleared the form not too long ago. You can't submit more than once, so if you're wondering if your submission's still there, go ahead and try, and yeah, you'll see. Let's go ahead and get the random picker. It chose 15, and it is livediQ. I don't know if that's correct at all. They want to tell stories. That's the goal. Their obstacle is their upload frequency, so I'm going to assume just life maybe get in the way. And then they want us to focus on titles, thumbnails, and hooks. All right, cool. We got some videos, 3 videos. Wow, this is it. 2 months ago you started.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, upload schedule. I can see that this is playing out. They said this was a hurdle for them. I'm going to say, if you are doing content that is like really diving into specific topics and you're doing well thought out, well-written content, it's okay to upload at the frequency that works best for you. And if this is what you can do, I wouldn't push yourself any harder. But we're going to take a look at the content itself here in a second. First reactions, though, from David.
Yeah, just looking at it, obviously, I don't know what types of stories we're telling, and then just looking, just overall, just the channel focus. I see it's about the storytelling coming down, then looking at the thumbnails, some sort of mystery. It's, that's kind of like where I kind of am at. And if I am a mystery guy that enjoys mystery stories, just looking even at the thumbnails, I like the last one. It's intriguing. It's got the guy in the middle and very, very clear. And then even the first one, the KGB's Darkest Secret, very intriguing as well. Just with the guy and just kind of, it's like, what is this? I have a question, and that's, to me, that's the success when it comes to creating titles and thumbnails. They need to tell a story, especially when it comes to storytelling in storytelling channel. Like you've got you've got to make a viewer ask a question in their head, like, what is this? I'm so curious. I gotta click. I gotta watch this. Right? They need to be intrigued by the title of the thumbnail first, and then the title, and they kind of tell the story together. So to me, I like what I see, and I think it's so far so good. Great start. I mean, for 3 videos, I think it's amazing.
This is a really good start. I'm gonna give them I think one, before we click on a video, just one piece of advice that jumped out at me as I was thinking about, like, wow, this is like, they're really thoughtful videos. They feel like they're on the same through line. One thing I think that would help me with the middle video, this is the easiest one for me to pick on here. It says what extreme surveillance looks like, and they're saying there's a family and there's a spy watching them. I like the thumbnail, I like the concept. The only thing I want to know is, when you say extreme surveillance, what do you mean? I need a little bit more specifics. Do you mean government surveillance? Do you mean a private detective? Like, are you being stalked? Like, what kind of surveillance are we talking about? And it looks to me, because it's a spy, it's probably government surveillance. And that's the one word that's missing in that case. What extreme government surveillance looks like. Boom. Like,
yeah.
That's
very important to highlight that benefit in the title, to just have that guide, because like you said, Dan, like, I don't know what type of surveillance that is, and that's why it probably doesn't have a lot of views. I mean, it's just started, so we gotta have grace, but yeah, that's great.
Let's watch a little bit, see how they want us to look at their hooks. Now the theme of this content might be a little bit 18 plus. If it's a little too much 18 plus, we're gonna click away, but it's nothing against you. We're just, audience, all ages, all that. But here we go.
East Germany, the 1980s. Secrets are expensive. A nation where trust was a rare commodity, and where the fear of surveillance permeated daily life. At the heart of this environment was the Stasi, the East German Ministry for State Security. With one spy or informant for every 63 citizens, the Stasi had a network of surveillance unmatched by any other regime.
So right away, we can tell that they're just getting right into the content. There wasn't any kind of like intro to the channel or anything like that. It's kind of like a video essay on a historically relevant topic. And what's really interesting is I managed to get this right. It was government surveillance, it seems. I don't think you have to be specific about the government or the country in this case, because this surveillance could look the same across a lot of different governments. So I do think if you went in right now and just added the word government to your title, I'd be very curious to see what happens, because we've seen channels blow up with 3 videos. It says, yes, it helps to have more videos so they can recommend your old videos. But I think with 3 videos, you could see way more views. Looks like you're putting a lot of work into this. I just shove the word government right in there. Even GOVT period. Like, if you just want to keep the title short, you can abbreviate it to that abbreviation everyone's used to. But I think it's fine. Just throw the word government in the middle, see what happens. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, I love that intro. I just love when the creator goes straight to the delivering the value. And I was intrigued. I was really happy that it wasn't an AI voice. I mean, I'm not sure if it's an AI voice or not, but
it could be a good one. Yeah, if it is.
Yeah, it seemed like
convincing.
a really good one. And I was drawn in, and I was connected right away. It was like, okay, I'm in it. There was no distractions. There was nothing to, pull me off the content. It was just like, I'm right in there, and I'm just watching, and also good editing too. I thought that was great.
Yeah. If you are worried about people, like, you're like, it's not an AI voice. If you are worried about people thinking that, one thing to consider maybe for the future is to put yourself in the video on camera, and as you're narrating, just have your camera rolling, and every once in a while you can look at the camera lens and talk through your narration, and it can still be mostly B-roll. I've seen a lot of channels do this where it is 98% B-roll, but once in a while they're on camera, and it's that. I think, and I hate to say this, but I do think these days that's going to be more and more important, because there is so much. People are very tense about watching. If you're like me anyway, and you don't really want to watch content that feels like it's fully written by AI or whatever, you are a little bit more like skeptical. And the longer a video goes without seeing that, if you are that kind of person, not everybody is, you might be like, okay, but are they going to get on camera? And as someone's saying, what's a B-roll? Sorry, I don't want to talk over anyone's head. That's a great question. So if I was on camera right now, this is A-roll. Hey, I'm Dan, and we're talking about YouTube growth. And then if I'm saying we're talking about YouTube growth and another picture appears over my face, This is B-roll. And today's channel we're talking about is Lathe. They have 3 videos right now. So that's what B-roll is. I'm A-roll. This is B-roll. Is that, hopefully that answers your question. Sorry, too many buttons. So anyway, but going back to the channel, that is what I think you could do if you want to in the future. That could definitely be an opportunity for you to kind of play around with the production of your content. All right.
Good stuff.
We'll move on. Let's see. I want to pick a gaming channel now. There's 97 gaming channels. We're going to pick 44. Okay, so the goal of the channel is to build a community who cares about the things that I do. I like to make videos about playing with fans. All right, cool. That's great. The biggest obstacle right now is that the time I have to stream, okay? And then they are wanting us to focus on their streams. Okay, cool. So we're talking about live streams. All right, I have things to say about live streams for sure. David, do you ever work with any creators that are primarily live stream creators?
Yes.
Nice.
I do have a few, and it's always talking about strategies around what live streams are gonna be like. Whether it's Q&A, there's all different types of live streams, right? And I've been experimenting with a lot of my creators doing vertical streams as well, which has been really successful. For most of the verticals ones, though, we just go simple Q&A because there's not too much planning. It's just like go live and But yeah, I do. There's quite a bit, and it's been fun to watch people tune in and build it. It really builds the community. It really is important for any YouTuber, really, to build that community. And one of the best ways, obviously, is live streams.
Yeah, absolutely. So here are my thoughts on gaming live streams. I'm just gonna just looking at this channel, I'm just gonna dump some advice that just I think of right away, and then I'll pass it over to you again, David, for what you're seeing, because what I'm seeing is a huge opportunity for more specific. Definitely titles. If you can, I would also do more specific thumbnails. The way you get specific titles and thumbnails for live streams is to go into the stream with a goal. And so if you are streaming a certain game, it is good to have some kind of benchmark as to what success means. Even if you don't hit the benchmark in the stream, it's what you're going to try to do that day. So today I'm going to do blank. So this is day 17 of trying to learn to code, decorating our dungeon. Okay, this is really, really, really good. I don't think this one needs necessarily a benchmark beyond what you have here, which is decorating our dungeon. So I would be using a little more of a technical term. I can't remember what it's called. Excuse me. I've watched some coding videos not that long ago, and that there's names for things you're doing there. You're basically making the scenery and stuff. So adding scenery to our dungeon, I would be a little more specific, but overall, I like this a lot. And it got some good views too. But the next one that you have scheduled here is playing Roblox games with fans. I want something more specific. I want some stakes or something. So you're playing with fans. That shouldn't be the draw, right? It should be what you're playing Roblox games. Is there a specific type of games? Playing Roblox horror games, or join me for some Roblox horror games or something like that. So at least a specific genre. Or are you trying to 100% these games? Are you trying to get the most kills if it's like a PvP kind of game? Be specific about what you're doing. And then one last thing, if you are playing games with your viewers, that's really cool. I would also be thinking of things you can do every now and again that include people in chat, rather than people who actually need the game to join you. I don't know exactly what that looks like game to game to game, but someone who's I would say the number one example of this would be Doug. A lot of his content is Twitch chat is the star, and he does things that integrate Twitch into his game. You don't necessarily have to have the integration capability, but he's really, really good at including everybody, even if you don't have the game. I just want to chill with you and be in chat. I don't want to turn on Roblox right now. How can I still participate? I'd be thinking about all of those things. So those are all the opportunities that I see out of the gate here, David.
No, amazing stuff. I mean, there's so much there that you said, but I always tell my creators when it comes to live streams, why do we treat live streams as live stream? Why can't we just treat them as long form in terms of packaging? A lot of people think, well, it's just a live stream. You don't have to worry about, packaging for them. And then it becomes sort of a lot of creators that come into my coaching program, and we start talking about this, and then I see the cookie cutter, everything looks the same in a live stream. It's like, how can people even recognize what this is? They can't even connect the dots with what the topic is and whatever you're streaming. So I always say, just put a little extra effort on packaging when it comes to live streaming. It's going to make a world of difference. Just treat it as anything else that you do on YouTube. It's so important, because that live stream, yeah, it's going to be a lot of interaction on a live, maybe not as much, but that's going to stay there. And guess what? Somehow the algorithm may push it to somebody, and they see this packaging and they may think, oh, it's a long form, they come in. So there's, just always be thinking about that. You don't want anybody to just scroll past it because they thought they already saw it, the packaging before, right? And like just looking at this live streams here, there's like at least 2 or 3 that are just repetitive thumbnails, right? And in my case, because I always focus, we're all visual, right? We always focus on the photos. If I'm scrolling, if I see this guy pop up 2-3 times, I'm probably not gonna watch it. If I already saw it, like in my mind, I'd be thinking like, I already saw this. Why would I watch this again, right? So just be a little more strategic when it comes to packaging. I think that's a huge, huge win for any channel, really.
I do want to look at the stream itself. There's a couple things I'm kind of looking for when you're playing with other people. One thing that can be really distracting for the audience, and I'm saying this as a viewer of live streams, is especially when it's a gaming event with a lot of creators or just people in general. I don't like when there's a lot of crosstalk. I really want to focus on what's going on, and if there's like 100 people talking over each other, that can be really distracting. So one thing I'm looking for when I click on this, is it you talking and there happens to be a server with other people who can join you, but they're not on mic with you. That's going to be kind of important for the overall quality of the stream. And I'm also just looking to see how your stream looks aesthetically, right? So let's go ahead and click into here, and I'm just going to skip to like a little bit later.
Okay, boys. Don't invite me to play Jeff, bro. We're already in the game. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to invite that guy to Jeff, even though he was already playing Jeff. Jeez, I'm sorry.
So it does seem like it's just them. We don't have a face cam or anything like that. Yeah, so no problems there. It looks like the frame rate is good. I'm not seeing any issues with a blurry stream. You're streaming in HD, because I can go back and change the quality to 1080/60, which is great. So all of that stuff is up to snuff. Your audio sounds good. So yeah, all that's good. I didn't hear any crosstalk, which is great. Maybe it comes in later. We're not watching for very long, of course. But yeah, so just keep these things in mind. You want the viewers to have a good experience as they are, hanging out with you. And yeah, it looks like you have a lot of stuff going on that is right. So just keep it up.
100%.
We will jump back to a non-gaming channel, which is, how did we do that? Random number picker, number 8. Wow. Just really focusing on the early part of the forms here. So the goal of the channel: to show others how easy it is to make chocolate treats at home and to make second income eventually, so my wife can retire. Okay, awesome. Getting seen more is their biggest YouTube obstacle. Posting at the right time of day. We'll talk about that. And then what part of your channel do you want us to focus on? They said titles, thumbnails, hooks, intro. Okay, cool. So we're getting that
90% of people that come to our coaching program, that's basically the main thing they need help with.
So Chocolate Plus is the channel. Very consistent branding on the thumbnails. David, so this creator comes to you. They say all of the things that they're saying here. This is what my channel is about. Eventually, I would love it to be a second income. And am I posting at the right time of day? And my videos, they're just not getting seen a whole lot. What can I do?
Well, there's a lot here. First that I look at is obviously the packaging and the channel focus. Is it clear? Who's are these videos for? Obviously, people that are interested in cooking and making things out of chocolate. Now, every thumbnail that I take a look at pretty much looks very similar, and every thumbnail has the same text.
Yeah.
And to me, that is a problem, because I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to showcase like this is what it is, but I have a hard time seeing what that is, especially if I'm on a mobile. And you can make this, you can make this. What is it? Is there that some of the titles to me are the best homemade? Let's look at the last one, the best homemade mint chocolate covered caramels. I think that let's just take a look at that video first.
Sure.
Turn this into this. I'm the Great British Chocolatier, and you're watching Chocolate Plus.
Okay, so they did say intro and hooks and things like that. How do you feel about a branded intro like this? I personally, I've never loved these.
I personally tell all my creators, I ask them a question, why do we need to have that? And most of the creators that come back to me, they say, well, like I want my branding to be recognized. Well, it just to be very plainly nice, I say, it's not, it will just give another reason for someone to leave. And do we really want that? Or do we want them to stick around, get straight to the value and just deliver, because that's what we want? Most of them come back and say yes. So we, in most cases, do away with these just because people don't usually remember these things. They're looking for reasons to leave, and you don't want to give them any reasons, especially in an intro, to leave. A lot of creators that come to me, they actually start their videos with this graphics, and then they go into the hook, and then with some of them we flip things around. With some of them we just completely delete that intro. We just go straight to the point. Intriguing question. I really like how he opened that video. I thought that was really cute. From this to this, it was simple, it was straightforward. And if it wasn't for this intro, if I was interested, I'd probably watch it. But I think this intro is probably not necessary. It always goes back to, is it going to make someone leave or stay, right? And we want to make sure that we keep people watching, because those are the viewer signals that YouTube watches for. And in order for us to really work in a favor with the algorithm and what's going on, we want to make sure that people click, they start watching, and they continue on watching. We don't want them to click off, click on, click off, because those are the bad viewer signals, and those do not help with just pushing your content forward. So yeah, packaging overall, just looking at it, I think I would just revamp that, have more intrigue when it comes to, I would actually focus more on what he makes in those thumbnails, and just have that really highlighted on the thumbnail along with him just maybe holding it, and just have, if he wants to have text in it, he doesn't have to because it's food, right? But if he does want to have text, something intriguing, chocolate truffles or whatever it is that's going to make me as a viewer want to be curious about it, to click and watch, right?
I love the energy of these videos already. Just but after you get past the intro and stuff, it just the finished product looked good, and I like the confidence as well the creator has. I think there's a lot working here, but yeah, some YouTube basics could help. I say we ditch the intro at the beginning, and I say we jump in a lot faster. Turn this to this is cool, but if you do that in every single video, like I would be testing out different ways to kind of like, creatively open the videos. Sometimes you don't necessarily need to show the before and after. You can just show the after. Just show the cool. I made these and it only took this much time. And I'll get into like why I'm bringing up time in a second. But let's look a little bit more, and then I want to go back and see like the channel as a whole again.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Chocolate Plus.
So we're already saying hello again. So we've been introduced. Remember, 21 seconds into the video, and you already told us who you are in the previous section. So I would just get to the content a little bit faster here.
My name is Mark, aka the Great British Chocolatier,
Which we already know.
and today we're going to be making some salted caramels, and we're going to do a little different. We're going to put some mint chocolate on it. Not sure how it's going to be, but I haven't been able to go to the store, so...
Okay, there's a story there, David. I'm not sure how it's going to be, but I haven't gone to the store. The intro of this video, in my opinion, should be totally different. Yeah. I'm going to take these ingredients that I have, I really want some chocolate. I'm going to take these ingredients that I have and I'm going to try and combine them into something because I haven't been to the store. My car's broken down or it's raining outside and I don't like that. So I'm going to try to see what I can make. I have some ideas, but I've never made anything like this before. Like that's a much stronger hook. Like there's a story there. And now I'm putting a lot of trust in you. It's like this person like is just taking random ingredients from their home and making chocolate. Like that's kind of cool. What if I'm watching and I have some of this stuff? It's like, I'm going to see if this works. You know, do they like what they end up with? Like, I'm getting a little more excited now that you've said these things, but the video I think should be framed around that. I think because it almost presents the video in a way that's like a slightly challenge-like. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I got really excited when he laid out the actual like conundrum that's going on here.
100%. 100%. If you just open with that, just first 10 seconds, just that intriguing story, you know, try to go to a store and I couldn't, and here's what I come up with, and boom, like you got me. I'm in. I'm watching. I got to see this thing because it's really intriguing and curious. So
yeah. I'll leave it there because I feel like now we just kind of get into the how-to and things like that. And I'm sure we could sit here and watch the whole video and give you advice throughout the whole thing, but we're already giving you like a lot here. If you want to take any of this on, it's probably going to be extra work for you. Let's talk about the title. What's the best choice for your sweet tooth mint chocolate or caramel? Why not both? Very title. A lot of title going on here. How would you reword this?
You know, I would probably just focus on the main, on what he's actually making. So what's the best choice for your sweet tooth mint chocolate or caramel? So I would leave the sweet tooth mint chocolate. So can you, I need a second here.
Yeah, I will look at the ones that we've tried before. So mint chocolate and caramels, will it work? I like that title, especially knowing what we know.
That's not bad at all.
And then we changed it to this much longer title later on. We're using the vidIQ to see all the vidIQ tools to see all this. And then the best homemade mint chocolate covered caramels is the last one.
That's actually not that previous one was not bad, but it doesn't seem like he liked it.
Yeah, we've been changing it a lot.
Yes.
Now,
and that's been only like 3 hours that
right.
he's changed so many times. So he hasn't really even given it a chance to. And I think that's one of the mistakes a lot of creators do. They don't see anything happening within the first 30 minutes and an hour, and they just keep changing things. And we have a rule. We say, listen, let's settle on a title together for you know whatever we think is best, and let's leave it for 24 hours. Let's see what happens. Let the YouTube find its audience. Let's see what happens, how things are happening, and then after that we can change things. It's not good to keep changing things all the time, especially. I know it's hard because you want more views and you want to see more action on it, but we have to trust YouTube and we just have to let it kind of do its own thing.
I'm really concerned because here's what happened. Now we're looking at a sample size of 8 views. You should not base your decisions off of 8 views in general, but this title was performing after 1 hour as normal, above normal, just about, if this gray line here is to be believed. And once you changed it to this title, whatever title was back here, right? It was I'm having trouble reading this. Do you think this was the first title? Whatever the first title was, once it got changed, you start to see the video level off and then start to go down.
Yeah.
So you could almost blame the titles here for, you know, bringing your video to its knees. But again, it's 8 views. It's really not even fair for me to be judging it off of that.
Yes.
And now it says the best homemade mint chocolate caramels. So maybe they're watching and actively making these changes. Yeah, it's okay. Hold on. Hear us out here. I still like the story you're telling in the video, and I would be considering. I don't want you to keep changing this title and thumbnail. Let's focus on your next video. For everybody, don't over optimize like this. Because and when I say like this, I mean get into that trap of like, oh, my video got, you know, it's a 6 out of 10 instead of a 4 out of 10. What can I do? Like just let's focus on the next video for a second. Like the next time you do this, we should make some other changes. Think about the way you record these videos and go, okay, I'm going to take those vidIQ people's advice, and I'm going to change my intro and stuff. So let's see if we can be more story driven. You're choosing those ingredients for a specific reason, and we learned that in the first minute of your video. Can that be the reason the video even exists? And if you go that route, now we're talking about a different intro, which means a different title and potentially even different thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
The thumbnail could have been, what can I make with these, right? And it's you just holding the ingredients up. Or you could, since it's a food channel, we always like to focus on the finished product. So you could even use A/B thumbnail testing and try one with just the chocolates. Maybe try one with you in it and try one without you in it. So it'd be different styles of thumbnails. But I'm a little bit bored of the language of can you make this in every single thumbnail, as David pointed out. I mentioned time earlier, and the reason I mentioned time is because I would love to see you try one where you say 30 minutes or something like that, or $7, pounds, I guess in your case. Whatever it is that makes it a little more like, oh, that's interesting. Because the biggest thing is someone who cooks a lot is if I'm going to start a new recipe, a lot of times time is the biggest factor. How much time is this going to take me to make, especially a dessert? Like I really only have this much time in my time budget for cooking today. So leading with that can also be very, very powerful.
100%. I'm not sure what when it comes to his thumbnails, why the photo, maybe it's just me, like it's a little blurry and there's a blurry background and he's a little distorted. I would just say for your next one, just do away with the text and just focus on you and the product and just fully like try to make that more clear. Make it pop, make it pop. And maybe even I see the kitchen in the background. I wouldn't even worry about the kitchen as much. I would just worry about the product. For me as a viewer, just to focus on that, your face expression, you're pointing to it, and let's just see what happens, and just improve on the hook and add some more storytelling. I think there's a lot of potential here.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I wanted to linger on this one a little bit longer, because I see somebody who's following a very specific niche, and I see somebody who knows what the heck they're doing. And one of my favorite types of channels to see on these live streams are people like this who have the talent and the skills down, all the skills they need to do a thing they're good at. They're missing the YouTube part. And that's a really, really good place to be, because I can't tell you how many creators start on this journey thinking, first, I want to be a YouTuber. Oh, shoot, what do I YouTube about? That's the next problem they have. And so many people start like that, and then they struggle. They're like, I've tried this type of YouTube video. I've tried that type of YouTube video. And sometimes we're just like, well, what did you enjoy? And it's not about that. No. What's going to get more views? The thing you enjoy the most. That's what's going to get more views. So this person has that down, and that's why I'm so excited. And that's why I wanted to spend more time on this channel, because that all of that stuff is working very well. Now it's just the optimizations for the videos themselves. Look, you already have 1,000 subscribers. I just want to check real quick. The best homemade pecan turtles you'll ever eat. The best homemade chocolate sauce you'll ever make. Homemade, what happened? Oh, okay. Well, okay. One big outlier there. We moved away from a title structure that was doing really well.
Yeah.
But okay. But yeah, one major outlier. I wouldn't say let's change all of your titles to this. At first I thought that there was even more in the tens of thousands. But okay, cool. So this one really worked very well. I'd be studying this one a bit. But overall, I think there's just so many opportunities here to optimize. And at the end of the day, it's so good that you have like a very strong passion and through line for your videos.
100%. Just keep doing it. I love the passion. I love his just demeanor in the videos, just being excited, the energy. It's there. You just go for it. Just keep at it. Tighten those intros. Rethink a little bit of packaging, and I think you are on the way onto something great.
So, real quick, shout out to Koifish Gaming and all of our mods who have been here. I know Calvin's been here. Victoria, of course, in the background for pretty much the entire live stream today. So I don't want to miss any names. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your help. We do this every Tuesday, basically what you've seen today. So come hang out with us. And then John does thumbnails on Wednesdays. And our coaches are here all the time at your fingertips. If you get yourself a coaching plan, the link is down below for 37% off your first 3 months. David, it's been awesome having you and meeting you. Any final thoughts from you today?
It's been awesome. Hey, if you want to have a coach, if you want a custom game plan for growing your channel, if you want expert feedback and guidance, obviously, when it comes to your videos, as we kind of follow that plan together. And if you want accountability and encouragement, that's what we're here for. And not only myself personally, the whole team of vidIQ. I mean, we're all in this together. And I always tell people, when you get me, you get the whole team, because we're here. We want to see you succeed. We want to see you go forward, and hopefully make this your full time, if possible.
Yeah. And real quick, I see this question here. Did everyone see the new community tab beta? You have me really excited. I've been waiting for this. I hope I have access to it, because if you have a community you're trying to build and you've been like, I have a Discord, I guess, or I don't really like it, like, YouTube is starting to put these features on your community tab, and you're going to be able to interact with your community more than you've ever been able to before. Probably in beta testing for a while, because I think moderation's the scariest part about it. But yeah, keep us posted. If any of you get access to that, please keep us posted in our communities, and let us know how you're liking that. But,
yeah, to all the creators, keep using your community. Don't stop there. I always keep telling this over and over again. YouTube is all about engagement, and just keep posting. Don't give up. Keep at it, from long form to shorts to community posts, whatever. Just keep at it, and more engagement, better, and you will get noticed.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you everybody for an awesome marathon day of live streaming. I'm tired, so I'm leaving. Thanks everybody. I guess I'll just hit end stream. We could just kind of sit here and wave awkwardly as the stream shuts itself down. Thank you again. We'll see you next week. Goodbye.
Great job, Dan. Awesome. Have a great night, everybody. Great weekend.